In front of the stone table at the western courtyard of the Shen residence, Shen Miao was playing chess with Shen Chu. It was rare that Shen Chu need not practice swordplay today, and knowing that Shen Miao's chess skills had improved by leaps and bounds, Shen Chu has long rolled up his sleeves to win one round from Shen Miao. But currently the outcome of the game was not according to one's wishes. Shen Miao placed a black piece down, and Shen Chu, previously oppressing white pieces, were now surrounded by black pieces, unable to get out. Shen Chu looked for a long time before asking Shen Miao, "Younger sister, are not this the moves that I used in the first game?" He felt that the moves on chessboard were very familiar when he saw them. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, as each steps that Shen Miao took were exactly like the moves he made in the first game. It was just that Shen Miao was able to play them better, and at least in this game, the route she used was very convenient and filled with ferociousness. Using an opponent's own methods to obtain retribution. Shen Miao smiled gently. "Eldest brother, have you thought about countermeasure for your own stuff?" Shen Chu shook his head. "My methods is to target the enemy, and it was to set up a route to death. Younger sister, let me find a solution to it, but I am unable to do so." Shen Miao looked at the path of the chess pieces on the board and faintly smiled. In the previous life, after a few years, Shen Chu was imprisoned after killing Sun Kainan, and after much thought, more or less the plan had Shen Yuan's signature in it. One did not know that by throwing the same means back, would Shen Yuan find them familiar. The road of death that he designed for Shen Chu, could Shen Yuan himself find a solution out of it? It should not be successful. When Shen Chu scratched his head and wanted to put a chess piece down, suddenly someone ran in from outside of the courtyard. It was a second-rank maid who was in charge of sweeping. The maid had a face full of panic as she said frenetically, "Eldest young master and fifth young lady, it is not good. Second young master has killed someone outside." "What?" Shen Chu frowned as the chess piece fell and spun before finally falling onto the ground. Shen Miao bent over to pick the chess piece up before she looked at the maid and asked warmly, "Who did he kill?" In the prison of the administrator of the capital, Shen Yuan was locked up in the innermost cell, and his hands and clothes were stained with so much blood that they were shockingly red. Moreover, there were also some bruises on his face. This was Shen Yuan's first time in such a sorry strait. When he was fighting with Jing Chuchu's adulterer, he did not know why, but he felt very irritated, as if his mind was feverish. When he woke up from it, Sun Kainan was already stabbed by him with a knife, and because the tavern was made up of wood, the fight had alerted a number of people, and with Dao Yuan's and Jing Chuchu's screams, it almost immediately exposed the murder to everyone. It was until now when Shen Yuan's heart gradually calmed down. He was simply too impulsive with regards to the matter today. In Shen Yuan's life, the most hated thing for him was for others to insult his dignity. He already felt humiliated regarding the matter of the Shen family's banquet, but because he did not regain consciousness at that time, he could only tolerate it. Now the entire Ding capital's people knew that he was to marry Jing Chuchu, but she made him wear a green hat. Everyone in the tavern seemed to also be pointing at him, thus Shen Yuan was unable to control his wrath. One did not know where Jing Chuchu was brought to, but since she was the root cause of this matter, her fate would not be easy. It just that, Shen Yuan still find it somewhat strange. How would the people in the tavern recognize Jing Chuchu and him? Why would Jing Chuchu pick that particular room to commit adultery? He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he quickly shook his head. That place was the location where he would meet up with Fu Shuyi's people. Other than Fu Shuyi's people, no one else would know. Shen Yuan, though deeply, Fu Shuyi's people would have reached the tavern, and one feared that they were already aware of the matter. At this moment, he had completely calmed down and those panicked emotions vanished. The bloodstains in the dark cell no longer shook him. At this moment, one saw a warden walking over and stopped in front of his cell. Shen Yuan looked up and called out surprised, "Dong Hao." Dong Hao was the one that was meeting up with him. At the moment he was dressed up as a warden, most likely to sneak in and talk to him. "Listen to me, this is a misunderstanding," Shen Yuan quickly said, "would request His Highness to help me this time. I will definitely reply His Highness in the future." Shen Yuan had never expected Shen Gui to come and save him, as Shen Gui was one would do anything to protect his career, so how could he take the risk for him? Now only Fu Shuyi could help him, but the imperial family people were not people who valued relationships, so he had to prove his value. Shen Yuan said, "The evidence that was given to His Highness is not complete in certain areas. His Highness will be submitting a report to His Majesty soon, so one request His Highness to save me so that one can assist His Highness to pen the last stroke." When Dong Hao heard this, his eyes moved. Shen Yuan's words clearly indicated that the evidence that he had provided to Fu Shuyi to go against Shen Shen was not complete. Shen Yuan left himself a hand as he feared that Fu Shuyi would destroy the bridge after crossing the river, but did not expect that he would be trapped in jail, and could only bring out his life-saving talisman. Seeing Dong Hao not speaking, Shen Yuan was somewhat anxious. This matter is just a misunderstanding, and it is not a complicated matter to settle. I will fork out the money, and His Highness only need to take care of the other side. Such matter had happened before. A large reason as to why Shen Yuan could be this calm was because this matter did not look that bad. So much so that it was even simpler than the family banquet in Shen residence. The matter of the family banquet was because it was in front of all the ferns that showed he and Jing Chuchu slept together, so no matter what happens it was Jing Chuchu who would be at the disadvantage, and coupled with the Jing family unreasonableness, he could not do anything. As to him killing Sun Kainan, only Jing Chuchu and her maid saw it, and as long as Jing Chuchu and the maid testify, he could escape. As for that adulterer, as long one give money to appease and also let Fu Shuyi's people hang a charge over him, such as that person wanted to assassinate Shen Yuan but was kept controlled by Shen Yuan and the likes. As for killing, as long as one did not kill a noble, one would be able to cover it up at the end. Moreover, it seemed that his identity had not been discovered yet. In the eyes of others it only looked like one had killed another, but do not know the name of the killer. Dong Hao shook his head and said, "Shen Yuan, this time you got into a big trouble." Shen Yuan's smile suddenly stopped as he did not understand the meaning to Dong Hao's words. "Do you know who you killed?" A hint of a bad premonition appeared in Shen Yuan's heart as he saw Dong Hao slowly opening his mouth. That was the only son of the Minister of Personnel, Sun Tianzheng's son, Sun Kainan. At the moment in front of the general's residence, there was a large group of people surrounding it, and those people had a vicious look on as they waved the sticks they were holding, that even the guards of the Shen family were unable to stop them. In the house, Shen Yu was hiding in Chen Ruchu's embrace and was so scared that she was shivering. "Mother, second older brother really killed someone." As Chen Ruchu was pacifying her, her heart had some uncertainty. The people outside claimed to be from the Minister of Personnel and said that Shen Yuan had killed the Minister of Personnel's son, Sun Kainan. They were making such a ruckus to enter and smash things up, but why would Shen Yuan ended up killing Sun Kainan? Shen Gui and Shen Wan were already outside obstructing, but if Shen Shen's Shen army was not there, one feared that those people would have really broken in. Wan Yiniang was hiding in her room and held Shen Dongling nervously. "If it was really second young master who killed someone, will those people do anything to us?" "Do not worry," Shen Dongling said. "If others want to deal with second older brother, what does it got to do with us?" She sat behind the screen, but the pages of the book in her hand were not flipped open. "Young lady," Jing Jie ran into the room vivaciously and said. The people outside were so fierce that even old Furin was startled. Shen Miao's eyelids did not even raise as she asked, "Oh, how is old Furin?" After hearing that second young master killed someone, she then fainted away. Jing Jie was taking joy in their misfortune. Young lady, this matter would not implicate us, right? Gu Yu was deeply worried. After all, they all knew that Shen Yuan killed another because Shen Miao was adding fuel into the flames behind the scenes. No worries, there will be someone covering us. Sun Tianzhong has a high position and great power, but the Shen residence is not considered inferior to them. Furthermore, the final purpose is for Shen Yuan, so when he pay a life for life, they would not have anything else to say. But will second young master really pay a life for life? Gu Yu asked. Second master would not let second young master lose his life this easily. If there was not Shen Yuan Bo, then second Shu would put in all effort to defend second older brother. Shen Miao said, but with Shen Yuan Bo, second Shu have a retreat route. In the eyes of second Shu, it is worth it if one were to lose a son to quell the Sun family's anger. Among the three sons, Shen Gui view family relationship the more indifferent. At least Shen Wan dotted on Shen Yu to the maximum, but Shen Gui's treatment of his own children, be it the D-born Shen Yuan, Shen Qing and Shen Yuan Bo or the Su-born Shen Dongling, one was unable to see a strain of sincere care. To Shen Gui, children were either helping his career or as his successor. No wonder the children of the second household did not have any emotions. If there was no Shen Yuan Bo, then Shen Yuan would have been Shen Gui's only son and Shen Gui would definitely fight. But with Shen Yuan Bo, Shen Gui still had a son, thus Shen Yuan was no longer necessary. Not to mention that it is the Sun family that easy to send away. In the previous life, the person who killed Sun Kainan was Shen Chu, and Sun Tianzhong's entire family sent Shen Chu to the prison, and Shen Xin spent almost his entire fortune to safeguard Shen Chu's life. Sun Tianzhong only had one D son, and with the death of his only one son, how would he easily let go of the murderer? But only second young master will be out of luck. Jing Jie's words were nothing striking but were relentless. Biao young lady is let off like this. She is still hiding in the residence and did not come out. After the accident, Jing Chu actually slipped back in and hid in the Shen residence with the entire Jing family. How can it be? Shen Miao smiled gently. After all, she is the main cause of the disaster. Outside the residence's door, Shen Wan was persuading in a sorry straits. Everyone listen to me. The matter of the situation is not clear yet and may everyone head back first. I will give everyone an answer. A woman spit her saliva onto Shen Wan's face and with her arms akimbo, pay money when no debt, pay with one's life for a life. Our young master was killed by Shen Yuan, so pay a life. This matter will not end. Shen Gui was somewhat shrinking and was cursing Shen Yuan in his heart. At this moment, other than the people of the Minister of Personnel, there was a crowd of commoners gathering to watch the spectacle. Some people laughed loudly. Was it not because of rivaling the affection of another than the murder took place? How does the beauty they were competing with look like? How about letting us get an Eiffel? To be that impulsive because of a beauty, that beauty must be very gorgeous. When those words were spoken, the surrounding people also echoed them. The Minister of Personnel's people suddenly reacted to this. Now that the Sun family was in a mess, a perfectly fine Sun Kainan left the house but came back as an ice-old corpse. At this painful time, they only wanted Shen Yuan to pay with his life and had forgotten about Jing Chu, thus when they heard what was said, they were reminded of it. It was because of Jing Chu that Sun Kainan and Shen Yuan fought, and afterwards Shen Yuan accidentally killed Sun Kainan, so that Jing Chu was a beauty that brought on disasters. The Sun family people immediately said, yes. Surrender that slut over. It is her who seduced my young master, that shameless little whore. Quickly surrender her. Not to mention the Sun family, even Shen Gui himself could not wait to personally kill Jing Chu. Ever since Jing Chu entered the Shen residence, their second household of the Shen family continuously fell into misfortune. First it was the family banquet that tainted Shen Yuan's reputation, and now it was getting Shen Yuan involved in the case of taking another's life. Without a second word, Shen Gui instructed the servants and in not much time Jing Chu was tied and brought out. Shen Gui gave a look at Shen Wan and Shen Wan said, everyone do not need to be angry, we will naturally be reasonable. Since the matter was caused by Chu, I will hand her over to you all and let you handle her. Jing Chu called out miserably, but how would the surrounding people tolerate her resistance? The Sun family people pulled Jing Chu over, who was tied up like a pig, and gave her tens of slaps to her face. Jing Chu fainted on the spot. You all better not bully intolerably. Jing Guanshen and the Jing family's husband and wife rushed out and were furious at the scene. But they saw the Sun family sneering. It is no wonder one come from a small place like Suzhou. It is one thing to be short-sighted, but one has such bad morals. One is already an engaged person and still go around seducing other men. This matter is not over yet. You all better not think about it. The Jing family was angry and scared. They were angry at the arrogance of the Sun family and were scared that other than the Shen residents, they had no other backing in the Ding capital. And currently the Shen family was already not happy with them. Now seeing them fall into misfortune, it was good that the Shen family did not throw stones when they were down. How could they just stand and watch? After making so much noise at the Shen residence's doors and seeing that the skies had darkened, the people who came from the Sun family who had been holding on to Jing Chu finally left. Before they left, the woman who was leading sneered, today is just the beginning. You Shen family should wait. Master had already written a report to the emperor. In this world there is no logic of letting another live freely after taking another's life. A life for a life. No one can think otherwise. Shen Gui watched as the Sun family's people swaggered away while leaving a mess behind. He almost could not breathe. The last sentence mentioning that Sun Tianzhong had already submitted a report to the emperor was even more ghastly to him. Sun Tianzhong only had one son and once Sun Kainan was dead. Even if the fish dies or the net splits, Sun Tianzhong would not let him live well. Now it seemed that even if Shen Yuan died, it would not be able to quell the Sun family's anger. When Shen Chu returned to the western courtyard, he wiped his sweat and complained to Shen Miao, the Sun family is just too rude. They almost smashed the main doors. My soldiers could not even stop them. The pain of losing one son. Shen Miao comforted, naturally have to be vented. This time father and mother do not intend to intervene. Shen Chu mumbled to himself, but Shen Yuan was never impulsive, so even if Jing Chu privately meet up with Sun Kainan, how would he kill another in a fit of anger? Who knows? Shen Miao said indifferently, perhaps Sun Kainan was doomed to die and it would be same in anyone's hands. In the main hall of the Sun family, an entire room of concubines were kneeling on the ground, and at the middle of the hall there was a white cloth covering a body. Even it was so, the white cloth was somewhat contaminated with bloodstain. Ever since Sun Furen knew that Sun Kainan was dead, she fainted and almost collapsed when she woke up. No matter how others consoled, she would not listen. Sun Tianzhong was currently at his late years, but at this moment both of his eyes were bloodshot and his cheeks were slightly trembling. There once was a traveling priest that did a calculation that predicted he would not have a son in his entire life, thus Sun Tianzhen married numerous concubines but was still unable to have a son. It was with great hardship that Sun Furen was able to be pregnant with Sun Kainan, and to Sun Tianzhong, it was having a son at an old age. Thus he was spoiled since young, and at the long run, Sun Kainan developed a lustful and playful character. Because Sun Tianzhong's position was high and had great power, he was afraid of provoking the tongues of the censors, so he had long reminded Sun Kainan not to act ostentatiously. If he wanted to play around with female, then he should bring them back to the residence as concubines before playing. Sun Kainan did not serve as an official and only rested and sleep in the residence, thus there were not many that knew about him, much less the officials in court, who would not have any friendship with him. Who knew that he would die under Shen Yuan's hands? This time it really went accordingly to the priest's words that Sun Tianzhong would not have a son in his life. Shen Yuan, Sun Tianzhong was gritting his teeth, I want him to pay with his life. Master, Sun Tianzhong's currently favored concubine said with tears in her eyes, one heard that the servants had brought back that female. When all is said and done, it was that female that led our young master to be at such a state. Master plan. Sun Tianzhong coldly laughed, do not play her to death. Leave a living breath for Furin. The beloved concubine shuddered. These concubines had experienced Sun Furin's method. Now that Sun Furin was carrying the pain of death of her son, one feared that she would treat Jing Chu in ways no one could think about. Only Shen Yuan can be touched in the Shen family, but does the Jing family believe that they could get out of this safely? A ka-cha sound was heard and it was Sun Tianzhong who actually smashed the teacup in his hands. The pieces of the cup cut his hands and fresh blood was dripping down, but he was undeterred as he hatefully spoke, I want everyone in their Jing family to be buried with Yuan. The entire capital was talking about the matter of Shen Yuan killing the only son of the Minister of Personnel and in Prince Ding's residence. Dong Hao was standing in the hall bowing at the person sitting above. One of Fu Shuyi's hands was gently circling the rim of the teacup as he thought. Originally one wanted to present the Shen family report to Imperial Father tomorrow, but this for thing to happen to Shen Yuan today. The evidence Shen Yuan have on hand is not complete. Your Highness, do we use any method to dig the words out? No need. Fu Shuyi waved his hands. The things that Shen Yuan gave is enough. Even if I hope for it to be more complete, I cannot lend a helping hand on this matter. Your Highness meant to ignore Shen Yuan? Dong Hao asked. It would be fine if it was other, but it is unfortunately Sun Tianzhong and he is Prince Zhou's people. Prince Zhou will definitely get involved with the matter, and if I were to lend a hand, it would only let Prince Zhou be alert. This trouble that Shen Yuan has caused is just too big. Fu Shuyi shook his head. Dong Hao was silent for a moment, but at that time Shen Yuan will struggle till either the fish dies or the net splits. What if he were to mention Your Highness? Shen Yuan is used to hiding a hand behind, so one must naturally prevent what you said from happening. Fu Shuyi looked at the cup in his hands, so not only one will not help Shen Yuan, one will have to urge the Ministry of Justice to quickly take action. It would inevitably cause suspiciousness if one were to kill Shen Yuan in the prison, so think of ways to feed him some things. Dong Hao quickly complied and asked Fu Shuyi, will Your Highness be submitting the report tomorrow? No. Fu Shuyi kneaded his forehead. This matter will cause shockwaves, but it would not be as loud if one were to submit the report now. Wait a little. He suddenly opened his eyes, but you better investigate carefully who had a grudge with Shen Yuan recently. Dong Hao was surprised. Your Highness meaning is that someone is up to mischief in the background. Shen Yuan is never impulsive and this time he killed someone impulsively, and that person was actually Sun Tianzhong's only son. Do not you find that this is just too coincidental? Moreover, how would Shen Yuan just encounter Jing Chu cheating? It is very strange. Could it be that Shen Yuan was schemed by others? Dong Hao said, if all these events were controlled then that person must be very familiar with Shen Yuan. To be able to force Shen Yuan to such a state. Fu Shuyi said, this person cannot stay alive. The chess pieces I cultivated for many years are not to be destroyed by others. When he said that, Fu Shuyi's eyes turned dark. He did not look as simple as he seemed. This chess piece, Shen Yuan, was carefully cultivated by him for so many years, not because Shen Yuan was resourceful but most importantly because Shen Yuan was from the Shen family. As to Shen Yuan's position, there were many things that could be done easier if he were to do it. But now he had no choice but to give up a rook to save the king. This carefully cultivated confidant could no longer be useful in the future. Not to mention, that he fell into such a clumsy and crude trap. This subordinate will definitely investigate carefully. Dong Hao said, it is fortunate that Shen Yuan had given the things to Your Highness before the accident. Fu Shuyi said, unfortunately, one still need to wait. At another end, in the higher floors of the Feng Xian pawn shop, Ji Yushu's palms were together as he grinned from ear to ear, just marvelous. Shen young lady indeed do not take much action but when she does, it is amazing. Originally, tomorrow it would be Shen Shen's turn to fall into misfortune, but at the end Shen Yuan went to jail. This is really a good timing. It is just a coincidence. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him, most likely Shen Miao would not know of the matter. Do not care if she knows or not, anyways I have won the bet with you. Ji Yushu triumphantly said, bring the silver over to the pawn shop and hand it over to Hong Ling. Gao Yang was silent for a moment but still said, perhaps Shen Yuan had never thought that he would fall into such a low and inferior trap. Because of his fiancé's betrayal and jealousy, one accidentally killed the adulterer. No matter how one hear it, it was not glorious at all. No matter if it was the adulterer, the woman that did not follow the ways of a married woman or the cuckold husband's family, when people discussed about the matter, they would only take it as a joke. Shen Yuan had talent and new tolerance, moreover he was valued heavily by Fu Shuyi when he just returned to the capital. If time permitted it, he would have been a person of talent that would not be overlooked by the people, but who knew that he would tragically end in such an embarrassing way. Although this looked like a joke but the ending was very grim. This was because the person he killed was the only son of Sun Tianzhong. Sun Tianzhen will be submitting a report tomorrow. Gao Yang, do you think that this Shen Yuan will pay for his life? Ji Yushu asked. What do you think Shen Miao would do? Gao Yang asked an irrelevant question. What does this got to do with Shen young lady? Ji Yushu was confused. This man-made trap of Shen Miao, have you seen anyone retreating safely after stepping into it? From the Prince Yu case you should already see that her trap was never only one action. As to dealing with Shen Yuan, it would not be otherwise. You are saying that she still have moves behind? Ji Yushu asked, the most, would be paying up with Shen Yuan's life. What else does she want? I feel that Shen Yuan was only one of it. Gao Yang shook his head and his expression could not help but become grimmer. If she were to take action, one feel that it would not be one person that is impacted. Ji Yushu was silent for a moment before seriously asking, what kind of deep hatred does Shen young lady and the rest of the Shen family have, to be so at such a scale? Even though it is absolutely horrifying but thinking of it, there should be a reasoning. Could it be that the Shen family had done someone unforgivable to her? There must be other secret things that made a young lady to take such cruel steps and schemes. It is just that even Bai Xiaosheng could not find it out, but it was unjustifiable if it was because the Shen family used secret means to raise her as an idiot. Gao Yang shook his head, I also do not know but her actions are too public. This time letting Shen Yuan go to prison and since he is Prince Ding's people. Once Prince Ding suffer losses, he would definitely notice her. The people that were sent out also say that Prince Ding's subordinates are investigating the matter. It is not good for Shen young lady to go against Prince Ding. Ji Yushu was worried. Prince Ding's thoughts are deep and his means are very treacherous. Once he finds out that it was caused by Shen young lady's hands, one does not know what will be done in the future. Do not worry. Gao Yang said, I however feel that Shen Miao is very familiar with Prince Ding, so perhaps she had already considered Prince Ding's intervention when she did what she did. Instead of worrying about her, one might as well worry about oneself. Gao Yang looked at Ji Yushu, have you found the person third Xie wanted you to find? Ji Yushu touched his nose. I will immediately send someone. Did not think that the internal Shen family was that chaotic. Such a big performance in the beginning of spring this year, what about the future? Ayaya, gentleman's son, who was like a prince, fell in love with a common young female and because of vying the affections with another, one was death and the other was injured. Is not this a scene from a play? From my opinion, that common young female looked really mediocre, and one did not know why both gentlemen would be so blind to fight for her affections. It would be better for the two gentlemen to be together. Huo Long, are you reading some strange books again lately? The black-clad female tugged at her long hair and spoke in a charming way. Is not what I said correct? For men to start fighting, one must at least have my good looks. Really very spirited. A sudden loud voice sounded, and when the group of black-clad people who were squatting and playing heard that voice, each one of them stood up like the greatest enemy had descended and looked at the person in front. The purple-clad youth's brows were handsome, but they were even more arrogant at night. His eyes swept across everyone. Why not continue speaking? Everyone lowered their head and did not speak. Xie Jingxing turned around and left. It was only when he was far away from the group of people, he stopped and smiled self-deprecatingly. The little girl do have some means. His eyes hanged down before looking at the starless dark skies and softly said, but I have no more time. Regarding the case in the Ding capital where Shen Yuan mistakenly killed Sun Kainan, the case was trialed in the most vigorous and fast manner never seen before. First, it was Sun Tianzhong who submitted a report in court, requesting for Shen Yuan to pay a debt of blood with blood, and if it was not done then he would be forced to retire due to his old age, practically threatening Emperor Wenwei that he would quit his job and responsibilities. As compared to Shen Gui, the Minister of Personnel was clearly more important, and Sun Tianzhong had already been in the position for many years and developed a network of connections, but if there was a sudden change of person, then one feared that there will be chaos. Emperor Wenwei naturally had to appease Sun Tianzhong. Secondly, how would the censors, who usually point out the officials' mistakes, let go of a manslaughter case? Taking into consideration that Sun Tianzhong had already lost a son and it would be difficult to talk about it, the censors focused their impeachment on Shen Gui. The most surprising thing was Shen Gui's attitude. He knelt in front of Emperor Wenwei and guaranteed with tears and snoot that this matter was due to his failure to educate his son and was willing to place righteousness before family and let Shen Yuan pay a life with a life. When those words were reported, they stunned all the civil and military officials in court. Even though those words seemed to be strictly impartial and incorruptible, he actually did not argue that his son did not start it first, but promised straightforwardly to pay a life with another life, which was just inhuman. Shen Gui was indeed smooth and slick in establishing social relations, but even a tiger, though cruel, would not devour its cubs. This move made those colleagues who usually had good relations with him to remain at a respectful distance from now on. The minister stood at the side of Sun Tianzhong in succession, and when Emperor Wenwei asked the prince's opinions, all 9 princes invariably stood with Sun Tianzhong. Even if one did not show one's attitude, almost everyone knew where the case was heading towards. Shen Yuan's beheading order was to be carried out 3 days later. This was most likely the fastest beheading order in Mingqi's history, and there was practically no way to reverse the verdict or resist it. It was just a direct conviction. Even though there was the factor of the Sun family pushing the wave and adding to the billows, the Shen family's inaction was the biggest reason. Even if other people were secretly pushing, it would not have mattered. In the dark prison, Shen Yuan sat in the innermost cell. His hair was disheveled and he had not washed for a few days, that now there was a sour smell coming out from him. His usually calm appearance now looked a little frantic and was covering up some brief sense of despair. Someone sneaked in yesterday night and fed him mute medication so now he could not even speak. Shen Yuan himself knew who was the one that did that, and who possessed those remarkable abilities that one even dared to break into prison. Fu Shuyi would not come to save him. Initially he still had a little strain of hope, but after carefully thinking it through, he then knew that it would more harmful than helpful for Fu Shuyi to save him. That man was an expert in avoiding trouble, so he would definitely not take this risk. On the contrary, Shen Yuan's existence to Fu Shuyi had already become a chess piece that did not know its place. So naturally Fu Shuyi would eradicate without any mercy. By feeding him a mute medication might not necessarily mean that one did not want to kill him, but with Fu Shuyi's cautious nature, most probably one feared that it might be suspicious if he died in the prison. A bitter smile slowly appeared on Shen Yuan's lips. If successful one was called a king and if defeated one was called a bandit. He had known what kind of person Fu Shuyi was at the beginning. When one worked under Fu Shuyi, one must already be prepared that there was a possibility that one's ending was as such, but he did not expect that the ending arrived so quickly. There seemed to sound some footsteps in the darkness, and those footsteps were rather slow and sounded different from the warden's. When he looked up towards the footsteps, he could only see a purple dress coming closer under the dim torch. Walking forward, the young female had a delicate appearance and gave him a gentle smile as she looked at him, second older brother. Shen Yuan's heart clogged up. In the twinkling of an eye when he saw Shen Miao, a strong hatred and an unresigned feeling burst out from his heart, making Shen Yuan want to kill Shen Miao at that every moment. Even if one did not understand how things turned out to this point, one thing that Shen Yuan was very clear about was that Shen Miao was definitely involved in it. Shen Miao slowly squatted down and looked at Shen Yuan at the same eye level. She smiled. Second older brother must definitely not be living well inside here. Second Shen has gone crazy. Second Shu is not willing to come and see you. Seventh younger brother is still young and under the care of old Shen Furen, and speaking of which, old Furen is the one that doted on you the most. But she gave an order yesterday that no one is allowed to mention your name in the residence, so it seemed that she has given up on you. After much thought, since we are siblings, I have come to send you on your way. Shen Yuan was gnashing his teeth as he looked at Shen Miao. Words could kill and could destroy a person's faith. And currently Shen Miao did not hesitate to twist the knife in his heart. Even though Shen Yuan's feelings were thin, but when one was in prison, it really made one's heart cold when no one came to visit. Old Furen previously treated him well, but it was because he was talented and intelligent, but now he had become a prisoner, so old Shen Furen would definitely quickly draw a line with the relationship so that she would not get into trouble. Come to think about it, second older brother and eldest sister are truly birth siblings to both be imprisoned. But when eldest sister was imprisoned, second Shen still ran around about it, but now, there is no one doing it for you. Shen Yuan did not speak. Why is second older brother not speaking? Shen Miao tilted her head and looked at him. It is not willing to speak to me, or, she suddenly smiled, one was fed with mute medication. Shen Yuan was surprised for a moment as Shen Miao could actually guess that he was fed a mute medication. Before coming out of his thoughts, what Shen Miao said next gave him a bigger shock. Seems like Fu Shuyi's methods are still the same as usually, without any difference at all. Shen Miao pondered. Shen Yuan's eyes widened as he heard Fu Shuyi's name from Shen Miao's mouth. How did Shen Miao know about him working for Fu Shuyi? Not to mention Shen Miao also used such a familiar tone, and from her words it was like she understood Fu Shuyi very well. The surprise in Shen Yuan's heart could not be expressed in words. In the inner courtyard of the Shen residence, no matter how clever and smart Shen Miao's means were, Shen Yuan would not think too highly of her because an unmarried young lady's abilities stopped there. But when Shen Miao mentioned Fu Shuyi's name, Shen Yuan could no longer continue looking with a normal heart. Second older brother need not be that surprised. Shen Miao swept a glance at him and said, not only do I know about Fu Shuyi, I even have knowledge of his plans. If you want to inform Fu Shuyi about me and atone for one's crimes by such meritorious acts, then it is too late. His Highness Prince Ding is prudent, and since you are fed with mute medication, then no one would be sent over here. There will not be any contact or dealings with you until after you die. Since the moment you become a discarded piece, he has nothing to do with you and will not let you have any means to implicate him. Shen Yuan's heart started to beat frantically. Shen Miao's words were not wrong. Fu Shuyi was that kind of person. That was why after yesterday, he was totally in despair as he waited for his death. One must not think about fighting till either the fish dies or the net splits, because Fu Shuyi was never the gentleman that he appeared to be. He reached his fingers out and dipped it into the water in the bowl before writing a few words on the dusty floor. What is your purpose? Shen Miao suddenly laughed out loud. When she was laughing, her eyes arched and her lips curved, and suddenly it was as if she had returned back to the idiot that she was a year before, looking somewhat stupid and with a mind that was willing to accept new ideas but was really a young lady that did not understand anything. It was still obviously the same expression, but it made one's heart feel cold. It was not easy for Shen Miao to stop laughing. She looked at Shen Yuan. Cannot second older brother guess my purpose? You want to deal with the second household? Shen Yuan wrote on the ground. Not only the second household. Shen Miao's voice suddenly got softer and a little viciousness appeared. It was not possible to hold back the viciousness that even the killing intent overflowed. She said, also the third household and also old Furin. And also, Prince Ding. Shen Yuan stared at her fixedly. You want to ask why? Shen Miao said, I am only doing and showing what all you have done previously. Just like this time, do not second older brother feel that the Jing family's matter is somewhat familiar? It is because that was originally your method. How would you be able to get out of the predicament that you created? Shen Yuan looked at Shen Miao confused as he did not understand Shen Miao's words, but only felt that at the moment Shen Miao's expression was as if she had gone mad. Never mind about the hate towards the second and third households, since everyone was clear about it and only pretended to be harmonious with one another on the surface, but where did the hate towards Prince Ding came from? Merely because in the beginning one was in love with Prince Ding but did not get a response back. Second older brother. Shen Miao smiled strangely. You should thank this younger sister for having so many people accompanying you on your road to the underworld. Rest assured that after you, there would not be any other person in the second household of the Shen family that will take your position. You will definitely be the second household's unrivaled eldest son. Shen Yuan glared at Shen Miao. Shen Miao stood up and her voice gently carried into the darkness and fell heavily into Shen Yuan's ears. The second household will be without any descendants. When one went outside, the warden naturally left with satisfaction and guaranteed that this would not be leaked to outsiders. Jing Jie and Gu Yu helped Shen Miao into the carriage and Gu Yu asked, young lady, is it true that second young master will be executed in 3 days' time? Shen Miao nodded her head. It is really like a dream. Gu Yu murmured, a few days back second young master was still that arrogant but now have to give up one's life. Life should be as such. Shen Miao said coldly. After detecting that Shen Miao's mood was not very good at the moment, Jing Jie and Gu Yu stuck out their tongue and no longer spoke. After returning back to the Shen residence, one saw that there were a number of people gathering in the main hall. Upon a closer look, it was the Jing family. Jing Furin was making an unreasonable scene. You all return my choo-choo to me. Return my choo-choo to me. Old Shen Furin was so angry that her face was livid and directly called the servants, still do not throw these people out. Old Furin, Jing Guansheng, who had changed from his previous refined appearance, said viciously, our choo-choo entered your residence perfectly fine but was taken away, and now one do not know if she is dead or alive. Even if this matter is brought up to the authorities, you are still wrong. Old Shen Furin was so angry that she cursed, still have the cheek to speak. That little slut has harmed my family to what kind of state? If she was not a bearer of ill luck, then how would the Shen family be involved in a lawsuit? Old Furin do guard one's tongue. Jing Guanshen said, at that time we did say that there must be someone behind it. My younger sister's personal maid later disappeared, do not you think it is strange? Someone definitely bought her. The womenfolk were all present in the hall and Chen Ruchu looked in front with somewhat of a headache. Shen Yu was looking disgusted at the Jing family while Luo Shuiyan had put on an attitude as if this did not concern her. Wan Yiniang held Shen Dongling's hand and stood quietly at the side as she had no position to say anything. Biao older brother has dragged the topic too far. Can all the offenses be pushed to a personal maid and all the troubles can be solved? Shen Miao's voice sounded. After all the matter is about having an illicit affair with another, and a maid cannot force it out. The words of ridicule made Jing Guansheng face turn red and white. Everyone looked towards the door as Shen Miao walked in. There was never a time when old Shen Furin loved Shen Miao like today. As long one can stop the pestering and annoying Jing family, her heart could be better handled. Luo Shuiyan happily pulled Shen Miao over to her side. Zhao Zhao went out for so long, are you tired? Jing Furin was still crying. You are blood relatives with father and Chu Chu also have your blood flowing in her. How could one be so cruel? Oh heavens, old Furin, are you forcing us to death? It had gotten onto old Shen Furin's nerves, who is blood relatives with you all. A bunch of poor family come to the capital to seek gratuitous financial support, and want to seek connections with me. Go and pour out a bag of urine to look at yourself. Really think that with just that little good looks one can do whatever one want? Really from a small family, an entire body of foul air, such a young age and already know how to seduce men. Old Shen Furin got anxious and used cursing words that were used in a marketplace. It was so extremely vulgar that for a moment those people who heard them were shocked. After a long while, Jing Guansheng suddenly smiled. Old Furin, you are really this ruthless. Really want to stand idly by on the matter of Chu Chu? What does Jing Chu Chu got to do with me? What a joke. Old Shen Furin did not hesitate to answer. All right. Jing Guansheng laughed coldly and suddenly glanced at Shen Miao before saying, since you want to destroy the bridge after crossing, then do not blame me for not having the spirit of loyalty. In the beginning you were the one who let Chu Chu climb onto Shen Chu's bed, and also wanted me to think of ways to gain Shen Miao's favor. At that time you were not as ruthless as now. When those words were spoken, everyone was startled. They were shocked that even though they had guessed there was an insider planning behind the scenes, they had never imagined that Jing Guansheng would say those words in front of everyone. The one who was most shocked was Luo Shuiyan. She looked towards Jing Guansheng and slowly asked, what did you say? Jing Guanshen did not even take old Shen Furin furious face in any regard, and said as if the jar was broken, Biao Shen most likely is not aware. At the beginning when Chu Chu and me came to the Shen residence, old Furin treated us very warmly. Why was that so? She said that she loved us siblings and wished to be in-laws with the Jing family. But how could eldest Biao brother would take a fancy with our small family's Chu Chu? At that time old Furin personally expedited the drugs, one must be feeling the urgency to facilitate the marriage but did not think that at the end, it was second Biao older brother who got an advantage of. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that she was trembling and she suddenly pulled the sword from her waist and pointed at Jing Guansheng's neck. Jing Guansheng's expression changed but still forced out a smile and said, this time Biao Shen got the wrong person. We siblings know our worth, and without old Fern's supervision, how do one dare to think about it? Moreover, in the matter of the drugging, it was old Fern who took the lead. Should not Biao Shen blame others. Luo Shuiyan turned her head and stared at old Shen Fern with a murderous aura. Old Shen Fern was so scared that she almost fell from her seat. Eldest family, you want to kill mother. Old Fern not only wanted Chu Chu to marry eldest Biao brother, but also wanted me to gain Biao younger sister's favor. Jing Guansheng laughed frivolously, and still said that the love between a male and female are just like this. After the raw rice was cooked, one will be wholeheartedly. Luo Shuiyan could not carry on listening and brandished her sword on the ground. The ground was made of good quality stone, but after her strike, there was actually a clear crack. Jing Fern screamed in fright and old Shen Fern's face turned white. Shen Yu and Chen Ruchu shuddered, and Wan Yinyang was surprised in her heart, as she did not think that old Shen Fern would even use such a cheap method. It was not surprising for common womenfolk or Yinyangs to use such methods, but old Shen Fern was a head of a family and it was simply unsightly to use such a means. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao with one hand and pointed a sword at old Shen Fern with the other. She was really angry and a murderous air was fuming out from her head, which made others believe without hesitation that she would pounce onto old Shen Fern and cut her head off. She said, "Old Fern, ever since I married into the Shen residence, I and Shen have treated you with respect and deep feelings. Even though you are not his birth mother, my husband and me still respected you. But now I know that there are such things as white-eyed wolves in this world. I cannot stay any longer in this kind of Shen family. Eldest family, you must not listen to his nonsense. Old Shen Fern intentions were not dead. Are you going to be unfilial? If it is nonsense, one would know after investigating. As for bringing up unfilial, Luo Shuiyan sneered and spoke every single word clearly. Even if this mother carry the unfilial name, I will not let my children follow such people." She pulled Shen Miao, "Let us go." No matter how furious old Shen Fern was behind, how pestering the Jing family were, or how Chen Ruchu would mediate, all these things were not important. When Shen Miao was pulled toward the western courtyard by Luo Shuiyan, her heart felt very carefree. This was what she wanted to achieve. Sometimes the intensity of one side of the story was not enough for one's feelings, not because one was unwilling to believe, but because dividing a family up was not an easy thing to do. This involved a lot of entangled interests, and there was a possibility of carrying many curses or bad reputation. In order for Shen Shen to be determined to separate from the family was not an easy thing to do. But after today, the matter of separating from the family would be much easier. At least from now onwards, Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan would no longer have a trace of mercy for old Shen Fern. This was the instinctive protection that parents have when facing people who harm one's children. When Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao back into the room, she first shut the doors and took a breath before smiling coldly. "Your father and older brother went to the palace today, and one should really let them see for themselves what kind of trash those people are." After speaking, she seemed to suddenly remembered something and looked at Shen Miao before slightly apologizing. "Zhao Zhao, you must be frightened. Mother was really just too angry just now." Shen Miao shook her head and looked at her. "What do we do next?" Mother had said those words to old Fern. One fear that old Fern will use this matter to fault mother. "What is there to fear?" Luo Shuiyan slammed the table. "Wait till your father returns. We will discuss about separating from the family. Everyone in the Shen residence do not have good intentions. If this goes on, who knows what else will happen." She caressed Shen Miao's face. "No wonder you wanted us to stay in the capital for half a year. Is it that you already knew about it?" Shen Miao smiled without saying a word, and it made Luo Shuiyan feel that she had guessed correctly. She got up and said, "This would not do. I better go and investigate this matter. I will let the guards outside guard the courtyard doors. It is better for you not to go out." Practically treating the Shen residence as a dangerous spot where the dragon's pool and the tiger's den were. Shen Miao nodded her head, and after Luo Shuiyan went out, Jing Jie asked, "Young lady, is it really possible to separate from the family?" "Of course," Shen Miao lightly said. "My mother is a person who is unable to tolerate a single sand in her eye, so naturally there is a need for separation." "This is great," Jing Jie said. "After separating from the family, then young lady will have more freedom to do anything and also do not need to guard against this or that." Bai Lu walked in and said to Shen Miao, "Young lady, Dao Yuan is already sent away and have currently arranged to be settled in a village and was given money." Shen Miao nodded her head. It was extremely easy to bribe Dao Yuan, Jing Chu Chu's personal maid. Jing Chu Chu had intended to marry Shen Yuan and then raise Dao Yuan to a yin yang and capture Shen Yuan's heart. But there was no possibility for that to happen because Shen Yuan was extremely disgusted to be schemed against, and if Dao Yuan was really raised up to a yin yang, Shen Yuan would also not treat her well. But Jing Chu Chu still thought she had conferred Dao Yuan a big grace, not knowing that Dao Yuan was already bought by others. She was not willing to be a concubine and also did not want to follow a mistress like Jing Chu Chu, so Dao Yuan gambled with her life and finally got her freedom. Shen Miao did not disappoint her promise to Dao Yuan, and gave her money and protected her life. Those at the top position must know how to apply the carrot and stick judiciously toward the servants below. After today, everything would go accordingly to what she wanted to do. Gu Yu said, "After second young master is beheaded, the residents would most probably calm down. To separate from the family now is most appropriate." Shen Miao smiled slightly. How could it calm down? Not speaking about the Jing family that will be left to the Sun Tian Zheng to settle, the second household's people were not exterminated yet. Second Shen must be very sad to hear about second older brother being beheaded. Shen Miao lightly said. Has not second Fern gone crazy? Gu Yu was surprised when she heard this. One would not have any sanity when one gone crazy. Hearing from the people in Kai Yun Yuan, second Fern could not even recognize people, so how could she know about this matter? Gone crazy? Shen Miao shook her head. That might not be necessarily so. When people was in a painful state of despair, one would use craziness to escape from the reality that one was unable to face. The most painful thing for Ren Wanyan was nothing more than her inaction on that night in the Wolong Temple, which led Shenqing to the final end one step at a time. She was unable to make any change and could only watch as Shenqing died. She was unable to face the death of Shenqing and was unable to face herself, so she finally went crazy. Now once the message of Shen Yuan's death is sent back, presumably she would be even more crazy because she could not help with Shen Yuan's matter at all. Actually, Ren Wanyan's crazy time span was not long. Whether she chose to continue being crazy would depend if she could gradually accept these facts. One think that in not much time Ren Wanyan would wake up because she still had Shen Yuan Bo, and would fear that Shen Yuan Bo would fall into the poisonous hands of Wan Yinyang. Shen Miao wanted to let Ren Wanyan wake up in advance. What she wanted to deal was never a person, but the entire bloodline of the family. After selecting the second household, how could she stop moving forward after letting the second household only lose a pair of children? What she want was Shen Gui to be without offspring for 3 generations. 3 days later, the case of Shen Yuan mistakenly murdering Sun Kainan had closed. Sun Tianzheng was determined to take revenge for the tragic death of his only child, and made Shen Yuan to be executed at the Wu gates. There were countless people running around talking about it, as they wanted to take a look of that talented youth who had a huge prospect fall to such an end. Some had sympathy for Shen Yuan, some were scolding Jing Chu Chu for being a disastrous beauty, making the entire area lively. Shen Yuan most likely had never thought that there would be such a day like this for him. He was arrogant and was bent on climbing up the social ladder so that everyone would be able to see his achievements, but now was pointed out by those cheap commoners, making his heart extremely uncomfortable. Most of the people threw rotten eggs and vegetables on him, and these dirty things became a foul paste on Shen Yuan's body. One did not have to think further, it was definitely the Sun family's people. Shen Yuan knelt on the execution platform and the executioner stood by him. Usually at this time if the criminal had family, they would come to send them off and also feed a full meal and drink to them, but not a single one person from the Shen family came. Not mentioning Shen Xin who was like fire and water with the rest of the Shen family. Shen Gui was one who seek advantages and avoid harm. Ren Wanyan had gone crazy and even if old Shen Fern's legs were good, one feared that she would not be willing to come. The odd thing was that the usually warm and righteous third household was not seen today. Most likely they had made the decision between warm and righteous or offending the Sun family. In the eyes of others, they sighed at the Shen family actions. Winter was smiling gently. Shen Yuan raised his head as sunlight sprinkled over the Ding capital. It was obviously just after the New Year's Eve and the golden sunlight was as dazzling as during the summer. When noon arrived, the executioner sprayed a mouthful of wine onto the blade and raised the large blade before cutting off the head. The blade fell. Cries of alarm burst out from the crowd and the females quickly covered their eyes in fear. That bloody head rolled down the stage and onto the crowd, and the stench of blood dissipated after a short while. On the floor, Shen Yuan's eyes were wide open as if he was somewhat puzzled, as though he could say anything in the next moment even if the head was separated from the body. Some people saw this and quietly turned away, concealing themselves in the crowd. At this moment in the Shen residence, it was in a blanket of dead silence. The matter was not something that did not happen if one did not mention it. Shen Yuan's death was still a blow for the Shen family's vigor. Speaking of which there were not many heirs in the Shen residence, and moreover this was a person who could be able to lift up the Shen residence to the heavens but was now dead under the large blade of the executioner. At least the people of the Shen residence were sad. Shen Yuan sat in the room as a servant jogged in and said, the punishment has been handled out in the execution grounds. People has sent second young master back. At the end the Sun family agreed to return Shen Yuan's corpse back to the Shen family, and this was already the biggest concession. Even though one did not fight with Sun Tianzheng directly and the handling of Shen Yuan's matter was carried out along with Sun Tianzheng's wishes, everyone knew that the Shen and Sun family's feud had started and in the future how big this feud would become. After returning, there is no need to stop the coffin and quickly bury it within these few days. Shen Yuan sighed as his thoughts got heavy. Master is still worried about this matter. Chen Ruchu walked over and gently said, we were helpless in Shen Yuan's matter, after all the Sun family are not ordinary people. I just felt that. Shen Yuan shook his head, everything is somewhat incorrect. Do you realize it? Shen Yuan said, why is the Shen family so unlucky lately to encounter misfortune in such quick succession? Could it be that there are some unclean things? Chen Ruchu's heart got anxious. Shen Yuan paused, what nonsense? Chen Ruchu quickly said, I am speaking nonsense, master must not be surprised. Her heart was somewhat vexed. Shen Yuan hated these kind of strange superstitious things the most, and she only inadvertently said it in fear that Shen Yuan would be unhappy. She went along with Shen Yuan's previous words, speaking of which, all these events happened on second older brother's family. First it was Qing'er then now it's Yuan boy. Chen Ruchu's heart was more disturbed as she spoke. Even though she previously felt somewhat jealous of Ren Wanyan, but after she went crazy, there was no one else in the residence that stood in the same line as her. Lu Shuiyan, Shen Xin and Shen Yuan did not crawl out from the same mother's womb so how could it be sincere? It is exactly as such. Shen Yuan said, do not know who second older brother has made enemies with. Now seeing it all together, it seemed that this is a plan that was long conspired. It is inevitable for second older brother to offend some people in the court. Chen Ruchu said, but why does it all happen to be this year that these actions took place? It seems that all these started after fifth girl woke up from her fall in the water. Afterwards the incidents came one after another. Are you saying that it was done by little five? Shen Yuan found it funny, if little five have that kind of ability then the world will be in a mess. He comfortingly patted Chen Ruchu's hands. I know these days are hard for you so do not think too much as how would little five, a young female, be able to have such abilities. It is more likely when one say it is eldest brother and eldest Sao that taught her, but both of them would definitely not use such a blunt knife to grind. Their methods had all the while been clean. Shen Yuan said, I will pay attention to the matter. Do not think about it and pay more attention to Yuer's marriage. One sees that she has reached the age where one can talk about marriage. Once Shen Yu's marriage was mentioned, Chen Ruchu pressed down the suspicions about Shen Miao. Shen Yuan was more concerned about heirs than Shen Gui, and for so many years he had not despised Shen Yu for being a daughter and really treated her lovingly. Chen Ruchu said, I will listen to master. In the western courtyard, clothes were draped over Shen Miao while Jing Jie was styling her hair as she said, second young master's casket was carried back and one heard that it would soon be buried and a funeral would not be set up. Other than the eldest household of the Shen family, the rest were people who loved to do things to look good. Just like old Shen Fern's birthday celebration that was done grandly and known to the general public. So it was indeed very cold for them to manage the funeral of Shen Yuan, the second household's son, that slipshod. There were some reasons for covering up the scandal but most importantly, there were not many people that dared to offend Sun Tianzheng for Shen Gui, and if one were to really set a funeral up, not be much people would be coming to send their condolences but it would provoke others to poke fun instead. Second master has not been in the residence these few days. Gu Yu also said, even upon his return, he would be resting in Wan Yinyang's courtyard. It is already at such a time and whatever it is, he was his own flesh and blood, how could one be that ruthless? Shen Miao smiled, he is busy during the daytime to win over those as strange officials and as for during the night, if one did not rest at Wan Yinyang's could one be sleeping on the same bed with second Shen? One initially wanted to take the opportunity to denounce Shen Gui for being ruthless but Shen Miao unexpectedly used the word sleeping on the same bed openly. Gu Yu was somewhat embarrassed and she did not know why was Shen Miao that gutsy now. There were not any improprieties in her actions or etiquettes, but in matters of relationships between male and female, how could she not be embarrassed? Even if it was fake she should still act it out else in the future when one meet males, they would only be surprised by Shen Miao's valiant attitude and no one would dare to approach her. Shen Miao did not pay attention to Gu Yu's expression and thus did not know that Gu Yu had so many thoughts in her heart. She only said, what is the status of the inquiry on the Sun family side? The Sun family hid too tightly that the servants also knew very little. Jing Jie quickly said, one only know that Biao young lady did not live well. Heard that the first day, she could not continue speaking. What happened on the first day? Shen Miao turned her head and looked at Jing Jie. Jing Jie responded vaguely, heard that on the first day, Biao young lady and the horse in the stable were fed with aphrodisiac medication to let them. At that time Master Sun still let all the servants gather at the stables to watch it. Gu Yu almost choked on her own saliva, human and horse. Jing Jie's face turned red in a moment. Gu Yu still spoke, those Sun family's people are all perverse. To mix human and horse, how painful would Jing Chu be? Not only the physical pain, one's utterly unbearable scene would be seen by others, making one felt that dead was better than living. Seeing that Gu Yu still endlessly questioned, Jing Jie was somewhat annoyed. She initially thought of not speaking of such filthy things in front of Shen Miao, in case it dirtied Shen Miao's ears, but when she turned her head over, she saw Shen Miao's calm face. Let alone being shy, there was no shock expression at all and she even said some jaw-dropping words, Sun Darren is too kind. In fact one can use a bull. Young lady, Jing Jie's mouth dropped. Shen Miao looked at her, there is nothing to fuss about. In the inner palace, this trick was used to dispose of disobedient females but she did not use it. Shen Miao was used to directly order forced suicide as she was not willing to have complications. But one had seen Mei Fern punishing a palace maid, who was a partner of an eunuch, by letting others feed an aphrodisiac medication to a bull and threw that palace maid into the pen to torture her to death. Therefore Sun Tianzheng's methods were not surprising. But she did not know that her actions were truly shocking to the eyes of Jing Jie and Gu Yu. After a long while Jing Zhen then managed to find her voice, where does young lady want to go now? Go to Kai Yun Yuan. What is young lady going there for? Gu Yu wondered, second master is currently not in, so is young lady going to look for Wan Yiniang? Shen Miao shook her head, I am looking for second Shen. Second Fern has gone crazy, Gu Yu reminded. That might not necessarily be. Currently in Kai Yun Yuan, it was as if heavens and earth were flipped. In fact it was just only in a few months, that the entire Shen residents are to be accurate, the second household of the Shen family, which resided on Kai Yun Yuan, be the one who went through earth-shattering changes. The previously proud and successful second Fern had become mad, the magnanimous and bright eldest young lady committed suicide in prison, and was a slut who had an illicit relationship with others. Even the outstanding and proud second young master became a low-rank convict in front of the entire city, and died under the big sword of the executioner. Life was like a play and Kai Yun Yuan's play was a bit too tragic. The only consolation was that second Fern, Ren Wanyun, still had a second son, Shen Yuan Bo, but he was raised by old Shen Fern's side. If Ren Wanyun had not gone crazy, by the virtue of Shen Yuan Bo, she could still temporarily sit in the main household position. But it was only temporarily, who knew? If Shen Gui would take in concubines in the future. After all Shen Gui was lustful, thus it was not impossible for him to have other sons. As compared to Ren Wanyun's unlucky fortune, Wan Yiniang who had been deserted for many years, seemed to have ushered to spring. After lowering herself and being small for so many years, that even the daughter she gave birth was not seen in the day, she did not think that she would receive help from heavens. Even though Shen Gui viewed relationships thinly, he treated females well. Wan Yiniang only had to firmly grasp Shen Gui's heart to regain favor, and with that, Shen Dongling's position would only rise up. Dongling, in a few days one will let master arrange a courtyard for you. Wan Yiniang was doing needlework as she smiled at Shen Dongling. Most probably because Shen Yuan was already dead, Shen Yuan Bo was still young and Ren Wanyun could no longer threaten her. Wan Yiniang's brows were filled with joy and there were traces of happiness in her voice. Arrange what courtyard? Shen Dongling who was reading behind the screen looked up. You have been squeezing with me in one courtyard, and other young ladies at your age would already have their own separate courtyard, so you should also move out. This place is after all too crowded. They are D daughters and I am a Su daughter, Shen Dongling calmly said. Hearing that Wan Yiniang's heart ached. Shen Dongling's birth was a fact she could not change, and it was the thing that she was always troubled about. She herself believed that Shen Dongling was not inferior to Shen Qing, Shen Yu and Shen Miao, but in the past 10 years she could only let Shen Dongling live under the radar. Now that the hardship was over, how could one still watch Shen Dongling continue to be so cautious? Wan Yiniang said, the previous eldest young lady's courtyard is currently vacant, and you need not have to sleep in her room and instead another. The direction eldest young lady's courtyard is facing is good, and the landscape is beautiful. It would be a waste to remain empty. Now that master is treating us well, one felt that this request will be consented. Yiniang, no need. Shen Dongling rejected her recommendation, it is not a good time to stick out at this moment. One have already endured for over 10 years, thus there is no need to be in a hurry. Even though father treat us well now, Yiniang should know what kind of character he is. When the situation has stabilized then this can be discussed again. Wan Yiniang wanted to persuade again when she suddenly saw her personal maid, Lu Hua, running in and speaking hurriedly, Yiniang, fifth young lady has come to our courtyard. Fifth young lady. Wan Yiniang suddenly stood up, why did she look for me? Shen Dongling also looked towards Lu Hua. Lu Hua shook her head and said, she is not here for Yiniang. This servant saw her heading to the room that second Fern is resting in. Fifth young lady is looking for second Fern. Wan Yiniang's voice suddenly became high-pitched, why do fifth young lady look for second Fern? Second Fern has gone crazy. This servant initially wanted to eavesdrop, but the few maids that fifth young lady brought, guarded so tightly. The others were all located far away from the room and were unable to see or listen to anything. Lu Hua asked, Yiniang, what can be done now? Yiniang paced around the room anxiously and mumbled to herself, what is going on that fifth young lady visit to second Fern? But second Fern and fifth young lady had so much discord previously, so how could fifth young lady be that kind? She looked at Shen Dongling, Dongling, what do you say? Shen Dongling's eyes hung down as she pondered for a while before speaking, since it cannot be eavesdrop, then do not attempt to inquire and stay within one's bound. Fifth young lady is not a simple person and since it is done, the preparations would be through. No matter what kind of methods we use, one think that nothing would be inquired. Can this be left like this? Wan Yiniang was somewhat unresigned, what if she and second Fern conspire together? Second Fern and fifth younger sister are not people who forget gratitude and animosity with a smile. Shen Dongling said lightly, moreover we have never opposed fifth younger sister before, so no matter who fifth younger sister want to scheme against, it would not land on our heads. She looked towards Wan Yiniang, we will just wait for a good show. Outside Kai Yun Yuan, Gu Yu, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were keeping guard a few steps outside the room, while Jing Jie followed Shen Miao inside. The other maids in the courtyard were doing their own tasks obediently. Ren Wanyun had gone crazy so naturally the servants did not need to fawn and please her. People all stepped on those who were low and flattered those higher up, moreover Ren Wanyun was very harsh to her subordinates previously, thus they were more willing to please the gentle and virtuous Wan Yiniang. Therefore these maids did not even stop Shen Miao, who had the support of the first household, when she walked over. But not everyone was like this. Ren Wanyun also had her own confidants after so many years and those were her personal maids, Shanglan and Kaiju. At the moment in the room, Shanglan and Kaiju were glaring at Shen Miao like tigers. Facing both of their vicious gaze, Shen Miao was not affected by it. Since these two people refused to go out, there was no harm for them to listen. On the bed, the woman was wrapped in a quilt and sitting at a corner. Her eyes were lax, her hair seemed to have been combed properly before she made a mess out of it, and there were traces of saliva on her clothes. Her lips were slightly trembling as she did not look towards anyone but towards the heavens, and no one knew what she was talking about. Fifth young lady, as you can see our Fern's health has not recovered yet, so your disturbance would only worsen Fern's condition. Shanglan said. I am here today to tell second Shen one thing. Shen Miao gently smiled, one think that second Shen already know about it. Even though one is sick, but one would still be sensitive to news. Second older brother was beheaded this afternoon and his body is lying in a casket, which would soon be buried. Fifth young lady, Fern is already sick. She cannot listen to these words. Kaiju shouted loudly. Even though Xianglan's and Kaiju's expressions were very severe, they did not have the courage to lay a hand on Shen Miao and force her out. Now they knew that Shen Miao was not an easy person to deal with, and since a huge part of how the second household ended up was due to Shen Miao secretly pushing the waves and adding to the billows. Shen Miao could be almost regarded as the enemy of the second household, but now not only Shen Miao had deep intentions, there was still Shen Xin and wife supporting her at the back. With that kind of person targeting the second household, there was no one that dared to fight against her. Shen Miao ignored the two maids and looked at Ren Wanyan as she smiled gently. One thing that second Shen also know that when second older brother was beheaded, there was no one from the residence that went to visit. Second Shu, third Shen and old Fern, not any one of them. She looked at Ren Wanyan. I think that if second Shen was not sick, one would have definitely sent second older brother on his last journey. Now on the way to the underworld, second older brother is alone. How pitiful. Fifth young lady, Xianglan could not help but shout again. What are you afraid of? Shen Miao's lips hooked up. Second Shen is now sick and cannot understand my words. Are you afraid that I will provoke second Shen? Naturally not, Xianglan hastily denied. Then you better stay there obediently and shut up. Shen Miao raised her eyebrows, else I have ways to let you be unable to serve your Fern forever. Xianglan and Kaiju were secretly shocked as Shen Miao said those words so confidently that it made them feel a chilling sensation. Before second older brother left, second Shen had fallen ill so one was unable to see second older brother at all. One think that second older brother must have been very sad in his heart when he came to the end, he was unable to see his parents at all. It is actually quite tragic. Ren Wanyan still focused on the ceiling with a silly look, but her hands at the side slightly bent imperceptibly. A few days back Wan Yinyang still came over and looked for me. Shen Miao smiled. One think that she is anxious to build a good relationship with me, and hope that in the future I will say a few good words about her in front of old Fern. One think that the possibility of second Shu elevating her status to a common wife is high. When the words landed, Xianglan's and Kaiju's faces paled. Everyone knew that currently Wan Yinyang of the second household was favored again. Previously Ren Wanyan had forced Madame Wan to a difficult life, and now that Madame Wan had gained power and may even be raised as a common wife, could all this be revenge? Now that the relationship with Shen Gui soured and that old Shen Fern did not even care about, how miserable would Ren Wanyan's future be? I am naturally not willing. Shen Miao turned her head to the side and thought, second Shen is the main branch of the residence so naturally I will stand by second Shen's side. But it seems that Wan Yinyang is not resigned to it. Moreover seventh younger brother is still being raised by old Fern's side, but when seventh younger brother grows up a bit more and Wan Yinyang has been raised up to a common wife, since you are still sick, would not seventh younger brother be raised by Wan Yinyang? Tisk, tisk, can it be that Wan Yinyang was trying to build a good relationship with me because of this intention? If you dare to devise a plan on my seventh son, I will make sure you feel that death is better than living. At the corner, Ren Wanyan roared out. One did not know for what reason her voice was extremely rough and difficult to hear. And that pair of eyes that had been starting at the heavens since one entered the room, had landed squarely on Shen Miao at an unknown time. They revealed a ferociousness as if it was a wolf. How could one devise a plan on seventh younger brother? Shen Miao gently smiled. If second Shen do not believe, I can swear that if one devise a plan on seventh son then I will be struck by lightning and die horribly. As her voice landed, the eyes of the few people in the room were somewhat surprised. Jing Jie, who had been quiet, became somewhat anxious. How could Shen Miao swear with such heavy consequences? They had all the while valued the importance of oaths, and Shen Miao said it so calmly that she did not have any opportunity to obstruct. Ren Wanyan did not relax her vigilance on Shen Miao as she sneered. It cannot be that you did everything possible to come here, provoke me with those words and to see if I had gone crazy just to make that kind of vicious oath. She said, Shen Miao, I cannot win against you. It is I who had underestimated you. If everything can be repeated, I will definitely harm you before you have grown to such an age, and would definitely not be soft-handed. Second Shen really know how to joke. Shen Miao said, since when have you be soft-handed on me? You have already forced me to such a situation. Qing Er's and Yuan Er's incidents are not unrelated to you. If it is not because of seventh son, I would definitely perish with you. Ren Wanyan said with gritted teeth. I know that second Shen would not bear to burn both the jade and a common stone because of seventh younger brother, so one knew that second Shen will not be sick for long. What exactly you want to do? Ren Wanyan stared sharply at her. What other means and methods do you want to use? Shen Miao smiled amiably. Second Shen need not speak so unreasonably. In fact, I am here to give you a way out. A way out? Ren Wanyan said tragically. What kind of way out do I have at such a point? Can it be that second Shen think that the current situation is the worst? Shen Miao was surprised. Second Shen has been intelligent all the while, so how could one be this muddled? What do you want to say? Ren Wanyan's face had gotten heavy. Simple. Shen Miao smiled. Now that Wan Yinyang has coaxed second Shu till he is shouting for joy, did second Shen ever thought before that if Wan Yinyang were to bear a son for second Shu, what will become of seventh younger brother? Ren Wanyan's body stiffened. Second Shen is well aware whether second Shu value Wan Yinyang or second Shen, thus one would also know if second Shu will value the son born by Wan Yinyang or seventh younger brother. If there was a day where Wan Yinyang is elevated to the status of a common wife, then there will be 2D sons in the second household. But these 2D sons are not brothers of the same mother. Why did not you guess? Shen Miao suppressed her voice, if they would fight with one another. As Ren Wanyan listened, fear and trepidation set in. That one will have Wan Yinyang protecting and seventh younger brother have second Shen protecting. But second Shen, at that time would you be able to call the shots in the second household like previously? Every word from Shen Miao pierced into her heart and Ren Wanyan could not help but retort, that slut was unable to give birth to a son before and will not be able to give birth to one in the future. Second Shen is indeed smart. Shen Miao sighed, but this is what I want to say. Could it be that second Shen thought that in the future other than Wan Yinyang, second Shu would not have other women? She discussed about the elders' relationship so broad-leveled and calm that it stunned everyone. Ren Wanyu was surprised by Shen Miao's words. Correct, she knew better than anyone about Shen Gui's conduct. How would Shen Gui only have one woman? When she was the matriarch of the family, Shen Gui still brought in concubines back to the residence, and if she had not fed those vixens medication to end offspring, one feared that the second household would be overcrowded. You see, one can defend one moment but cannot prevent for a lifetime. After guarding against Wan Yinyang, there will still be more Yinyangs. There are unlimited number of women in this world that can give birth, and there are numerous women who want to enter the second household. Unless second Shen could still control the inner courtyard like previously, and give the medication to end offspring for all of second Shu's women, but do now second Shen have that ability? Moreover, those years ago, Wan Yinyang still managed to give birth to third older sister. In the future, will there be another Wan Yinyang? A slightly frenetic look appeared on Ren Wanyan's face as each words from Shen Miao stabbed into her soft ribs. What she could rely on was that she gave birth to sons, and if this point disappeared, what the future would be like. Second Shen, do you want to see that the family that you struggled to manage in the residence's money all land not on your sons but another woman's son? Second older brother was outstanding, and everything of the second household should have belonged to him or to seventh younger brother, but now others went to the next level. Are you willing to sew wedding clothes for others? Ren Wanyan stared at Shen Miao. What are you trying to say? I will give you a way out. Shen Miao smiled gently before taking out a packet from her sleeves and placed it in Ren Wanyan's hands. Medication to end offspring, for men's use. She said softly. Medication to end offspring, for men's use. Ren Wanyan lowered her head and looked at the paper packet that Shen Miao placed on her hands and her body could not help but tremble. What kind of a good method is to give all Yin Yang the medication? Even if one is not able to give birth to any sons, there will be a second, a third. Second Shen, you will not be able to stop it. Shen Miao's words seemed to have a slightly bewitching sound to them as when they landed on one's ears, it was rather pleasing. Why would I believe you? Who knows if arsenic is being placed inside? Ren Wanyan said with disdain. Since second Shen do not believe me, then let a maid bring a little of it to the physician for a look, or perhaps feed it to some animals. Else it would also be the same if one were to purchase it themselves. I only provide the direction and second Shen must be willing to look into the detailed matters. Why would I do this? Ren Wanyan stared at Shen Miao and said coldly. Why? Shen Miao slightly thought about it. Most probably is that once second Shu find out about the infertility, then the seventh son's position can be seated stably. Not only that, as second Shu only legacy, seventh younger brother would be able to take over second Shu's mantle. The rarer something is, the greater the value will be. Ren Wanyan laughed. Do you think that I do not know what kind of intention you have? Shen Miao, I really underestimated you. You actually want the second household to end its lineage. One must not say it like this. Shen Miao pretended to be surprised. How can the second household end its lineage? Is not seventh younger brother around? However can it be that second Shen is under the impression that it is still possible to have another baby with second Shu? She said jokingly, even if second Shen have that ability and capability, one have to see if second Shu is willing or not. Impudent, Shang Lan rebuked angrily. You have no sense of shame. Ren Wanyan was so angry that her face was flushed red. Shen Miao's words were clearly ridiculing that she was old and that Shen Gui, a person who was lustful for beauties, would feel disdain for her. But Ren Wanyan also understood that after so many years Shen Gui was no longer that gentle with her, and her face was no longer appealing to Shen Gui, so it was difficult to have another child. Be it no sense of shame or impudent, at the end this is all for you. Shen Miao smiled gently. I have already given second Shen a road to live, but it all depends on second Shen's choice to walk out or block the road. She stood up and remained still as if she was thinking of something before partially looking back. Of course second Shen can also tell second Shu of the matter since you are all a family. But one would like to remind you that now my father and mother have a bad relationship with old Furen, and all pretenses are shed so one is not afraid of the other. Ren Wanyan sat there without speaking as Shang Lan and Kai Ju stared vigilantly at Shen Miao. Words have been said to as such. We'll take one's leave. Shen Miao smiled as she walked out. After Shen Miao left, Shang Lan took a step forward and asked Ren Wanyan, Furen will really listen to fifth young lady's words. Fifth young lady do not have any good intentions. Kai Ju parroted, she clearly did that to put one against master. It is to go against master. Ren Wanyan spoke lowly, but now master and I are no longer people standing on the same line. Furen means, Shang Lan stared with her eyes wide open. Ren Wanyan lowered her head and said, let me think. In the eastern courtyard, naturally there were people who were concerned with every move at this end, so when Shen Miao and Jing Jie stepped out of the door, they saw an unfamiliar maid coming over with a smile. Fifth young lady, Wan Yinyang has heard that you have come to the courtyard and want to invite you over for a chat. Another day, there are still things to be done. Shen Miao did not give any face at all and directly rejected. That maid felt awkward but also helpless, and could only watch as Shen Miao and entourage walked away before turning back to report to Wan Yinyang. Is she clearly distinguishing the relationship with us? Wan Yinyang was somewhat angry but there was more worry. She said to Shen Dongling, will this fifth young lady get together with Furen and deal with us? How could it be? Shen Dongling shook her head. It is because of eldest sister's matter that they would not go together. Then why is it that fifth young lady kept turning a blind eye to our goodwill? Wan Yinyang kept walking back and forth. Can it be that she looks down on our background? Speaking till here, her voice had gotten dim. After all she is a D young lady. Yinyang. Shen Dongling placed the book down and said with some headache, where are you thinking to? It might not be because of us that fifth younger sister is not willing to get along. From what I see, fifth younger sister is not warm to the entire Shen residence, and one fear that she does not want to have any relation with anyone from the second household, so she turn a blind eye to us. Therefore there is no use to express goodwill. It is better not to do such things in the future. But, Wan Yinyang still wanted to say something. There is no buts. Shen Dongling interrupted her words. We behave ourselves and if there are no mistakes, naturally trouble will not come. At the other end, Jing Jie was asking Shen Miao in a softly voice upon returning back to their room, young lady, will that second Furen really drug second master? Definitively. Shen Miao looked at her nails and lightly said, Ren Wanyan most value children, but now one daughter and one son continuously died, leaving a single child, Shen Yuan Bao. Unfortunately Shen Gui is not a kind-hearted person so only by drugging Shen Gui, she can protect Shen Yuan Bao's position. But what if second Furen tells second master about the matter? Gu Yu had been worried about this the most. It will not happen. If Shen Gui know that he was being drugged with medication to end offspring, he would hate Ren Wanyan to the bone that even if Shen Yuan Bao is his only child, he would still lash out on Shen Yuan Bao. Even if Ren Wanyan did it for Shen Yuan Bao, she would definitely cover this thing up to death. Perhaps Shen Gui would not discover the truth that he would not be able to have children forever and even if a physician take a look, he would never think that it was Ren Wanyan that fed it to him. So, Jing Jie bit her teeth and seemed to be hesitating before she finally spoke what was in her heart. Even if second Furen drugged second master unknowingly and second master truly cannot have any more heirs, is there still not a seventh young master? Currently seventh young master is young but after he grow up and understand about the matter, one fear that he will take revenge for second young master and eldest young lady. To have an enemy raised from young and with young lady making such an oath, Shen Miao said to Ren Wanyan that she would not have any intention to harm Shen Yuan Bao else heavens would strike her. Jing Jie was still somewhat shocked after hearing such a poisonous oath. Since the vow was made, I have no intention on dealing with Shen Yuan Bao. Shen Miao said. Although this is the case but seventh young master will definitely view young lady as the enemy. Gu Yu reminded, having an enemy lying in the dark waiting for an opportunity. One would need to wait for him to grow up first. Shen Miao smiled. Unfortunately, Shen Yuan Bao did not have the opportunity to grow up. Just a year later, there was a plague in Ding capital and Shen Yuan Bao would die due to the infection of smallpox. Everyone in the Ding capital panicked but at that time Shen Miao had already married Fu Shuyi, and fortunately Shen Xin was fighting a battle in the northwest region and escaped this calamity. The nobility in the capital was still alright but there was a number of deaths among the commoners. Shen Yuan Bao was unable to escape it. Shen Miao had always believed that the heavens' principles were clear and transparent, but it was that this karma was not enough. In the previous lifetime, the karma of all the sins that Shen Gui and wife had committed all fell onto Shen Yuan Bao. But the second household still had Shen Yuan and Shen Qing. In this lifetime, without them if one were to follow down the road of the previous lifetime, Shen Yuanbo will eventually lose his life because of the plague. Instead of eradicating to the last one now, it was better to fill their lives with hope. Shen Gui believed that he still had a son, and Ren Wanyan also thought that Shen Yuanbo would replace Shen Yuan, and when that day finally comes that Shen Yuanbo is unable to escape the fate of heavens, then at that time the desperation of the lack of heirs would break out in the second household and swallow them entirely. The second household was destined to have no descendants, but they were now filled with hope, not knowing that misfortune was already heading their way slowly. One only need to wait till that day where the sickle comes falling, thoroughly harvesting the vitality in its entirety. The chess path was already prepared, and the pieces were also heading forward step by step in accordance of the route set. Was not this good? Young lady, Mo Qing came by just now. Bai Lu walked over and said in a predicament, he said that the banknotes previously given are spent. Is there still a need to go to Baoshang Lu? Bai Lu was somewhat embarrassed, and also did not understand as where would there be a master that would give their subordinate money to go find young ladies. Moreover, this was not squandered normally. How could this be letting the subordinates handling the matter? This was clearly providing money for the subordinate to enjoy, and it was hateful that Mo Qing got such a good task but still put on a look of pain every time, making one suffer a toothache upon seeing the scene. Go and pass 500 liang to him. Shen Miao said. Bai Lu revealed a look of pain as she heard Shen Miao giving additional instructions, also tell Mo Qing to say those words to Lu Ying. The few maids in the room were surprised and looked at Shen Miao with curiosity. After all, they did not know what words were the words that Shen Miao mentioned. Bai Lu was about to go out when she suddenly remembered something and said, young lady, previously Zhang Mama from Rongjing Tang came over, seemingly to inquire about Master and Fern separating from the family. Ever since that day where the truth was known from Jing Guansheng's mouth, Luo Shuiyan had a big quarrel with old Shen Fern and informed Shen Xin of the matter afterwards. Naturally Shen Xin was furious and at that moment headed to Rongjing Tang to argue. Luo Shuiyan wholeheartedly wanted to separate from the family and Shen Xin was disheartened toward the Shen family due to the matter and was naturally in favor. Even if he did not want old General Shen's estate, he still insisted on a separation. Old Shen Fern knew that Shen Xin's money and prestige was still required at the moment and pretended to have a stroke and fainted from the events that day. It really made one laugh and angry. Now that Zhang Mama came over to inquire, naturally was to cast oblique aspersions and uncover the wind direction of the first household, thinking that Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan only said that in a fit of anger. If there is another inquiry, then tell her that the intention is set on separating from the family, and one need to bother her to take good care of old Fern. If old Fern's health continued to be unwell, then one would invite the family's elders over to do the division. The family elders had no regard for old Shen Fern's background. Old General Shen was biased towards Shen Xin when he was alive, so naturally the elders would be biased towards Shen Xin. If the elders came over to divide the family, they would not let old Shen Fern get a good deal. This servant understands. Bai Lu walked out the door with a smile. Shen Miao sat in front of the table for a while. Today's road just opened and one need to plan even more, as it was not an easy thing to take revenge and protect the Shen family at the same time. Everything must always take a step at a time. These few disturbances in the capital were only gossiped over a cup of tea or after a meal. After discussing in a smile, no one remembered them. Even if they were a topic of idle conversation, after a few days they would be ignored because of other fresher news. Humans died and lights get extinguished. The world was just that cold. Baoshang Lu was still bustling like in the past, and recently there was a new bunch of Persian dancers that entered, and they were beautiful and brazen. The blue-blooded young men of the capital rushed over like ducks, and Baoshang Lu's usually booming business had become overflowing. Men had a voracious desire for fresh things and enamored with the new, bored with the old. The new dancers would be popular for a period of time, and the previously popular courtesans were cheerless as cold sparrows' nest at the door. But among these greedy men, there was one that was different. When he walked to the door, the young lady at the door waved her handkerchief and smiled. Lord Mo will not be picking young lady Lu Ying today. Mo Qing placed the money into the young lady's hands and said, same old rules. That young lady was half envious and half jealous. This lord is an affectionate person. It is really Lu Ying's past life fortune. Finishing, she went up to call for people. Everyone rushed over for the new young ladies, but Mo Qing was not shaken by thunder and picked Lu Ying. Those who did not know thought that he had real feelings for Lu Ying. Only the two of them, he and Lu Ying, knew if there were feelings or not. Opposite of Baoshang Lu, at the windows of Kuei Huo Lu, there were three persons drinking together. Ji Yushu pointed from afar at Mo Qing's figure as he entered Baoshang Lu. Look, look, look. He went over again. What is there to look? Gao Yang rolled his eyes at Ji Yushu, going there once every 3 days, every trip is a night and leaving once the second day breaks, without staying for an additional moment more. This is something that even you are able to know by heart, so is there a need to be surprised? Ji Yushu was not to be outdone and stared back at Gao Yang. Are you a fool? How would third Xie older brother, who just returned, know about matters that we had knowledge of? I am here telling him clearly about it. At the other side of them, Xie Jingxing was leaning against the couch looking lazily at Baoshang Lu. It was an unprecedented day for him not to wear purple and was wearing a dark narrow long robe, making him appear more solemn. However, upon closer look, his brows were covered in dust, clearly indicating that he had just returned in a rush. Third Xie, how was the matter dealt with? How are those people? Gao Yang asked. All were suicide soldiers and no information could be dug out. All of them were killed. Xie Jingxing was preoccupied. Time is pressing, so the movements here have to be fast. What is the use of moving quickly? Ji Yushu complained. The stuff was not found. There were some movements from Shen Yuan previously, and he was very close to Fu Shuyi. Perhaps there were some leverages in his hands, but now he is dead. Gao Yang pondered. Fu Shuyi should have thought of ways to seize those things from Shen Yuan. I want to take another trip to the Shen residence. Xie Jingxing frowned. It is not possible, it cannot be found. Forget it. Do not mention about this first. Ji Yushu interrupted their conversation. Speaking of which, we have been keeping watch here for so long, watching that Mo guy running to Baoshang Lu so often. What is the meaning of it? Could it be that Shen young lady is lenient and warm, even to provide the money for the subordinate to look for a young lady? This kind of cushy job and such extravagant hand is even more generous than me, the manager of the Fengxian pawn shop. Have you seen one who runs away from a young lady at the break of light? Gao Yang looked at Ji Yushu. Why is it that when I remember you looking for young lady Xiao Yao, you will rascally stick yourself in the other's room and not leave, hating that you are unable to be at her side all day? Which one would not know about amorous feelings and would at least talk a little? For one to leave at such a timing every day, it looked rather like the completion of a task. Are your eyes grown on top of your head? Xie Jingxing glanced at the two of them. Did you not see that there is still someone involved? His eyes swept down and both of them were surprised. As they looked over to where Xie Jingxing was looking, they saw that on the opposite side of the street facing Baoshang Lu, there stood a green-clad male staring at Lu Ying's little building, lost in thoughts. Look rather ordinary, Ji Yushu said. Looking at his shabby dressing, one can tell that he want to go in to look for young ladies, but does not have money, thus could only look on greedily. What is the difference? This person, Gao Yang scrutinized from a distance. The silhouette looked somewhat familiar, like one had seen somewhere before. Pei Lang, Xie Jingxing said. Who was Pei Lang? Ji Yushu asked. A teacher in Guang Wentang. I remember, Gao Yang also said, previously one had seen him at the palace banquet. But why is he here? Teacher, Ji Yushu narrowed his eyes, a teacher also come to a place of pleasure. This Guang Wentang is said to be the academy that all the Ding capital's nobles want to enter. How could a teacher there be this morally corrupt? You also wander all day at places of pleasure, how are you not morally corrupt? Gao Yang questioned Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu refuted, I am not one who teach students. Shut up, Xie Jinxing said, you two did not even discover such a big individual appearing here. I did not recognize him. Ji Yushu said with grievances, there are so many people coming and going at Bao Shanglu and I only paid attention to the abnormal. This gentleman looked normal and how would I know that he was also a teacher? Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing, you find that Pei Lang is a problem. But he is just a poor scholar. Shen Miao never did unnecessary things, thus there must be some intentions behind letting her subordinate look for Lu Ying. Previously I did not understand but now upon seeing him, one understood. Xie Jingxing's gaze landed on Pei Lang. You are saying, Gao Yang thoughts were roaming, this Shen Miao went in such a big round, in fact to target Pei Lang. Xie Jingxing smiled and there seemed to be a deeper meaning in his gaze, did not know why, but one felt that Shen Miao paid extra attention to this Pei Lang. A simple investigation indicated that Pei Lang was only a poor scholar, and this in it is a problem. Is not this simple? Ji Yushu called out, I know the reason behind. Gao Yang and Xie Jingxing turned around together and stared at him. Ji Yushu cleared his throat and his eyebrows danced as he said, it's simply very simple. When I see that silhouette, one could tell that the person is especially good looking and in addition with being a teacher, this show that he have profound knowledge. Shen young lady is after all a budding beauty opening to the beginning of spring and has a darker heart. Who knew that the teacher had a gilded exterior but is shabby and ruined on the inside, and is a hypocrite gentleman that wander around brothels. In a fit of anger Shen young lady simply ordered her own subordinate to buy that lady's time. Wait, Gao Yang asked, why does Shen Miao buy Lu Ying's time when she likes Pei Lang? Ji Yushu thought strenuously for a moment before replying, most probably because Pei Lang cannot afford Lu Ying, so Shen young lady let her servant buy Lu Ying's time. Pei Lang cannot be even compared to a servant so he would definitely be very angry. Shen young lady want to make Pei Lang die from an excess of anger. The more Ji Shu Yu spoke, the more excited he became that even his saliva was spitting everywhere. He almost climbed on top of the table, you all see. How much pain had Pei Lang inflict on Shen young lady? A young lady who actually leave no expense on a beauty. Gao Yang was supporting his aching forehead. Ji Yushu, is it that you heard some odd play in the brothel? You all go play. I will leave first. Xie Jingxing stood up with an expressionless face and glanced at Ji Yushu. If you are too free, the tower prison lacks personnel. So go pack up and head there with Tai Yi. Ji Yushu immediately quietened down like he was stuck with lightning. At the other end in the Lu Ying's building, Mo Qing was sitting at the table drinking tea as usual. Lu Ying had now completely given up on Mo Qing. Previously she still wanted to conquer the man, but now she did not have any thoughts of conquering and completely had no temperament. She did not even bother to put on makeup and just walked over to pick up the silver piece that Mo Qing placed on the table into the box and sat opposite to Mo Qing. She poured herself a cup and said not warmly or coldly, thanking gentleman Mo for rooting for Lu Ying like usual, else Lu Ying would not be able to eat anything in such a poor situation. When the new Persian dancers snatched the other young ladies' regular patrons, only Mo Qing regularly called her out. The young ladies were envious and jealous of Lu Ying so much, but they did not know that in Lu Ying's eyes, Mo Qing was just an eccentric weird person. Most likely Mo Qing liked to spend money and be dazed in the place of pleasure. Lu Ying did not intend to talk to Mo Qing. This Mo Qing had come for so many times but had never talked to her a sentence before. If he did not speak to the young lady who welcomed him every time, Lu Ying would think that he was a mute. But today Mo Qing unprecedentedly spoke to her. Mo Qing said, it is not me. Lu Ying was so surprised that she could only stare at him wide-eyed. Ah. The person who gave you money is not me. Mo Qing said. Lu Ying did not understand. What money? My master want me to come here every 3 days to look for you, give you money and do nothing. This was probably the longest sentence Mo Qing said in Bao Shanglu, but when the words were spoken, the gaze from Lu Ying's eyes suddenly became vigilant and she stood up. Who is your master? Mo Qing shook his head, cannot disclose. You. Lu Ying glared at him. Master said that in a few days she will come over to look for you. Mo Qing said, so temporarily do not accept other customers. Lu Ying laughed, older brother, I do not know who your master is and what he wants to do, but I am a young lady of Bao Shanglu and currently in a slump. I am not the new hot favorite so if I do not accept other customers, what do I eat and drink? Will you support me? Mo Qing did not say anything. Seeing Mo Qing keeping quiet, Lu Ying got more angry and an unknown fire started burning. Other men would now say some appeasing words of, I will support you, even if they were not sincere. Even if it was to bluff others, no one would treat the words said at the place of pleasure seriously. This Mo Qing was different and was simply a stubborn lump who loved to be serious and not willing to say any lies or pleasing words. He wanted to coax when she got angry but when he opened his mouth, Lu Ying had gotten silent. Mo Qing was one of the people in the place of pleasure and he had said himself that he was just following his master's instructions. Thinking about that, one find that there was no meaning to ask him anything. Mo Qin saw the changes in Lu Ying's expressions and was unable to make heads or tails of it. After hesitating, he said a sentence that Shen Miao did not instruct him to say, my master is a good person. You do not need to be afraid. Lu Ying was briefly stunned and when she looked at Mo Qing, he lowered his head to drink the tea. Unfathomably Lu Ying's mood gotten better and she said, why should I believe you? Mo Qing. This night was one without stars or moon. Shen Miao was in Luo Shui Yan's room, accompanying her for a chat before preparing to return back to her own courtyard. On the way back Jing Jie told Shen Miao what she inquired during the day. Young lady, one heard that the Jing family had left for Suzhou this afternoon and upon leaving, they even swept off every single valuable thing in the side courtyard of Rong Jingtang. This is truly a bandit conduct. Old Furin was so angry that she almost had a stroke again. This had a stroke again was said with ridicule. Everyone also knew that when old Shen Furin was flustered and exasperated she would involuntarily have a stroke. However it can be said that one had really met one's match. A shameless one encountering an even more shameless one. Speaking of which, one really admired the thickness of the Jing family, to be able to take away Rong Jingtang's stuff. It is a marvel. One did not expect that the Jing family would pompously vow to seek an explanation for Biao Young Lady, but now left back to Suzhou with tails between their legs and even not caring about Biao Young Lady. They obviously knew that Biao Young Lady would not have a good ending in the Sun family, but did not think of any way out. They originally said it so ruthlessly, just to demand more money. Jing Jie said. Commoners do not fight with officials. Shen Miao's lips slightly hooked up. The Jing family also knew that they have caused a big disaster. All not good people. Jing Jie's lips twitched. Shen Miao did not express an opinion. The Jing family returned to Suzhou through the nights but how could they be able to return? Sun Tianzhong was not any soft persimmon. Originally when Shen Chu had the mishap, Jing Chu escaped but the others from the Jing family were unable to escape at all. Sun Tianzhong was not a soft-handed person, so no one knew what happened on the journey back to Suzhou. When Shen Miao walked into the courtyard and was just about to push open the doors, she suddenly paused and swept a look at the windows. Jing Jie, Shen Miao said, go and boil some water. I would like to bath, so make it hotter. Jing Jie was stunned for a moment before she nodded her head in compliance. Shen Miao pushed the door open and entered. She walked across the outer hall and past the folding screen before entering her own room and closed the door. The flame of the oil lantern was slightly flickering, and one could see that there was a person sitting skewed in front of the table. The entire body seemed to be covered with a flowing dark gold color, lining the entire darkness in the room with glistening light. One of his hands was balled into a fist and the other hand was lazily flipping the book on Shen Miao's desk. Upon hearing the movement, one casually turned one's head over, revealing a face with red lips and white teeth. Why only return so late? Xie Jingxing was somewhat dissatisfied. I did not seem to have invited you. Shen Miao looked at him calmly and said, little Marquis Xie. I have waited for you for a long time. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised, had gone hungry. Shen Miao responded, get lost. Get lost. Hearing those words, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and he looked at Shen Miao from the side with interest, have not seen for a long time and your temper has become even more violent. Shen Miao sat down in front of the table and said coldly, you however still like to come uninvited as usual. If others saw Xie Jingxing in her room, one did not know how much troubles would be attracted and unfortunately this person liked to do such things, as if risking dangers was ingrained in his bones. Shen Miao had already decided to stay far away from Xie Jingxing as that person has numerous secrets which were so deep. But now Xie Jingxing came over himself, so how could she not be angry? Passing by this place, so one came to look at you in passing. Xie Jingxing shrugged and changed into a comfortable posture. He was wearing plain dark robes today with a white collar. It was originally an icy and snowy season but because of his excellent facial features made the room filled with a spring atmosphere. He stroked his chin and said, there is also a question that one want to ask you. Speak. Shen Miao was not willing to say any additional sentences to him. When Xie Jingxing saw Shen Miao's attitude, he was not annoyed at all and said, when Shen Yuan was in the residence, was there anyone he trusted? Hearing this, Shen Miao was somewhat surprised as she looked at Xie Jingxing. She did not expect that the person he wanted to ask about was Shen Yuan. Even though one did not know about Xie Jingxing's motives, she still said, none. Shen Yuan's time after returning to the capital was short and was not close with the residence's people. Why do you ask about him? Just came over from circling his courtyard. Xie Jingxing said lazily, was unable to find the stuff so one came over to ask. Shen Miao hung her eyes down and pondered, could it be that Xie Jingxing wanted to search for something at Shen Yuan's, but was unable to find it so he thought that Shen Yuan has passed the thing to a trusted person, thus he came over to her place to inquire. What exactly are you looking for? Shen Miao asked, is it similar to the thing in the Prince Yu's residence's secret room? When the words were out, the room suddenly quietened. In that moment, Shen Miao could feel that there was a burst of chill from Xie Jingxing. But that dangerous moment was only for a fleeting moment as Xie Jingxing very quickly smiled. When he smiled, he was as elegant as jade but that pair of peach-shaped eyes were unable to conceal the sharp edge. Xie Jingxing did not answer Shen Miao but asked, these days you also live well. One heard that the second household of the Shen family is almost defeated. Little Marquis is really well aware of the matters in Shen residence. Those who do not know would think that you are one of the Shen residence's people. Shen Miao ridicule. Xie Jingxing spread out his hands. No choice, the Shen residence's guards are like furnishings but it so happens that the events that happened here are interesting so it is difficult not to know about them. He sized up Shen Miao, it is just that I have underestimated your viciousness. You can also give it a try. Xie Jingxing was at all smiles as he looked at her, I do not have so much free effort. It sounds like you are very busy. Shen Miao stared at him, but still have so much leisure time to wander in others' residence. When she was saying those words, she started to show a little anger. Xie Jingxing was always able to easily extract some tiny sentiments from her heart and if it was seen by Jing Jie, Gu Yu and the rest, they would be totally surprised by Shen Miao's current expression. It was because Shen Miao had not revealed such an open emotion for a very long time. Be it anger or resentment, they were something that only Shen Miao had previously. Xie Jingxing said, little girl's anger is always so heavy. Shen Miao said in a bad mood, the questions are all asked, you are still not leaving. Xie Jingxing stood up, patted his clothes and opened the window at the back with the intention to flit over it, when he suddenly thought of something and turned back. He looked at her weirdly and asked, almost forgot to ask you. Shen Miao, you love Pei Lang. Shen Miao. She did not have time to speak when she saw Xie Jingxing looking at her with a gaze that seemed to be looking down, should also be of no answer. With a turn, his shadow disappeared. This scown, Shen Miao almost ground her teeth but saw Jing Jie knocking on the door, young lady, the water has begun to boil. This servant will put in the fragrance for you. When she entered she also asked strangely, why is young lady standing by the window? Be careful not to catch a cold. Shen Miao withdrew her gaze, it is nothing, only chased away a wild cat. Wild cat, Jing Jie laughed, it is not uncommon for wild cats to be out this season, but it still disturb one's dreams. One will let others chase them away tomorrow and reduce the troubles. It is better to fed arsenic. Shen Miao said, it is cleaner when dead. Huh, Jing Jie was somewhat puzzled. At the other end of the Shen residence, Wang Yinyang's eyes were filled with anxiety and seemed to also have some resentment as she spoke to Shen Dongling, do not know what did fifth young lady said to Fern. These few days, one heard from the servants in Kai Yun Yuan that Fern is getting better from her illness day by day. Now she was able to recognize others and did not lose her temper. She even let her personal maids cook porridge for master to drink, one fear that she want to regain being valued by master. At that time, one fear that the days of suffering will come again. Wang Yinyang was somewhat grumbling, seemed like fifth young lady really helped Fern and even cured Fern's illness. Shen Dongling was combing her long hair in front of the mirror and when her long hair was loose, it was set against the light and her pale face eased up as her face got sharper with her big eyes, making her look like a little beauty. She said, Yinyang worry too much, no matter how great fifth younger sister's ability is, one could not bring the dying back to life. It seemed that Fern had all the while feigning madness and fifth younger sister said some things to her, so she figured out to no longer feign madness. What? Wang Yinyang was surprised, Ling you say that Fern was feigning madness all along. All this time master have been taking additional care of us and if this was seen by Fern's eyes. When Fern has the opportunity, she would definitely not let us off. What is Yinyang worried about? Shen Dongling used the silver comb to brush her hair as she said, because of eldest sisters and second older brothers matters, father cannot see eye to eye with Fern. Even if Fern is really clear-headed, father will only at the most be tolerant on the surface but his heart will be disgusted. It is already impossible for Fern to regain her status of the past, and Fern herself know about this so Yinyang should relax. Wang Yinyang still doubted, since Fern knows that master will not forgive her, why not continue to feign madness? What did fifth young lady say exactly to make her change her mind? Currently Furin does not have anything else other than seventh younger brother, so fifth younger sister most likely made an issue out of him. Yi Niang also have to work hard to give father a son, be it a Su son or D son. As long as a son is delivered, there will be a firm foothold here in the future and no one would dare to step on your head. Wan Yi Niang smiled bitterly. When did she not thought about giving birth to a son? In the early days it was because Ren Wanyan suppressed her tightly, and if she had not gave birth to a daughter, Shen Dongling, both of them would have long be dead. Now Ren Wanyan was crazy, but Shen Gui was not one who valued relationships, and moreover she was not a young woman anymore, so how was she able to keep Shen Gui's heart? How could she possibly give birth to a son? As thoughts swirled in her heart, Wan Yi Niang changed the topic. What is there to speak about? It is better for Ling Er to guess what fifth young lady is planning to do. By helping Furin means going against us. That might not necessarily be. Shen Dongling shook her head. Fifth younger sister is not a simple person, and currently we do not have high status in the second household, and even so, the current situation is already good. In short, do not be involved in the matters and let us live our lives well, else one will accidentally get into trouble. When Wan Yi Niang heard this, her heart was alarmed and her body leapt as she probed. So, do not see, do not ask, do not speak. Shen Dongling looked at herself in the mirror. Let nature take its course. There will always be a day when we can live well. In the Shen residence, not only the people of Kai Yun Yuan were discussing about the matter, in Chu Shui Yuan, Ren Wanyan's name was also mentioned. Chen Ruchu wore a plain white mid-clothes and spoke as she was sitting on the couch. Second Cao's health is getting better. Master, what did second older brother say? Shen Yuan rubbed his chest. Because of Shen Yuan's matter, the colleagues in court now were quite critical of the Shen family, and even he was implicated. These days were not easy at all. He shook his head. Second older brother did not mention about the matter. Even if second Cao is really well, there is only the seventh son in the second household. Chen Ruchu said, second older brother's character is like that. In the future when the concubines are brought in by households, one fear, speaking till there was a feeling of the fox grieving when the rabbit died. The difference between her and Ren Wanyan was that Chen Ruchu was able to firmly grasp onto Shen Wan's heart, but there were no sons in the third household, and now that Shen Yuan was dead, in old Shen Furin's eyes, one fear that she was anxious for them to spread the branches and scatter the leaves. Nothing needs to be said at Shen Gui's end since he was not one who was devoted, but at Shen Wan's end, if one keep pressing. Chen Ruchu could not help but be flustered. How long could a male's favor last? But her stomach did not live up to expectations. Shen Wan noticed Chen Ruchu's unsightly expression and asked puzzled, what is wrong? Is there any discomfort? Chen Ruchu barely managed to smile and shook her head, only thought about the matter of eldest brother and eldest Cao. After pausing, Chen Ruchu then spoke. Eldest brothers and eldest Caos had already firmed up their intention to separate from the family, and even threatened to invite the family elders. One fear that they are not afraid of carry the reputation of being unfilial. Mother did not carry out this matter cautiously. Shen Wan said, to even let others grasp the leverage. If eldest brother is provoked and speak of how mothers plan to harm Chu the entire capital will break our back. Chen Ruchu nodded her head. Correct, it was most likely because of this point that made eldest brother and eldest Cao confident. Chen Ruchu said, since one have lived together in harmony for so many years, why would one be so insistent in separating from the household at this time? She could not help but think of Shen Miao. Ever since the big change from Shen Miao, many matters in the Shen residence had also quietly changed. Previously Shen Xin and wife would treat the other Shen family well, and that was because Shen Miao treated them well. But now that Shen Miao showed disgust and dissatisfaction, Shen Xin's and wife's attitude immediately changed. Shen Wan sighed as Chen Ruchu asked, Master, is there still room to turn around the situation? Shen Wan shook her head. If it was us, we will also unable to accept it. Eldest brother is one that cannot withstand a grain of sand in his eyes and most value little five. The Jing family and mother ganged up together to scheme against Chu and little five, and that in itself have already offended eldest brother's biggest taboo. Just separating from the family is considered being merciful of them. If it was still eldest brother's previous temper, one fear that he will raise the entire Shen residence. But, Chen Ruchu said, for them to separate from the family now is not a good thing for us. Shen Wan looked out of the window. Now that the second household have suffered heavy losses, second older brother and my career are also blocked. Previously one could still depend on eldest brother's influence, but once the family is separated, everyone will know that the Shen family is in discord and would not associate with us in order to please eldest brother. The Shen family's road would only become harder to walk. Not only that, the money in the public fund, Chen Ruchu reminded. In the past Shen Xin had numerous rewards, and because he would often be at the northwestern region and could not spend them, he would give all of it to the public fund. Old Shen Furin would spend the money generously and Ren Wanyan would occasionally use it to supplement her expenditure. Now with the separation, even if Shen Xin did not want the inheritance from old General Shen, their future days would only get more difficult. If it was only like that then it is all right. There was a trace of gloom in Shen Wan's eyes. After the separation, with eldest brother's military strength, he would only become better and at the end will suppress us. This is the route to take when comparing both ends. When Chen Ruchu heard those words, her heart was shocked. Shen had married into the Shen family for so many years, and naturally knew that the Shen family had the appearance of unity but divided at heart. Shen Xin and wife were often not in the residence all year so they did not know, but both her and Ren Wanyan were well aware of it. In this Shen residence, Shen Xin did not crawl out from the same stomach as his Shen brothers, so naturally one would not be sincere. The better Shen Xin live his days, the other two household would not be good, thus there would naturally be a day where both sides would end up in an opposing situation. But one did not expect that this situation would come this quickly. Master, even if it is for you we cannot be pressed down like this. Chen Ruchu massaged his shoulders, but how does one deal with them? Now that eldest brother is vigilant towards us, it is not easy to take any action. Shen Wan shook his head. Moreover, his troops are not ordinary people so it would be even harder to find any loophole. It is better to wait for the proper time. Shen Wan said, the most imperative thing is to find a good family for you so you must pay attention these few days. Chen Ruki tried to sound out, Master, His Highness Prince Ding. First, do not have any ideas on Prince Ding. Shen Wan said sternly, Yuan Er's matter just passed, thus the people in court are afraid to be linked with the Shen family, and even the princes need to pay more attention. Prince Ding will not be happy if one were to thinking about him at this time. Chen Ruchu nodded her head, this wife understands. Master do rest early. In the morning on the second day, Shen Miao just finished her meal when she saw Shuangzhang panting as she ran over. When she entered the room she immediately said, young lady. Something happened. Slowly speak about the matter. Look at how anxious you are. Gu Yu reproached. Shuangzhang swallowed but still could not hold back and said everything without going through her brain. A few days back did not the Jing family return to Suzhou? Today an official came over and said that the Jing family encountered a band of bandits on the way back to Suzhou and was murdered by those bandits. Seeing that there are some relations between the Jing family and old Furin, the official then came to the residence to inform. Shuangzhang patted her chest as she continued. Now the bandits are really rampant to even murder people in broad daylight and not spare anyone at all. If they had knew that this would happen, the Jing family would definitely regret coming to the Ding capital. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. Whether the Jing family was truly exterminated by bandits would depend on individual thoughts. But Shen Miao knew that Sun Tianzheng's methods were always swift and decisive, just like in court. Since the matter originated from Jing Chu, how could Sun Tianzheng be reconciled with Sun Kainan's death? Shen Miao believed that if it was possible, Sun Tianzheng could not wait to also exterminate the entire Shen family. But the Shen family was not like the Jing family. The Jing family's ending was still the same as in her former lifetime, dying due to Jing Chu's greed. But now Jing Chu was in Sun Tianzheng's hands and he would not let Jing Chu die easily. To live full of desperation was perhaps more painful than death. However, this matter had nothing to do with her. Shen Miao spoke to Gu Yu. Where are the things prepared? Gu Yu said, in the chest. But, Gu Yu was somewhat hesitating. Young lady, you really want to go retrieve them? Shen Miao interrupted her words. In half a shichen, 4 people walked out of the western side door of the Shen residence. Among the 3 people, the one leading was a young gentleman with delicate features, clad in a moon-white robe and wearing a hat. The gentleman was shorter but was somewhat adorable like a carved jade. His pair of eyes had a rarely seen brightness and with this kind of good looks, one would be very sought after in a small hall. Following him behind, were 2 people dressed as attendants, but they were walking clumsily. Behind the attendants, there was a guard who compared to these 3 people, was much taller. Do not be afraid, Shen Miao said, have more courage and do not reveal anything. These 4 people were not others but Shen Miao, Jing Jie, Gu Yu and Mo Qing. Jing Jie and Gu Yu were not used to wearing male clothes, and their faces were almost filled with tears as they were somewhat afraid, but Shen Miao was very calm while even Mo Qing's heart was whispering. They did not know that during the time when she was a hostage in the Qin country, she would be made fun by the imperial family, and had to wear male clothes for more than a few months. Now playing the role, it was actually quite vivid. When 3 of them entered the carriage, Mo Qing personally drove the carriage. Gu Yu asked Shen Miao, young lady, are we really going to Baoshanglu? Of course. But, Gu Yu said, can we not talk outside? If anyone see young lady visiting an entertainment house, she could not go on as Gu Yu also did not know what would happen to females who visit entertainment houses. Baoshanglu is a place of business, and in a place of business money talks. The people there would not speak about etiquette and morality as that is a place where one abandon all restraints. No one will pay attention to any show. Jing Jie and Gu Yu glanced at one another and saw helplessness in the other's eyes. Shen Miao's intentions were very strong that even 9 cattle would not be able to pull her out of matters she had decided on. Moreover, there would always be a variety of high-sounding reasons, and now that they have walked to this way, one could only carry on. In an elegant room in Kuehuolu, someone parted the curtain and walked in. Ji Yushu said, third Xie older brother, you come at the right time. There is a matter that one needs to inform you, Prince Ding. Oh, Gao Yang who was at the side suddenly spoke and mumbled to himself as he held a wine cup. Why is this time different? What difference? Xie Jingxing spoke as he sat down by the window. He poured himself a cup of tea and looked towards the direction of Gao Yang's gaze. One only saw that at the ground floor of Baoshanglu, a horse carriage had just stopped and a few people came out, with Mo Qing leading. Following behind him, there were 3 youths. In the past that Mo Gai would be coming and going alone, so why is there so many people today? Is this instructed by Shen Miao? Gao Yang supported his chin to contemplate. Let me see. Ji Yushu stretched his neck out for a look and a divine light appeared on his face. Could it be that Shen Young Lady is one that is generous to servants and when the servant do a good job, she will reward them with a trip to Baoshanglu? I also want to be a servant in Shen Young Lady's residence. Go away. Gao Yan pushed Ji Yushu's head away and said, why do I feel that these people look a tad familiar? His voice hardly landed when one saw Xie Jingxing spraying a mouthful of tea out with a poo. Third older brother, Ji Yushu whose head and face was sprayed at jumped up in a flurry and spoke angrily as he tidied his clothes. What are you doing? Xie Jingxing did not pay any attention to him as his surprised gaze was still on those few people below, even come here oneself. Oneself. Gao Yang caught the meaning in his words and took a closer look below. When he saw it clearly, he almost turned over. That carved jade young gentleman that was led by, was not that Shen Miao. There was actually a female who dressed up as a male to visit an entertainment house in the world. If one did not personally see it, Gao Yang only thought that such things would only appear in novels. Shen Miao followed Mo Qing and entered Baoshanglu. When the young lady welcoming saw Mo Qing, she ran up and smiled. Lord Mo, still pick young lady Lu Ying right? Mo Qing nodded his head and it was only then when the young lady seemed to be aware of the people behind Mo Qing and hesitated for a moment. These few people are together with me, Mo Qing said. That young lady was surprised for a moment before thinking of something and looked at Mo Qing teasingly. One did not think that Lord Mo had this kind of taste. It is nothing, the more the people, the livelier it is. When Gu Yu and Jing Jie heard this, and their faces immediately reddened and Mo Qing also became somewhat uncomfortable. The only person that was calm in this entourage was Shen Miao. That young lady led them to the small building in which Lu Ying was staying. Mo Qing was already a frequent visitor in Baoshanglu and all the young ladies here would know of him, so it was not surprising. It was just rare to see such handsome gentlemen like Shen Miao and the rest. Especially Shen Miao, who was like a carved jade, which made young ladies turn over and smile. When they reached Lu Ying's building, the young lady leading knocked on the door and said, Lu Ying, Lord Mo is here to see you. Finishing, she then said to Mo Qing and the rest, this servant will leave first. Mo Qing pushed open the door and walked in. There was a female sitting in front of the dressing mirror, clothes were loosely wrapped on her body which had a head full of black flowing hair. Hearing the movement, she did not even turn around to speak, you are early today. Jing Jie and Gu Yu looked strangely at Mo Qing before Mo Qing softly coughed twice, it is not only me. Lu Ying's hand paused and she turned over before being stunned upon seeing Shen Miao and the rest. Afterwards there was a trace of anger on her face as she said, what is the meaning of this? Not waiting for Mo Qing to finish, Lu Ying sneered, if you want to play like this then you have to pay twice the amount. When the words were spoken, not only Jing Jie and Gu Yu, even Shen Miao looked strangely at Mo Qing. Mo Qing was somewhat distressed as he did not know what he did a few days ago to warrant such anger from Lu Ying today, and the cold alienation began to appear again. Young lady Lu Ying, this one is Mo Qing's master. Shen Miao spoke to break the impasse and smiled gently, we are not here to play. Jing Jie and Gu Yu wanted to cover their eyes and could not wait to pretend not to know. Hearing the word master, Lu Ying paused and her gaze fell on Shen Miao to size her up. Shen Miao walked over and Jing Jie and Gu Yu quickly moved the stool at the table nearer to Lu Ying and waited for Shen Miao to sit down. It is you that let Mo Qing come over and pick me daily? Lu Ying asked. Shen Miao nodded her head. Lu Ying used a hand to support her chin and suddenly her gaze had lots of amorous feelings. This servant do not understand gentleman's action. Can it be that one is really in love with this servant? Mo Qing looked at the skies. Lu Ying was after all a female in the pleasure house, thus when she speak about romance, it was the point of perfection. Jing Jie and Gu Yu, however, had an expression of contempt. Shen Miao looked at her, what does young lady Lu Ying think? Lu Ying carefully sized Shen Miao up and her eyes paused before she suddenly laughed. This young lady want to play a show of a fake phoenix like those novels. She actually saw through her female identity with a look. Shen Miao was not at all surprised. She was born with good looks, and when she was dressed up as a male, her complexion was as fair as jade with shaped brows and was too delicate when walking, thus when one looked seriously, naturally it would not escape the other's eyes. I want to redeem you, Shen Miao said. Lu Ying could no longer laugh. The duration that she was sold to Bao Shanglu was not short, and at present, she was not as popular as those years ago. The people that asked for her were getting smaller, much less someone saying that they would spend a fortune to redeem her. Lu Ying do not understand young lady's meaning. I am lucky to have gained a handkerchief, and it was a rarely seen double-sided embroidery. In Mingqi, there are less than 10 people who will be able to do double-sided embroidery. Shen Miao said. After much inquiring, one learned that it came from the hands of Lu Ying. Lu Ying's hands tightened. How do you know it came out from my hands? Shen Miao waved her hands. It is not important how I found it out. The important thing is that I have an embroidery workshop and it is lacking an embroidery head. Does young lady Lu Ying feel interested in managing my embroidery workshop? Lu Ying looked at her incredulously and suddenly laughed like a spray of blossoms. Young lady, are you thinking of getting me to leave the trade? Jing Jie and Gu Yu were somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Ying's current demeanor, and Mo Qing was also slightly frowning. How many females were willing to wash away the flowers? Lu Ying was still young, thus she might have a good future if she washed away her past. I was sold by others to this place. Lu Ying had a frivolous face on, and the skills learned were all for the bedroom, and thus, one only know how to treat a male good. Young lady want me to manage the embroidery workshop and make a hard living as an unskilled worker. I would not to be able to get by such difficult days. Does not one fear that I will bankrupt the workshop? Shen Miao stared at her as she smiled gently. It is my business if it bankrupts or not, but doing it or not is your business. She casually said, it is just. This matter may mean nothing to me, but to you, it could be the only way out from this place. There are thousands of people in the world and tens of thousands of businesses. Everyone have a way of living. As for me, one did not find that a female from a brothel is cheaper than others, but the world view it as such. Shen Miao said, like my guard Mo, he is a servant but no one will look down on him. My personal servants even have people who would envy them. The matter of the world is such, and people are separated by 3, 6 and 9 ranks. Who do not want to be a person on top of others, and who is willing to be trampled every day by others? Lu Ying most hated others bringing up the matter of her being debased to prostitution and would always become angry. Shen Miao said, you may wish to consider it. Since young lady looked down on people who are reduced to dust, then why the need to say these words to me? Lu Ying retorted with a laugh. What I look down is people who are willing to be reduced to dust. Shen Miao stood up and said, after a few days, guard Mo will come again, so young lady Lu Ying do not need to be in a hurry to answer me. But, usually there would not be a good ending for those who treat others according to appearances. Shen Miao gave a look to Mo Qing and he quickly took out a piece of tail and placed it on the table. Lu Ying swept her eyes at him with some anger on her face. Mo Qing was very embarrassed and Shen Miao did not plan on staying any longer, so she nodded her head to Lu Ying and left. One did not know what kind of expression did Lu Ying had on when Shen Miao left. Only when they were out of Bao Shanglu's doors, Jing Jie said indignant, young lad. Young master has good intentions to redeem her, but she did not appreciate it. Good intentions do not meet with recompense. Mo Qing wanted to say something but at the end endured it. Gu Yu asked, young lady, are we going back now? Shen Miao did not reply and did not move her body at all. Gu Yu felt somewhat strange, and seeing that Shen Miao was seemingly looking at something, she followed her gaze and saw that across the street corner there stood a green-clad person, who was looking at the little building of Bao Shanglu. Before Gu Yu had time to speak, one saw Shen Miao lifting her feet to walk over. Under the eaves, a green-cladded male was standing straight and closely staring toward the direction of Lu Ying's building. He was so entranced that he did not know that people walked to his side. Only when a cough interrupted his thoughts, then he saw 4 people standing in front of him. The one leading was a youth clad in moon-white robes with clear and delicate brows and looking like a carved jade. He was unsure which family's young gentleman did he belong to. At that moment when he was looking, there was a faint smile on his lips. Pei Lang was stunned and just thought that this youth was seemingly familiar. The youth nodded towards him, Teacher Pei. Shen Miao. Pei Lang stared back with large eyes. He looked at the attendants and guards behind Shen Miao before looking back at her. Most likely he was somewhat shocked. You. Why are you dressed like this? It was no less common for a female to dress as male in Mingqi as for conveniences. Many young ladies would occasionally don male clothes, and sometimes it was done pretty good. But Shen Miao. Pei Lang looked at the jade-like youth and did not know what to say in that moment. I just came out from Bao Shanglu. Shen Miao said. All of a sudden Pei Lang started coughing till his face was somewhat red. It was already unusual for a female to dress up as male, but it was his first time hearing of a female dressing up as a male to visit a brothel. But Shen Miao still had a magnanimous look on, without a trace of embarrassment. Shen Miao suddenly stood forward and approached Pei Lang. With a paw sound that sounded from opening a fan that blocked both their faces, a soft voice sounded at one side of the folding fan. Everyone says that Bao Shanglu's ladies are stunning beauties in the human world, so I specifically went to visit. Recently there are a number of new Persian dancers that are matchless in beauty. From the outside Pei Lang looked calm. He was highly competent in the face of dignitaries and officials, but when facing with Shen Miao's slightly ambiguous actions, he was somewhat overwhelmed. Not to mention the nonsense stuff that Shen Miao said that let him have a wrong illusion, as if the person in front was really a gentleman who visits brothels on horseback and was discussing about which brothel has better dancers. Nonsense. Thinking of his identity as a teacher, that word burst out from between Pei Lang's teeth. Shen Miao smiled gently and her eyes became curved like crescent moons, almost like one who was laughing, but I picked Lu Ying's place card. When the words were spoken, Pei Lang's body stiffened. Shen Miao kept the folding fan and smiled towards him. I see that Teacher Pei had been here looking at Lu Ying's little building for quite long. Is it that one is filled with longing for young lady Lu Ying? Pei Lang stared at Shen Miao and his usual bland expression suddenly became fierce. Shen Miao was however unmoved and still laughing as she pointed to Kue Huo Lu. Since Teacher Pei is also interested in young lady Lu Ying, it will be better to come in with me for a drink and discussion about the beauty. She clearly behaved frivolously, but there was a kind of irresistible majesty to it. She crossed the fan in front of her chest and walked up herself before throwing a sentence. Fine wine and discussion about beauties, it is the finest thing in life. Even though the 3 of them, Jing Jie, Gu Yu and Mo Qing, did not understand the meaning of Shen Miao's words, they had never refuted any decision of Shen Miao, so they immediately followed her. Pei Lang stood on the spot alone and paused for a moment before making the decision to follow. Upstairs at the position A against the window, Ji Yushu jumped up quickly. Look. I had said that Shen young lady is interested in that Pei Lang and she went around in a big way to pick Lu Ying, just to speak to Pei Lang today. Gao Yang could not be bothered about him and speculated, just now she used the fan to cover her face. What exactly did she say to Pei Lang? Gao Yang shook his head, to use the fan to block, can it be that she know that you know how to read lips? When saying these words, Gao Yang was looking at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders, indicating a decline to comment. Speaking of which, just now how Shen young lady made that action with the fan was just like a Casanova, it was even better than me. Ji Yushu lament, how such a beautiful person fall for such a poor scholar. Even if one were to follow this lord, it is better than following a pretty boy that cannot afford to visit a brothel. Xie Jingxing stood up and Ji Yushu asked, where are you going? Of course to listen what are they talking about. Xie Jingxing smiled meaningfully, I'd like to see exactly what kind of chess piece Pei Lang is. In the elegant room of Kuehuo Lu, Mo Qing was guarding by the door as Jing Jie and Gu Yu stood at the sides with their heads down, as if they were not there. At the table, Shen Miao was pouring wine. This was Lu wine, amber in color and had a light fragrance to it. This wine was not intoxicating and as long as one's alcohol capacity was not lousy, drinking a little more would not cause anything. Shen Miao poured 2 cups. Her pouring actions were extremely beautiful, with one hand holding the flagon handle as the wine flow into the delicate crystal wine cup, that even the sound was pleasing to the ears. Pei Lang watched as Shen Miao pushed a cup of wine to him and smiled, teacher, please have it. Shen Miao. Pei Lang directly called out her name. His expression from when he came in till now was not relaxed as he continued, what exactly do you want? Teacher Pei is unexpectedly anxious. Is not as like a cow chewing peony if one discuss about a beauty without wine. Shen Miao looked at him calmly and unruffled in the midst of chaos. Pei Lang felt blocked up with her words. He had been in Guangwentang for several years and the people he had encountered all respected him, even the most unruly student would not use such a frivolous tone when speaking to him. If it was someone else one could let it be but unfortunately it was Shen Miao. Pei Lang had always felt that Shen Miao was not a frivolous person, so he was unable to tell how things stood when she spoke like this. Seeing that Pei Lang did not speak, Shen Miao lightly laughed. She said, only joked with Teacher Pei. Why is Teacher Pei this nervous? When she spoke those words, her eyes were clear but her gaze seemed to be teasing. It was clearly an innocent young girl appearance, but in that moment there was actually a kind of unconscious seduction that made Pei Lang's gaze pause. This is Lu wine. Shen Miao picked the wine cup up and raised it towards Pei Lang and the color on Pei Lang's face changed. Shen Miao seemed to have not noticed his expression and slowly said, in the land of Qi Lu, the wine is also brewed amber in color. The wine in Kuehuo Lu most likely was shipped over from Qi Lu. Pei Lang looked at her and suddenly picked up the wine cup from the table and drained it of its content. This wine is not intoxicating. Shen Miao spoke with a quiet smile, otherwise if others see this, they would think that Teacher Pei is an alcoholic. Her words were delicate but the words said made Pei Lang's hands tremble slightly. She said, speaking of which, Lu State people are good at drinking and would use jugs to drink most of the time. Gentleman Pei just now seemed to be like a Lu person. Pei Lang pursed his lips and did not speak but his warm brows slightly twisted up. One of Shen Miao's hand was on her cheek as alcohol slowly creeped to her face. Even if one did not fear of being intoxicated, there would still be a light redness on one's face. When the eyes slightly squinted, it was as if a begonia was asleep but because of being clad in a male garb, it was refreshing and a different kind of amorous feeling. She said, I remember tens of years ago, there was a prefectural magistrate in Lu State that seemed to also have the surname Pei. If one did not know about it, one would think that Teacher Pei belonged to the same family as that person. All of a sudden Pei Lang put the wine cup down on the table, at the same time Mo Qing glared like a tiger and his right hand was on the sword around his waist. Unfortunately that prefectural magistrate Pei's residence was involved in an old matter and his majesty beheaded the entire family. In the entire residence, all sons were executed and daughters became prostitutes. Shen Miao seemed to be unable to suppress a smile. One heard that prefectural magistrate Pei had a pair of outstanding children, a girl and a boy who were still young but died in that storm. Pei Lang's lips were slightly trembling as he asked a word at a time, who are you exactly? Shen Miao made a sighing sound and served herself another cup of wine, as 2 round blushes appeared on her fair face. Actually I was fortunate to hear another secret. Seeing that Teacher Pei also has the surname Pei, one will share it with Teacher Pei. That prefectural magistrate Pei's residence had the ability to send the pair of children away from the scourge. But unfortunately due to the intense chase by the officials, only one can be protected, so. The prefectural magistrate Pei's residence shielded the son but the daughter was caught by the officials. She shook her head regretfully. Those officials were like wolves and tigers and would not have any mercy to the criminal family members. How would there be a good ending for the little girl that was caught? Shen Miao lamented. I say that prefectural magistrate Pei's residence obviously knew that it would be best dead than alive for the daughter, than to fall into the tiger's mouth but still push the daughter in. It was indeed somewhat ruthless. Pei Lang closed his eyes as a pained expression appeared on his face. Teacher Pei is so nostalgic. One think that one is filled with empathy. Shen Miao smiled cheekily as she looked at him, but one think that this has nothing to do with Teacher Pei, because Teacher Pei is not a Lu person as Teacher Pei was born in a merchant household in the Ding capital. One only spoke about this because this wine is intoxicating and had a moment of emotions. Pei Lang's gentle expression was no longer there and what replaced it was a strong vigilance and defense as he said, as this General Shen's intention. Shen Miao shook her head. My father loves me and gave me an embroidery workshop, but is short of an embroidery manager. And what a coincidence, this young lady Lu Ying of Baoshan Lu also know double-sided embroidery, so I thought that since both were reduced to prostitution and both knew double-sided embroidery, it might be that young lady Lu Ying and the criminal official's daughter have a few points of commonality. So I sympathize and wanted to save her. Shen Miao looked at Pei Lang and said, Teacher Pei, do you think this student is correct in doing it? She called herself a student with her head full of black hair, that was tied up in a male manner in an official hat, looking over with all smiles, seemingly having some air of a jaded youth. But in that clear pair of eyes, the bottom line and intentions were deeply hidden that one would not be able to guess. In this quick-witted feigned charm and tenderness, there was a hidden knife like a vivid scene between officials of court. Dealing with her was like walking on a wire at the cliff. There were hidden meanings behind the words, and it was difficult to differentiate enemies and friends. Pei Lang turned his head to the side, what do you think? Shen Miao smiled. Her smile was pure as if she was happy that she had done something good. She said, I think it is good. Even if that prefectural magistrate Pei's son know about the older sister's whereabouts, he would personally redeem the older sister. But one fear that Pei young lady would resent what the prefectural magistrate Pei's residence had done that year and will not be willing. On the contrary would even waste her entire life. Pei Lang did not speak. In this world there are people who are originally jade but after being mixed in the stone heap for too long, will then become a stone. But there are some people whose aspirations are hidden in their bones, that even if others were crushed or smelted, the arrogance in one's bones will not change one bit. One heard that even though that prefectural magistrate Pei committed a crime, in the beginning he had an air of arrogance and one think that the pair of children that were raised by him would not be inferior in any aspect. You say, Shen Miao looked at Pei Lang, is that young lady willing to live with the identity of a nobility who was reduced to windblown dust or start living with the identity of clean-washed pleasure house lead? After saying so much, Pei Lang sneered, what do you want me to do? Teacher Pei is exceedingly intelligent. I just knew that this cannot be hidden from you. The saying of one tiny clue reveals the general trend, and that one will be able to tell the elegance of the song by hearing a string accompaniment comes as such. Shen Miao was not stingy and complimented Pei Lang before saying, Teacher Pei is filled with talents and have the broader picture in mind, why not enter officialdom? Shen Miao. Pei Lang's voice suddenly raised up. One did not know which of Shen Miao's words poked his anguish that he became agitated so suddenly, that even Jing Jie and Gu Yu casted sidelong glances. Pei Lang spoke angrily, do not think of that. Teacher Pei must not be impatient and may even wish to calmly listen to my words first. Shen Miao smiled, perhaps Teacher Pei was frightened by the story I just told. One felt that in the officialdom field, one would accidentally implicate the entire residence, and it would be filled with treachery and misfortune. After entering officialdom, Teacher Pei will probably have less freedom than now. Pei Lang's facial color gradually restored, as if returning back to the distinguished look of a teacher. But now teacher is alone, with neither a spouse or a family, thus one did not need to worry about getting others implicated. Moreover, in this world, those who stood up high can see far and also do more. In order to protect those who needed protection, being a pure teacher is not enough. Admittedly, it is true that teacher is able to have students all over the skies, but Shen Miao lifted the cup calm and composed, clearly smiling, but in that moment her voice was cold as she said, when trouble really happens, the nobles would all stay away and would not spare any effort. Only when one is stronger, will it be the right way. Shen Miao's voice was bewitching, even more understanding of one's conscience than Bao Shanglu's music. Who taught you these words and what is your purpose? What benefits does he have if I were to enter officialdom? Shen Miao smiled gently. This Pei Lang seemed warm and gentle, and was indeed a teacher who taught without paying any attention to outside matters, but every time when it comes to debating, would always be able to ask the key questions in a moment. In the previous life, Fu Shuyi thought of all sorts of ways to draw Pei Lang over to his side, and afterwards even gave him a position of nation advisor, and it was not accidental but by virtue. Why does Teacher Pei ask about the benefits to others, but not ask about what good does it do to you? Shen Miao did not answer him but cleverly went around and asked, being promoted, gaining wealth and marrying a wife, all this are of advantage to teacher. When doing business, how would someone ask others how much they profit but do not mention how much one gain? How would I gain? Pei Lang said lightly. Teacher will not gain anything but Lu Ying is the one who will. Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him, and her bright eyes were shining. For a female to leave one's trade meant that there would be a steady support in the second half of one's life. This is considered as saving another's life. Pei Lang stared straight at Shen Miao. If at this time he still did not understand Shen Miao's intention, then he would be a real idiot. What do I need to do after entering officialdom? Pei Lang asked. Shen Miao looked at him in satisfaction. Using the shortest possible time to weigh the pros and the cons before making the most favorable choice had always been Pei Lang's style. But her mind could not help but remember the time when Fu Shuyi deposed the crown prince. At that time she went down on her knees to beg Pei Lang, but his tone of voice was just like now, rational and emotionless. Now that she had the leverage and this aloof nation advisor could only be fiddled by her, this made a trace of happiness appear in Shen Miao's heart. This happiness appeared quickly on her face and became joy. Actually, it is nothing much. Shen Miao said, teacher is talented and would not actively enter officialdom. 1 year later, naturally there would be an eminent person who will be attracted. One hoped that at that time, teacher would not refuse the eminent person and think of ways to go along with him. But of course, only agree on the surface but is in fact employed by me. You want me to be a planted agent? Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao incredulously. Shen Miao shook her head, how could this be considered as a planted agent? Teacher can be promoted and gain wealth, and I promise that teacher's identity will not be exposed. It is just that at some times, one need to tell me some information. Pei Lang was silent for a moment before looking at Shen Miao. The so-called eminent person is who? Shen Miao gently smiled. Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Pei Lang was frightened and involuntarily looked at Shen Miao again. He knew that Shen Miao had previously admired Prince Ding, that it almost became a joke in the capital, and also know that Prince Ding, who had read knowledge and was not showy, disdained Shen Miao as beneath contempt. But one did not know from when onwards, Shen Miao seemed to have changed, and Pei Lang had all along thought that there was someone behind Shen Miao that was guiding her, but now thinking about it, one could not help but guess that it could be that love turned into hate, thus she would scheme against Prince Ding. But if it was only because of being unable to receive the love, how would it be like this? Pei Lang was somewhat confused. The young female in front was pretty in male's clothes and after drinking, was lightly red. She was exactly at a blooming age and was fair and adorable, with a pair of eyes that were as clean as a young cub's, but in her gestures seemed to have some frivolous air. Pei Lang felt somewhat uncomfortable. When those young ladies like Shen Miao's age speak to him, it was like the younger generation speaking to an elder, or the very least like a younger sister speaking to an older brother, but at this moment, it seemed that he was the one in a disadvantaged position. Every single move was led by the other through the nose, unable to resist at all. What exactly do you want to do? Pei Lang had asked this question many times, until now he was still unsure whether the person doing these things were others or Shen Miao herself. It was like Shen Miao had seen clearly his last cards, but he could not even see Shen Miao's initial purpose. He was absolutely suppressed. I do not want to do anything, just want to make a decision that is beneficial to me and teacher. Shen Miao smiled as she tucked a lock of stray hair behind her ears, making her neck as fair as jade. She said, teacher, will one agree or disagree? I can only answer it here. Pei Lang asked. You have. Shen Miao pointed to the wine flagon, the time of this wine flagon. Once this flagon is finished, teacher will tell me the answer. No need. Pei Lang interrupted her words. If you can do as you promise, I will agree. The room became silent. After a moment, Shen Miao smiled as she got up. She lifted the flagon and filled up the empty cups with wine and picked up the cup in front of her to toast to Pei Lang. Pei Lang hesitated a moment before raising his cup. A strange feeling rose from his heart as he drank with his student in a restaurant. His heart was even feverish. Wishing teacher's future prospects be brilliant and infinite. Shen Miao smiled as she downed the cup in one gulp. She drank it so very quickly that a trace of wine flowed out from the corner of her mouth, drawing a line down to her chin and going down to her white clothes. Pei Lang looked away. No matter how pretty a blooming lady was, she was young and inexperienced, especially people like Shen Miao, who was delicate and attractive, would be even more reserved and composed. It was not that Pei Lang did not like beautiful people, but there was a slight moment in that his mind was slightly chaotic, and felt that it was an extremely wrong thing to do. There was a flash of carefreeness in Shen Miao's eyes. Most likely it was because one had drank some wine, and some of the emotions that had been hiding in one's heart escaped. She remembered Pei Lang's upright behavior and his particular attention to reasoning. In front of Pei Lang, she had interpreted the 6 words mother of all under the heavens vividly and thoroughly, but at the end was defeated by Pei Lang's list of merits and drawbacks. That was the nation advisor of the last lifetime that could determine life and death, but now she was holding on to his weak spot. She had to put on the bearing of an empress in front of Pei Lang and could not cry for Wanyan, who would be in a marriage alliance. Now, she did not have the empress's composure and did not have to follow the strict virtues of a married woman. Dressing in a male outfit, visiting places of pleasure, drinking with a teacher, such frivolous actions and abandonment of all restraints. And what could Pei Lang do? He could not do anything to her. But that carefree feeling was for just a short moment. When Pei Lang agreed to it, she knew that there was no need to continue to be entangled. The tipsy look in one's eyes faded, and little by little she sobered up. She stood up and slightly raised her chin, returning to the stern and prestigious Shen Miao. Once Lu Ying has settled down, one will inform teacher of the embroidery workshop address. Shen Miao nodded her head. The bill has been settled. Teacher can slowly drink the Lu wine as one could not often drink it. One did not know if the last sentence was sarcasm or polite, and Pei Lang's brows slightly wrinkled as he watched Shen Miao leaving with the few people. He took a mouthful of wine, but the originally mellow wine was very harsh in his mouth. As they walked out the door, Jing Jie and Gu Yu did not dare to speak as they could tell that Shen Miao's mood was unexpectedly good, and they had heard Pei Lang's words but were puzzled like being amidst the clouds and mist. They felt that this was no trivial matter, so they dared not speak of it lightly. Once the cold wind blew, the reddish tint on one's face cleared up. Shen Miao closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was only coldness in them. Towards Pei Lang, one had after all resented how he stood by the side, and no matter how it was hidden, a shred of it would be revealed. However, the goal was achieved. Returned to the residence, she walked towards the horse carriage. At the adjacent room of that room in Kuei-Huolu was a secret room, and the few people inside were silent. One had seen a good show just now, and at first glance, one would feel that it was endlessly interesting, but now since the people were gone and the tea has cooled, it was especially astonishing and frightening when one thought about it. Ji Yushu swallowed his saliva and seemingly wanted to break the heavy atmosphere. This floor is really good, at least it is very convenient to eavesdrop. Not only one can listen, one can also see. It is rather good. Behind the carved pillar, there was a huge glass which was set by the banister. It was said to be glass that come from the west that allows this side to see that side, but that side unable to see here. Together with the bronze pillar filled with holes, one could hear everything clearly when others are speaking. But when Ji Yushu finished this sentence, the other two people in the elegant room did not answer him. Gao Yan propped his chin with the fan, and this was a common posture he did when thinking. Shi Jingxing supported his head with a fist, and his other hand was playing with the teacup as he was thinking. Unable to withstand such an atmosphere, Ji Yushu opened his mouth to say, "Both of you do not be silent anymore. This is just about the matter of the prefectural magistrate Pei's residence of the Lu state, and Pei Lang is prefectural magistrate Pei's son." Shen Miao spoke of the story easily, and that was because Pei Lang could understand, and because the three of them here were not stupid, they were able to understand it with little thoughts. In the criminal prefectural magistrate Pei's residence of the Lu state, there was a pair of children. The older sister was Lu Ying and the younger brother was the current Pei Lang. During the escape, in order to safeguard Pei Lang, the people that the Pei family arranged abandoned Lu Ying, and afterwards Lu Ying was debased to prostitution. But the Pei family have long arranged an escape route for Pei Lang and turned him to a Ding capital figure. He had been living here since childhood with a merchant family background, and both parents had passed on a few years back, thus he was currently alone. This kind of highest quality of life experience, no one found it out for so many years. However, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. So, how does she know about the background information that Bai Xiaoshen is unable to investigate? When he reached the end, his voice turned cold and there was a murderous air in that pair of peach eyes. Why say that? Ji Yushu asked. Gao Yang touched his chin. Since she is dealing with Prince Ding, she would not be with Prince Ding's team. The Crown Prince, Prince Zhou and Prince Li, which side is Shen Miao on? Neither side, Xie Jingxing said. Oh, Ji Yushu felt strange. Why not on either side? Xie Jingxing's gaze was slightly unhurried. Pei Lang is not a normal person and only have yet to enter officialdom, thus fall overdue to his youth. Just now you all have heard, Shen Xin would not necessarily be as meticulous as Shen Miao's moves and execution. Not overly smooth, not acknowledging, neither admitting nor declining, and also not accepting. Even officials that had raised and fell in the ocean of officialdom would not be able to be entirely in one's element like her. Shen Xin was a general and Luo Shuiyan was also a general, so who did Shen Miao learn this skill from? Was there an expert guiding the Shen family in the shadows? Initially he thought it was so, but right now, he could be certain that it was all Shen Miao's own intention. If she was someone with the crown prince or any of the other princes, she would never use this kind of method of planning and preparation for each step, as every prince had strong power behind them, thus they would not use such a stupid method. However, she was able to maximize the achievements within her abilities and scope. One could not help but wonder, if she was given enough connections and power, how big a storm could she create? Even now when she did not have any leverage, she could slowly train her chess pieces up. The world was like a chess game, and in the chess game of Ming Qi, there are too many people playing. However, Xie Jingxin had never placed Shen Miao in it as she was a weak female and had no intentions. But today Xie Jingxing was able to look through this young lady's ability to subdue a hero with a cup of wine, and saw her ambitions. But we still do not know how she knew about Pei Lang's background. Ji Yushu said, even the Feng Xian pawnshop did not dig it out. Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residence has spared every effort to protect this son, so naturally preparations were made perfectly. Pei Lang also did not fail to live up to his father's expectations, and did not seek revenge or hold resentments, and lived incognito while also becoming a teacher. No one would notice him, but Shen Miao saw through his tricks, and also made Lu Ying a bargaining chip against Pei Lang. One did not know where the information was acquired, just like case with the Chen brothers. Do not mind her, Xie Jingxing said, as the memorandum to request for commander position written. It is written already. Gao Yang frowned, but are you really sure? Once this start, there will be no turning back. And your plans at this end have not yet been received at that side, if it is not accepted. Do as I say, Xie Jingxing stood up. Returning back to the Shen residence, in the western courtyard, Shen Miao changed her clothes, and just as her hair was let down she saw Bai Lu coming in hastily. Young lady, Furin requests you to go over to discuss some things. The end of the year has passed and it was almost time for the start of spring. Because Shen Xin requested Emperor Wenwei to stay in the Ding capital for half a year, Luo Shuiyan was much more relaxed. She would often buy clothes and jewelry for Shen Miao or let Shen Chu bring Shen Miao out to eat and play. There were also times when Shen Miao herself felt that she was being raised like an hedonistic child of rich parents by Shen Xin and wife. Shen Miao casually styled her hair up and headed to Luo Shuiyan's room. When she entered the room, she unexpectedly saw Shen Xin and Shen Chu present. Seeing her enter, Luo Shuiyan quickly pulled her over to sit next to her and said, "What did Zhao Zhao do outside today?" Shen Miao let Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang remain in her room, and say that she went out shopping if anyone were to ask. Just went around looking. Upon passing by Kuei-Hulu, one went to get a few jugs of strong wine for father and eldest brother. Really worthy to be father's precious. Shen Xin's eyes brightened as he heard this and said, "The wine in the Ding capital is sweet and too smooth, how can it be called wine? Strong wine is better." Shen Chu was also happy, younger sister is thoughtful. Only know how to drink. Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at father and son, let the servants buy those things. Why Zhao Zhao care about them? You married woman. Shen Xin was not happy, it is Zhao Zhao's sincerity, how could a servant purchase be the same as Zhao Zhao's? Really short-sighted. It was rare that Shen Miao was close to them, so Shen Xin was very happy, that even if Shen Miao brought back 2 jars of water, he would be as happy as heavens, so naturally he would refute Luo Shuiyan's words. Short-sighted. Luo Shuiyan's eyes squinted at him. Furin must not be angry, Shen Xin immediately said, I am saying this punk is short-sighted. Shen Shen slapped Shen Chu head. Luo Shuiyan could not be bothered to look at the father and son's act and said to Shen Miao, Zhao Zhao, actually there is something to discuss with you here. Mother, please speak. You have already heard about the matter of separation from the family. One think that after a few days the separation will go through, so your father and me thought of it clearly and will be buying a residence. One had seen one at the eastern side of the city, which was not bad and only required to buy some servants to clean up. It is just, Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Miao and said difficulty, previously when your father and I went to the northwestern region and left you behind, one felt that with the Shen family's protection you will be more safe and stable. Now with the separation from the family, if your father, your eldest brother and me leave, you a young female will not be safe to be left alone in the entire residence and one also fear of what others would speak about. So, Zhao Zhao, are you willing to go to the northwestern region with mother? Shen Miao was slightly startled. Younger sister, the northwest region is really fun. Shen Chu saw Shen Miao nonplussed face and quickly said, it is not as exaggerated as what they say. In Shaochun City, there are mountains on one side and water on the other side. There are also rare birds and animals so when the time comes to hunt, one can hunt some white tiger to make a cloak for you. Nonsense. Luo Shuiyan smiled as she scolded, your younger sister is a female, why would she want a white tiger hide? Shen Chu scratched his head, there are also mines and the gems are so big. Younger sister can also have jewelry. Shen Miao slightly smiled. She originally still has some hesitation because there were still other things to do in the Ding capital but hearing Shen Chu's words, she had a little yearning towards the Shaochun city of the northwestern region. Who did not want to live carefree days and who was willing to scheme against other every day when one has opened one's eyes? She sighed in her heart. Just go along once then, as long as she went there once, it would not be a big deal to not go in the future. Alright, in everyone's expecting gazes, Shen Miao nodded her head, I also want to go there and increase one's knowledge. Luo Shuiyan was relieved as Shen Shen laughed loudly, I already said that Zhao Zhao will definitely agree. After coming back for so long, when did Zhao Zhao abandon us? Younger sister, Shen Chu was also excited, at that time I will bring you to meet up with those brothers of mine. They all know that I have a younger sister but had never seen you before. And also maternal grandfather's family. You have not seen them since you were born, so you will not recognize them. Luo Shuiyan's maiden family was located at the northwestern region as generals and only returned back when Shen Miao was born. Afterwards due to the thousands of li apart, she had not seen them before. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. In the last lifetime after Luo Shuiyan passed away, the Luo family broke relations with the Shen family and because Shen Miao who originally did not have close relationship with her maternal relatives, she was not clear what was the ending for the Luo family. However thinking of Mei Fern's ruthless methods, she would have means and ways to ensure Fu Shuyi will not let the Luo family off. After saying more things until the hour was late, Luo Shuiyan then sent Shen Miao back to her room to rest. After Shen Miao washed up and sat in front of the table, she was watching the jumping flames and could not help but sigh. If one were to truly follow Shen Shen and the rest to the northwestern region, she had to arrange everything well in this half-a-year period. If one were to speak about the one thing that was comforting today, it would be the matter with Pei Lang. She had always been clear that the Shen family was a big tree that attracted winds, so it was not good to be embroiled in matters of court, and moreover she was only an unmarried daughter and normally would not even have the opportunities to have contact with deeper matters. Now that there were many matters that had changed in this lifetime, she could only let Pei Lang be an informant. Fu Shuyi had a suspicious nature and would often research much more on things that were sent to his lap and would inevitably discover her. But after a year, Fu Shuyi will take the initiative to recruit Pei Lang and Pei Lang will be able to take the opportunity to push the boat with the current, making the entire matter easier. As for subduing Pei Lang, for the most part it was due to a little luck. That year when Fu Shuyi subdued Pei Lang, it was because his subordinate, advisor Zhang had a friendship with prefectural magistrate Pei's residence, and with that he followed the vines and discovered Pei Lang's background. That time it was because Fu Shuyi was able to help settle down Lu Ying, then Pei Lang finally worked for him. The siblings of the Pei family were people who did not take soft or hard tactics, and had a very strong mind of their own. For example Lu Ying, when she fell into the vicissitudes of life, there was no traces or any shadow of her being an official's daughter as she set her mind on being in prostitution, perhaps it was due to the pain of recalling her original identity. And Pei Lang, he did not mention about revenge and set his mind on being a teacher. Lu Ying was not willing to acknowledge her identity, and also felt grievances with the Pei family who abandoned her to protect her younger brother so when Pei Lang show up, Lu Ying would resist even more fiercely. However Shen Miao gave Lu Ying a docile way of living. Once one was able to settle Lu Ying, one would be able to control the conscience-stricken Pei Lang. After a few years, Pei Lang would be more mature due to the arduous training and hard work in the courts, and would only feel that there were plenty of loopholes when recalling Shen Miao's words today. But the current Pei Lang is yet to enter the official circles and no matter how smart he was, he lacked experience. Young lady, it is better to rest early. Jing Jie smiled, one still need to accompany Fern to take a look at the residence at the eastern part of the city. Shen Miao nodded her head. In this half a year, at least the family could be separated and one need to have another residence. But she did not expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes at the end. On the second day's morning after Shen Miao had eaten, Luo Shuiyan's personal maid came over, and mentioned to take a look at the residence once Shen Miao changed her clothes. Since it was a residence that one would be staying, the decision should be made after seeing if it was comfortable or not. 105 to 111. However before Shen Miao could finish styling, someone from the palace came. Luo Shuiyan had to make a trip to the palace and the palace maid also mentioned if it was convenient to also bring Shen Miao along. Even it was said as such, it could be said as an order. Shen Shen's and Shen Chu's face immediately darkened and Luo Shuiyan was somewhat confused. Even though she was a noblewoman in the capital but she was often not in the Ding capital, and was not familiar to those Fern in the noblewomen circles and the person who came said that it was from one of the ladyship in the palace which was even more of a joke. Counting here and there, Luo Shuiyan had no relations with the women in the palace. Shen Shen and Shen Chu thought further. Luo Shuiyan had no friendship with the women but there was a request to bring Shen Miao. Wine lover's heart was not in a cup so could it be that one had some intentions towards Shen Miao. Once the matter involved Shen Miao, they would be especially anxious. Shen Shen said, it is better for me to also accompany Fern in this trip to the palace. What are you going there for? Lu Shuiyan said, there is no invitation for you to go, are you throwing things into disorder? I will bring Zhao Zhao there. She hesitated a little, matters would not overstep the bounds of what is proper as there are so many people. Moreover I am not a female without strength to truss a chicken, if she wanted to say that if anything was wrong and actions were required, one would not necessarily be in a disadvantage. Shen Shen nodded his head, come to think about it, the current situation is not that worrisome. You should go without worries. Luo Shuiyan took Shen Miao's hand and entered the horse carriage that the palace arranged. Originally the plan was to view residences early in the morning but because of this matter, no one knew if it was a blessing or a curse. Shen Chu and Shen Shen stayed at the residence's door as they watched the horse carriage go further away. Shen Chu asked unsettled, father, mother and younger sister would be alright, correct? I will make a trip to the Ministry of War. Shen Shen turned around, you stay in the residence to better provide support if something happens. Shen Chu nodded his head. In the horse carriage, Shen Miao's little face was stretched tightly but her heart kept coming out with all kinds of speculations. She did not felt that she was in any danger. Currently there was nothing to be schemed against her, and moreover she knew more than anyone else about the ladies in the palace. If there was any tactics they would not happen today at all. The imperial family cared more about how things looks like, and thus if anything happened to her in the palace, the imperial family was the first one that would be involved. So if one were to speculate the other way, Shen Miao's gaze became heavier. The females in the palace were not affiliated to Luo Shuiyan but summoned Luo Shuiyan to the palace for a chat. Perhaps it was to make some inquiries from Luo Shuiyan and the wine lover's heart was not in a cup. So was it the Shen family? Or was it Shen Xin? But why would one suddenly pay attention to Shen Xin? Shen Xin kept a low profile in the capital these days and was not linked to Fu Shuyi like the last lifetime. Even if the imperial family had the intention to suppress the Shen family, they need to have sufficient reason to do it. Could it be? There was already a reason. Shen Miao was a little confused. To let Luo Shuiyan bring her to the palace, it should be a warning as if anything happened, then Shen Miao would not be able to be protected. The more Shen Miao thought, the more she felt it was possible and she could not help but become nervous. There were a lot of things in this lifetime that were different, especially Ming Qi's large game. She had tried her best to avoid it and delayed the Shen family's tragedy, but she could still not avoid fate. This time what was the reason? When Luo Shuiyan saw that Shen Miao's face was not good, she thought that Shen Miao was afraid and said, Zhao Zhao must not be afraid. It is only entering the palace to chat with the ladyships. It would end quickly, and at that time we can then go and take a look at the residence. Shen Miao gently smiled but was preoccupied with her thoughts. Upon reaching the palace doors, there were palace maids long waiting to take over and upon seeing Shen Miao and Luo Shuiyan, they automatically led them in. On the way over, Luo Shuiyan asked the female official which ladyship invited them over, but the female official only smiled and did not answer, indicating they would know once they reach. At this moment in the Guangyao Palace, there were two female dressed in magnificent clothes laughing and talking. The female at the left side had an immortal hairstyle with red embroidered gold palace robes. She looked gorgeous in it and her features were charming. Even though she was speaking as she smiled, her eyes were not distracted and were not at all respectful to the female at the side. Even though she had such gestures, the female by her side was not angry at all and instead smiled in reply. This female was wearing a beige plum long dress and her features were not as outstanding as the female on the left, but was gentle and polite, thus she also looked elegant. These two people were not others but the palace consorts that Shen Miao and mother came to the palace for. The female on the left clad in red palace robes was consort Xu Xian and the elegant female on the right was consort Dong Shu. It is fine for his majesty to let us invite Shen Furen, why must the Shen young lady be brought over? Consort Xu Xian was somewhat impatient, still not arrive after such a long time. Really putting up such an act. The general residence is not far from the palace. Consort Dong Shu smiled, older sister must be anxious. Consort Xu Xiang laughed, younger sister is used to be a good person. She suddenly thought about something and smiled narrowly, speaking of which, that young Shen lady is also in love with Ninth Highness. Can it be that you are very satisfied with her and thus is this protective? Consort Dong Shu's expression slightly lagged before she laughed, older sister really know how to joke. It is just that. Since his majesty want both of us to come, it is best to do what is appropriate. That fifth Shen young lady is only following her mother, so the palace maid can bring her out after a while. Since Emperor Wen Hui's name was used, the domineering consort Xu Xian could not say anything more. Just as she wanted to say some sarcastic words, she suddenly saw her own female official coming in. Consort Xu Xian asked, arrived. The female official nodded and in a short while Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao walked in. They first bowed to the two ladyships before Shen Miao stood to Luo Shuiyan's side, her head lowered and not looking up. One could only hear a slightly timid voice, Shen Furen, this must be your daughter, raise the head to let Ben Gong look. Shen Miao paused before slowly raising her head. Just as she met the gazes of the two female who were sizing her up, she saw who was sitting at the right side, her heart tightened and her blood could not help but start boiling. Consort Xu Xian on the left was the consort mother of Prince Zhou and Prince Jing, and consort Dong Shu on the right was Fu Shuyi's birth mother. At this time consort Dong Shu smiled and said to consort Xu Xian, what a neat child. So clean and tidy, with one look one can see the fortunate features. Fortunate features. Shen Miao only felt her heart being blocked. Consort Dong Shu looked at her gently, and those who were not aware would put the vigilance of their hearts down with her attitude. Consort Dong Shu was not favored and there were innumerable females by Emperor Wen Hui's side, those were with background, talent, beauty and personality. Consort Dong Shu was gentle, did not fight for anything, did not snatch anything and just by relying on a word stable she was able to sit on the position of the four consorts. On the surface it looked like the one with the lowest position among the four consorts was her, but Shen Miao knew that consort Dong Shu was not in any means an innocent woman like her appearance said. In the beginning when Shen Miao married to Fu Shuyi, consort Dong Shu also praised her of having fortunate features that bring prosperity to the husband, but when Fu Shuyi was gradually assisted up, consort Dong Shu started treating her lukewarmly, and when she returned from the Qin country, as an empress dowager, consort Dong Shu stood at the same side as Mei Furen. In consort Dong Shu's eyes, she was only a chess piece that pulled the Shen family over, and it was also a vulgar chess piece that cannot be seen in public. So later when Fu Shuyi wanted to abolish the crown prince, consort Dong Shu was the first one who came forward to push Fu Shen up. She quickly lowered her head and covered the touch of hatred that appeared in her eyes. Consort Xu Xian and consort Dong Shu however thought that Shen Miao was shy, thus consort Xu Xian casually asked, how old this year? Replying your ladyship, Shen Miao softly said, this female subject is 14. 14, consort Xu Xian thought for a moment before smiling, not long later, one can be married. This unthoughtful sentence made Luo Shuiyan nervous, and now she was most worried about Shen Miao. A female's marriage was the most important for one's entire life, so if Shen Miao's marriage was controlled by the people in the palace. Luo Shuiyan's face became ugly. Seeing Luo Shuiyan being that affectionate, consort Xu Xian laughed and said, Shen Furen need not be this nervous. Is one afraid that Ben Gong will match make for young lady Shen? Luo Shuiyan quickly said, this female subject do not dare. Rest assured, consort Xu Xian said, even if Ben Gong really match make for others, it would not be anything like linking mandarin ducks together, and would definitely ask young lady's thoughts. Speaking of which, consort Xu Xian looked at Shen Miao and smiled maliciously, young lady Shen, is there someone you like? Everyone knew that Shen Miao was in love with Fu Shuyi, and to ask Shen Miao if she had anyone she liked in front of consort Dong Shu was to make consort Dong Shu embarrassed. Consort Xu Xian relied on the favor of Emperor Wen Wei to be arrogant and domineering, and among the four consorts, consort Dong Shu was easiest to bully, so consort Xu Xian took advantage of it and seemed to enjoy it. Thanking your ladyship's good intentions, this female subject do not have anyone one likes. Shen Miao said as her head drooped down. Consort Xu Xian found that it was somewhat boring and also felt that Shen Miao was articulate, unlike the idiot that was in the rumors and not someone to poke fun at. She waved her hands, never mind. Do not have, then do not have. Luo Shuiyan became even more cautious. As long as it is relevant to Shen Miao, she could not help but pay 120% more attention. Just as she was thinking, she heard consort Dongshu laughing words. Furin need not have to be nervous. Today as sisters invite you all to enter the palace just to talk about the daily happenings in the family. After pausing she then continued, us sisters would not go to the northwestern region, and since it is a fairy tale that Furin followed the general during the expedition, we were curious of the northwestern region and invited Furin to come over and speak about it. Consort Dongshu's voice was warm and gentle, as if it was a spring breeze comforting the heart. Luo Shuiyan however did not relax and Shen Miao was instead more suspicious. One knew that there must be other intentions to be entering the palace today, and it might be that Emperor Wenwei was trying to inquire about a method. Emperor Wenwei found consort Shu Xian and consort Dongshu useful, one of them was domineering, the other was gentle and soft. With a soft and hard approach, it would be easy to make one confuse and involuntarily spill some information. Shen Miao's heart was somewhat worried. Many thanks to your ladyship fondness. Luo Shuiyan also smiled. It is just that the northern area is boring and fear that your ladyships would not be happy hearing about it. There is no harm. Consort Dongshu smiled. Since we invited you over, then one will not be afraid of being boring. Her voice suddenly paused and looked over at Shen Miao as though she suddenly remembered something. Fu Shuyi knew that the emperor wanted them to sound out Luo Shuiyan, and also know that Luo Shuiyan was to bring Shen Miao over as a warning. He has briefed her yesterday that if Shen Miao was present, she had to send Shen Miao away during the discussion. Fu Shuyi was consort Dongshu's son, so naturally consort Dongshu would not doubt but. In any case, she was unable to see what was worth guarding against this dauntless young lady. Shen Miao's head drooped down and one was unable to see clearly her expression. She could only hear consort Dongshu speaking, but it would be too boring for little girls to listen to the interesting things we talk about. Tong Yao, bring fifth young lady Shen around the garden and to the dwelling area when one becomes tried to have some snacks. Take good care of her. Although consort Shu Xian was somewhat surprised, she thought that it was Emperor Wenhui's intention and since there was no impact on her so of course she did not refute. Luo Shuiyan's heart was restless as she felt that it was the most ideal for Shen Miao to be in front of her, but now she realized that the conversation with the two consorts was not really a casual chat. At least, in the broad daylight, these people would not dare to do anything to Shen Miao. After such thoughts, her heart settled as she smiled to Shen Miao. Zhao Zhao, follow the female official around the gardens. Once mother has finished speaking to her ladyships, mother will look for you. Shen Miao did not decline but her heart was not happy about it, as why would there be a need to drive her away? She naturally could just be spoiled and not leave here but that would be too deliberate. Could it be that she had caused others to doubt her, so they did not want her to listen to their conversation? The person who was speaking was consort Dongshu and it was the first meeting between them. Could it be that Fu Shuyi had warned consort Dongshu? This thought flashed in Shen Miao's mind. But she did not say anything and respectfully got up to bid farewell to consort Shu Xian and the rest, and followed Tong Yao outside. Female official Tong Yao brought her to the garden to walk. There were gardens seen everywhere in the palace, probably because it was repaired for the consorts, they were very beautiful. It was that Shen Miao had no mood to appreciate them. She was more familiar than anyone else of every inch of the land here, and even know which flower grew and how it looked, so how would she still be interested to listen? Female official Tong Yao saw she was inattentive and said, if young lady Shen is tired, this servant will bring you to the dwelling area for a sit. There will be some snacks there. Shen Miao nodded her head. Halfway there, when the dwelling area was seen, a little eunuch ran out anxiously and said a few words to Tong Yao's ears. Tong Yao then said apologetically to Shen Miao, the dwelling area is in the room in front. May young lady Shen go in first. This servant will quickly return after sending some stuff. Shen Miao nodded her head and was not bothered by it. The dwelling area was just in front and there are guards everywhere in the palace so she did not fear that something would happen. She herself did come here before and would be very clear about it. Walking to the room, she opened the doors and walked in. When the doors closed by themselves with a paw sound, Shen Miao's heart quivered and before she could react, a pair of hands covered her mouth from behind. Shen Miao did not even think when she bit down and fiercely rammed her elbow back. One heard a hiss sound behind before a gasp of air, and her hands were held by the person so tightly that she could not move them anymore. A familiar voice sounded which is somewhat repressed anger. Shen Miao, are you a shrew? Shen Miao was slightly surprised when the person behind loosened the hands. When she turned over and looked at the person opposite, Xie Jingxing was touching his hands and looked slightly irritated. But, what Shen Miao cared was not this. Different from his usual frivolous and dissolute manner, today he was actually wearing a crimson-edged official attire with exquisite cufflinks and long green boots. The sharp arrogance look was very different from previous. Shen Miao had never seen him like this before and was staring blankly. Xie Jingxing locked the door before turning around, and crossed his arms to look at her with a look of settling scores at an opportune moment. However Shen Miao was not afraid of him and only frowned as she spoke. What are you here for? Came out of the palace, thought that it might be you, so one came over to take a look and it is really true. Xie Jingxing said it very easily, the emperor summoned your father to the palace. Shen Miao's heart jumped. What did that mean? What did that mean? Shen Miao questioned. Xie Jingxing would not say such words for no reason so there was another meaning behind those words. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised as he looked at her. Shen Yuan was Prince Ding's people. Shen Miao's heart was slightly surprised but she did not speak. Not possible. Shen Miao cried out involuntarily. Xie Jingxing's gaze was fixed on her as if it was looking through Shen Miao as he asked, why? Shen Miao's palm got slightly wet and her heart was in a moment of chaos. The real start of the Shen family's misfortune was not within these 2 years. The imperial family would also delay in dealing with the Shen family as there was no one to take over at the moment. Shen Yuan worked for Prince Ding and both of them were people who were very cautious and would not take action if they were not very confident. Just like in the last lifetime, it was only at the end she then knew that the second and third households had a part in it, and Shen Yuan definitely brought out the evidence of rebellion at the end. But what with the timing now? It was far too early from when the imperial family would want to deal with Shen Xin, so why did Shen Yuan choose to take action at this timing? Currently the evidence would not be complete so why Fu Shuyi choose to take action now? How could it have changed to this? Her expressions kept changing and when she looked up, she met with Xie Jingxing's thoughtful gaze. Shen Miao's heart quivered. Xie Jingxing has a nimble mind and one fear that he was able to sense something out from her expressions. Thinking of this, she masked a laugh. Shen Yuan was my second older brother, why would he harm my father? Hearing that, Xie Jingxing actually laughed in a profound way and said, Shen Miao, are you treating me as a fool? Since little Marquis tell me these things, Shen Miao said seriously, then how would His Highness Prince Ding deal with my father? Xie Jingxing shook his head. Shen Miao originally did not hold too much hope as even if Xie Jingxing knew, there was no reason for him to tell her the truth. The Xie family was waiting in the game of Mingqi and if they were to anyhow help other, one fear that trouble would come knocking. Even if she and Xie Jingxing's positions were to be exchanged, she would not even give a reminder. It is just that. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing's official robes and asked puzzled, what are you doing in the palace? She asked casually but did not know that this made the confident Xie Jingxing pause. But it was only for a short moment before Xie Jingxing said lazily, enter to palace to request for commander. Request for commander. Shen Miao froze for a moment before asking unconsciously, request for commander for whom? Xie Jingxing smiled but did not respond. Shen Miao suddenly looked at him. You. Request for commander yourself. Northern Zhong. Shang knew. This time Xie Jingxing was surprised. How did you know? The matter of the Northern Zhong was a secret matter and it was a top secret that before the imperial edict was issued, Shen Shen would not even know of it, much less Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing all the while was curious about how Shen Miao gets her information, and felt even more surprised that she knew about the matters in the palace. Shen Miao looked at him blanking but there was a storm surging in her heart. The Northern Zhong territory was a place where the Shang Nu has never retreated. Even though the terrain was complicated at the Northern Zhong, these years Emperor Wenwei had been making a little noise and fighting little battles, unwilling to oppose headstrong. Afterwards the Shang Nu got worse so Emperor Wenwei sent Xie Ding into battle. The Xie family's army was brave but that entire army perished in the battlefield. On that year's end, Xie Ding's horse brought his corpse back which made the entire country mourn. On the second year when spring started, Xie Jingxing set off on an expedition on behalf of his father, and the troops were defeated like a landslide and he had a tragic ending of having thousands of arrows piercing his heart, and he was skinned and hung up on the city tower. Xie Jingxing died when he was 22 and now he only just turned 19. In a swift moment Shen Miao's heart felt suffocated. It was not possible for the emperor to deal with the Shang Nu at this point of time, and it was Xie Jingxing who volunteered to the commander position. Xie Ding most probably did not know of this matter and from the looks of Xie Jingxing, he should have gotten the news. Changed again. Changed again. It was obviously matters that would happen in a few years' time but they were pulled in ahead of schedule. For Xie Jingxing to go into battle now, could his ending be the same as the last lifetime? As for the Xie family, Shen Miao wanted to leave them be till later to confirm the imperial power. However, no matter how much she changed things, would there be people who will still follow the original fated path? Would the handsome youth with red lips and white teeth in front still walk to the most terrible step? Xie Jingxing saw the different expressions on Shen Miao and did not felt strange. His eyes flashed slightly as he said, you seem to be very worried. Shen Miao at the moment did not analyze the meaning behind these slightly ridiculous words, as her heart was somewhat in a chaos. She looked at him. You will be leading the Xie family army. Pay more attention to the Xie family army internally, and also pay attention to the people by your side. Shen Miao paused every other word when she spoke. In the beginning she spoke heavily but at the end, her expression gradually looked serious. The sandy winds of the Northern Zhong are large and the amours are heavy but no matter what, one must not take off the heart protector. In the previous lifetime Xie Jingxing's heart was pierced by thousands of arrows, so perhaps it might be better that he always wear the heart protector. The most important thing was that Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing's death was overly strange, as how would an outstanding vice general who had unsurpassed military tactics be defeated so miserably? Moreover, after gradually understanding the overall picture and knowing that the imperial family attacked the old aristocratic vassal families, the presence of the imperial family's people in the Xie family army. Moreover, the tragedy of the Xie father and son might have some conspiracy to it. Shen Miao wholeheartedly thought about the overall situation but did not realize that with the current relationship between Xie Jingxing and her, since it had not reached to the level of friendship, this kind of concerned words were somewhat surprising. Xie Jingxing was also surprised at her, and a smile suddenly formed on his lips as he approached Shen Miao and slightly lowered his head. He was very close to Shen Miao as his pair of peach-shaped eyes was filled with laughter as he said jokingly, so, concern of me. Shen Miao was absorbed with her own thoughts and did not realize that he had gotten so close. Before she even recovered back to her senses upon realization, she was dazed for a while. Every time when she was at a loss she would look pitiful. Xie Jingxing slightly paused and a kind of helpless feeling appeared in his heart. He was originally ruthless and only felt that the Shen family was a chess piece on the board. He knew clearly that Shen Miao had deep thoughts and her actions were mysterious, and was definitely not a harmless unmarried female like she appeared on the surface. But there were times when he felt that she was just a little girl who knew nothing, and felt that it was a blushing matter to bully a little girl. This sudden thought was quickly thrown to the back of his head as Xie Jingxing stepped back a little. The influence of the Shen family army is too strong and it is not a good thing. Shen Miao replied, today it is my mother who entered the palace, and the ones who summoned for her are consort Xu Xian and consort Dong Shu. When she spoke of consort Shui Xian and consort Dong Shu, her expression was not respectful, as if she was speaking about two ordinary people. Xie Jingxing was also used to it. He said, retreat. Retreat, Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing no longer speak. At the end he still gave Shen Miao a little prompt. If Shen Miao was intelligent, she would understand what he meant. Shen Miao's eyes drooped and she thought for a moment before speaking, many thanks. Xie Jingxing waved his hands lazily as he thought of something. Shen Miao asked again, the request for commander. When is the set-off date? 10 days later. So fast, Shen Miao exclaimed. Why? Xie Jingxing looked at her from the side and said with laugh, cannot bear. Not so, Shen Miao said deadpan, as such. Then one will wish little Marquis to win a victory on raising the flag and return triumphant. When one return and get bestowed with rewards, Xie Jingxing said without a care, one will gift you with some small toy, for a good omen. Just as Shen Miao was about to speak, she however saw Xie Jingxing press her waist down and said, someone is coming. After which he smiled at Shen Miao, hope to see you again, Shen. Zhao Zhao, with a turn he flew away from the window of the dwelling area. This person used the windows like it was walking through his own residence door. Shen Miao was still startled when the doors were pushed open and Tong Yao entered. Seeing that Shen Miao was standing in the middle of the room, she asked curiously, why is young lady Shen not sitting? Shen Miao recovered to her senses and smiled before walking to the side to sit. But in her heart, she was thinking of what Xie Jingxing had said. Xie Jingxing did request for commander and was to set off in 10 days' time. In 10 days, was not it exactly the same as 3 years later? In 3 years, it was also at this time that Xie Jingxing set off for the expedition, and afterwards the Xie father and son were forever recorded in the Mingqi history books. The Xie family has headed towards the inevitable ending like the last lifetime. How about the Shen family? How would the Shen family be? Xie Jingxing gave her a prompt before leaving but that was not the outcome she wanted to see. To retreat like this, although lives would be saved but this was just a life-saving method. Without power to protect, days of peace will become a luxury. The road of the previous lifetime made Shen Miao understand this point. Only by standing in a position higher than the enemy can one really control fate. However, Xie Jingxing method strongly defends one's position but did not have enough offense. What methods can be used to break out of this difficult situation? In the next Shichens, Shen Miao kept on thinking about this problem. She did not touch any of the snacks on the table and did not take even a sip of tea, much less look at any of the novels. That provoked the female official Tong Yao to look at her frequently, and wonder how was it possible for her to sit the entire afternoon with such maturity, that even all the good-tempered concubines would not have such patience. One did not know how long one had waited till an eunuch came to invite them out. The female official Tong Yao then brought Shen Miao out as Luo Shuiyan was at the doors waiting for her. Upon seeing Shen Miao, she forced a smile out and pulled her out of the palace and headed back to the residence. Even though Luo Shuiyang did her best to show as if nothing had happened, what kind of person Shen Miao was. She could already observe others' words and gestures long in the inner palace and saw the worries in Luo Shuiyang's heart. She said, Mother, what did they spoke to you about? Luo Shuiyan smiled. Nothing really, just some matters about Xiaochun city lifestyle. Most likely because one had not been to the northwestern region and wanted to know about it. Shen Miao asked, really, only this? If so, then it is really too strange to deliberately call mother to the palace to talk for that long. Luo Shuiyan stroked Shen Miao's head. What is so strange about it? The ladies in the palace cannot move around and most likely the days are passed boringly. Mother talked to them about outside matters to chase boredom away so they will be a little happy. Even after saying that, Luo Shuiyan could not help but be somewhat worried. Even though she was not involved in matters of the court, but it did not mean that she knew nothing about the dangers in there. Today she was meticulous and cautious, and it was precisely because the two consorts talked about the lifestyle which made her puzzled. There were no fools in the palace and everyone was very smart. But today's conversation did not touch on military matters, and even the Shen family army was not mentioned. Instead the conversation was about the commoners in Xiaochun city which made Luo Shuiyan puzzled. People who were in battle had an intuitive sense of danger. She obviously felt danger approaching but did not know where the problem was, and that made Luo Shuiyan fretful. But she was afraid of scaring Shen Miao and did not intend to tell Shen Miao these things. Shen Miao did not ask her again, and when they returned to the residence, the skies were nearing evening. Shen Chu and Shen Xin had been waiting at the residence's doors, and only sighed in relief upon seeing both of their return. After finishing dinner, Luo Shuiyan instructed Shen Miao to rest early and pulled Shen Chu and Shen Xin back to the room to discuss about the matter of entering the palace. Shen Miao did not follow as she had learned a lot of things from Luo Shuiyan, but the thing that she did not understand was what was it that Shen Yuan gave to Fu Shuyi. The oil lamp brightly shone into one's eyes, as Shen Miao sat in front of the table pondering while Jing Jie and Gu Yu were careful not to disturb. A light drizzle started falling outside the window. This was the first drizzle since the end of the year and it signified that spring was coming. The beginning of spring will be here and everything would recover. It was clearly the beginning of a new how, but how to create a root among the heavy snow that allows the willow trees to provide shade and flowers to show the light. Shen Miao closed her eyes. At that night, there was someone walking with Tai Yi. When Xie Jingxing walked past the courtyard, he happened to meet with Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao. Both of them saw him and immediately stopped and saluted him respectfully, eldest brother. Towards these two people, Xie Jingxing always turned a blind eye to them and it was the same today. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Xie Chongchao which spoke with some complacent, have not seen eldest brother for a long time and do not know what eldest brother is busy with. During the hunt a few days ago, one wanted to go with eldest brother but it was father that let us follow the Lu Fu Daren's banquet, thus one regret for not going. These days Xie Ding had been bringing Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao to many banquets of fellow official colleagues, and everyone knew that Xie Ding wanted to bring his two sons into officialdom. Speaking of which Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were Shu sons thus their qualifications were not as good as Xie Jingxing. If it was not that Xie Jingxing remained frivolous and refused to enter officialdom, everyone knew that it would not be their turn. But because of Princess Yu Qing, Xie Jingxing has been in disagreement with Xie Ding for many years. If the father and son relationship was like ice, how could it be repaired? Xie Chongwu was more modest than Xie Chongchao but even so, his eyes could not conceal the contentment, eldest brother can also come along. With eldest brother's virtues with both the pen and the sword, it would open the eyes of all the Darens and it would be much easier to enter officialdom. Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu had long understood Xie Jingxing's temperament and knew how haughty he was. The more they said such things, the more it was not possible for him to enter officialdom. It was not possible to exceed Xie Jingxing in terms of winning Xie Ding's favor, but civil officials cared more about appearance thus even if one was far from Xie Jingxing, one can easily push Xie Jingxing down and naturally could not help but wag one's tail up high. Xie Jingxing heard him and smirked as he looked at them before suddenly questioned, very pleased with oneself. Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu were surprised for a moment but Xie Jingxing had already left. The glare of contempt however landed in both of their eyes. Watching Xie Jingxing far away figure, Xie Chongchao hatefully said, what kind of thing this is? Who does he think he is? Xie Chongwu's expression was sinister, there will be a day where I will step on him. When Xie Jingxing returned to the room, there were two people waiting in it. One was a middle-aged man with a bearded face, and the other was a young one with straight eyebrows. That middle-aged bearded man asked, Master, you really want? Xie Jingxing sat down in front of the table and waved his hands. Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu, the slightly younger one said, why not, speaking till the end, there was a murderous look. No need, it would only complicate things if actions are taken now. Xie Jingxing interrupted his words, without me, Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu would not do anything to Xie Ding. As for Madame Fang, he sneered, leave it be. Both of them bowed and complied. Xie Jingxing brought a memorandum from his sleeves and that was the copy with the request for commander from today's morning from His Majesty. At the end he still have to take this step. The first ray of sunlight shone through the carved window and onto the table. Shen Miao was sitting at the table without moving. Jing Jie carried a silver basin in and jumped in shock as she entered. Why is young lady up this early today? Shen Miao did not speak as Jing Jie walked over. The oil lamp on the desk was exhausted and on Shen Miao's fair and clean face, there was a slight darkness under her eyes. Jing Jie was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, could it be that young lady did not sleep the entire night? Shen Miao shook her head and pressed her forehead tiredly. She had been sitting here the entire night. Xie Jingxing's prompt made her feel more puzzled. She did not know what Shen Yuan had given to Fu Shuyi, but knew that it was something that was disadvantageous to the Shen family. And that retreat word was the route that she did not want the Shen family to embark. Thus how to be rid of this dilemma? Jing Jie said, no matter how worried young lady is, one must not torture one's body like this. Master and Furin will be in anguish if they saw this, so young lady better eat something before resting. Young lady's features look not good. If young lady is the first one to collapse then what can be done? At this time Shen Miao felt somewhat empty in her tummy. She had been thinking for the entire night and was a little dizzy so she said, pour some porridge. I will sleep for a while after eating. Do not mention this matter to others. Jing Jie complied and walked briskly out to the kitchens to bring Shen Miao's meal over. Shen Miao stood up as she wanted to wash her face with the warm water. She was only done halfway when she heard footsteps outside as Jing Jie ran back in. How come so fast? Shen Miao was somewhat surprised. There was a distance between the little kitchen to hear that even if Jing Jie ran there, one would still have to wait for a few more moments. Young lady, it is not good. Jing Jie was in some panic as she spoke. Someone from the palace came and summoned Master, Furin and young Master to enter the palace immediately. The handkerchief in Shen Miao's hands fell into the basin. She settled her state of mind and said, I will go and look. In the courtyard the eunuch who came from the palace had repeated Emperor Wen Hui's words, and was currently speaking to Shen Xin. These people would often be polite when meeting the formidable great general but today their attitude was not clear. Sometimes one was able to tell the master's attitude through the messenger, and obviously this trip to the palace was not a good thing at all. When Shen Miao came out, there was not only Shen Xin, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu in the courtyard but the other households were also present. Even old Shen Furan brought Shen Yuan Bo out. Seeing such a scene, old Shen Furan did not show any concern but looked on coldly, fearing that it would invite trouble for herself, so she gave an appearance of avoidance. It was Shen Wan who said to the eunuch, "One dare to ask what the matter is for His Majesty to summon eldest brother to the palace." That eunuch gaze was up in the skies. This one is acting accordingly to His Majesty's words, and this one did not know what is His Majesty's intention. Darren, it is better to quickly follow this one into the palace. He urged Shen Xin to quickly leave. When Shen Chu saw Shen Miao walking over, he was somewhat anxious and quickly pulled Shen Miao over and said, "Younger sister, why did you come over?" Seeing Shen Miao looking over, he quickly comforted her. "Younger sister, rest assured, His Majesty is only summoning us to the palace to discuss about military matters, and we will return quickly. Upon returning, eldest brother will bring you to eat candied fruit." He was afraid of scaring Shen Miao but did not know that in Shen Miao's eyes, this kind of scenario was even more suspicious. To summon Shen Xin, Luo Shuiyan and even Shen Chu into the palace, and even though she was not brought along, people would know that the people going were leading figures of the Shen family army, so the matter was related to the Shen family army. Now that the Shen family's military power was a hot potato, everything must be done very carefully when military power was involved. At this time, if Shen Miao were to show fear, then it would only not help, but would let Luo Shuiyan and the rest feel more burden. Thus Shen Miao smiled. Really? Eldest brother must be true to one's word. Seeing Shen Miao as such, Shen Chu was then relieved. Shen Chu knew that Shen Miao was smart, but did not want Shen Miao to be involved in matters of the court. Moreover, the matter of the courts were never worth one person, and would often involve numerous casualties, thus how could it be that clear? Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin also comforted Shen Miao. "Zhao Zhao, stay in the residence and do not go anywhere. When father and mother return, we will bring Zhao Zhao out to make new clothes for spring." Shen Miao also complied and watched as that eunuch left with Shen Xin and entourage. Chen Ruchu pulled Shen Wan's hands and said worriedly, "Why suddenly summon eldest brother and eldest Sao into the palace? Is it that something happened?" Shen Wan shook his head and Shen Gui said, "Eldest brother's limelight is too bright and unable to conduct himself with others in court. One fear that if a mishap happens, there would not be anyone who will speak for him." These words were loaded with meanings. Shen Gui meant that if Shen Xin really got into trouble, Shen Gui and Shen Wan would not be sending charcoal in the snowy weather. Shen Miao laughed coldly in her herd. One could only hear Shen Yu speaking timidly. Then if eldest Bo got into a mishap, it should be a big thing to take them all away. Will it implicate us all? How would it implicate you? Shen Gui smiled. If this implicate you, then the one who will bear the brunt of it is little five. Shen Gui's words were malicious. After his son's funeral, Shen Gui's career was not smooth and he originally envied that Shen Xin's rank was higher than him, and had more prestige than him. Now seeing Shen Xin in misfortune, naturally he was overjoyed and even hoped that Shen Xin would be overturned with this case, and would not appear in front of him. A flash of rejoice in others' misfortune appeared in Shen Yu's eyes as she looked sympathetically at Shen Miao. Would not fifth younger sister be very pitiful? Shen Miao did not get angry but smiled instead as she spoke lightly. The servants in the palace do not know the intention of His Majesty, but it seems that both Shushus are able to completely see through His Majesty's mind. She looked at Shen Gui. Second Shu have such incredible foresight that if the matter is spread to His Majesty's ears, His Majesty would appreciate Second Shu's ability to understand others' views. There are not many officials that have such connected thoughts. It can be comparable to Wei Darren of the previous dynasty. When the words were spoken, Shen Wan's and Shen Gui's face slightly discolored. What was the most taboo thing of an emperor? It was the nonsense speculation from the officials of the emperor's intention. Shen Miao's words would be pushing that Shen Gui and Shen Wan could see clearly Emperor Wen Hui's mind, and what kind of intention was this? She even insinuated the previous dynasty's Wei Darren. Wei Darren of the previous dynasty was the confidant of the emperor, and with just a look from the emperor, he was able to know what the emperor wanted to do. When that emperor's position was not stable, he would jointly control many objecting ministers with Wei Darren, but at the end when the emperor had a strong grip on power, Wei Darren was bestowed a death sentence. Not one monarch would like to have their thoughts be understood clearly by officials. If one were to understand clearly, then there would not be any revering, and without that, perhaps there would be a day when the knife would be on their throat. This is the imperial family and they are the most suspicious. Just one sentence could determine life and death. Shen Miao's sentence made Shen Gui's and Shen Wan's faces change color, and they dared not even refute with an excuse, for fear that if these words were spread and heard by Emperor Wen Wei, they would not know how big a trouble they would be bringing to themselves. Both of them were secretly scared, as they did not know where did Shen Miao learn such a skill to be able to hang such a big hat onto someone, with just a sentence. In the past such exaggerated words were usually Mei Fern's means. At this moment Shen Miao was overtly anxious by Shen Gui's words, and did not want to verbally spare with them here. The most urgent task on hand was to think of a solution to solve the matter. Old Shen Fern had watched enough show, and was not willing to see her son be at a disadvantage and coldly scoffed, only give the Shen family trouble. She kept thinking about the matter of Shen Xin wanting to separate from the family, but now with this matter, the separation would be postponed. Old Shen Fern was thinking that even if Shen Xin fell into misfortune and only the first household was implicated, did it meant that the assets of the first household will fall into her hands? Thinking of them, a look of greed appeared on her face. Shen Miao's heart was extremely disgusted. This entire house of people were putting on a performance of throwing stones at one who fell down a well. In all the despicable people in the world, the Shen family would definitely be in the top ranks. Wan Yiniang was pulling Shen Dongling's hand and hiding at the back, not daring to say anything at such a situation. Even though Ren Wanyun was awake, she did not come out of Kai Yun Yuan, thus did not appear today. Shen Dongling said softly, but how would eldest Bo fall into any mishap? Eldest Bo is not in the Ding capital all year, so could it be because he had won the war previously and there are additional rewards? Shen Dongling's words were to ease the situation, thus Shen Yu was not happy with her words. Old Shen Fern also displayed some unhappiness, and only Shen Miao was slightly surprised. Not in the Ding capital all year round. Yes, Shen Xin and wife and also Shen Chu were fighting in the bitter winter in the northwestern region all year round, and just returned to the Ding capital. So it was not possible that the criminal charge would be at the Ding capital. Moreover, yesterday consort Xu Xian and consort Dong Chu were all asking about living in Xiaochun City. Why would one ask about Xiaochun City lifestyle without a good cause? Shen Miao would not believe that those delicate females in the palace were interested in the remote northwestern region. There must be some relation. If it was not in the Ding capital, then what were the charges? Shen Miao's heart was uneasy and she could no longer stand here and get entangled with the Shen family, so she did not turn her head at all as she quickly headed back to her room. Outside, Shen Gui and entourage had watched enough commotion, and wanted to inquire more about the matter, so the crowd quickly dispersed. Shen Yu followed Chen Ruchu and there was a trace of joy on her face. Yesterday when she heard that consort Dong Shu saw Shen Miao and Luo Shuiyan, Shen Yu's heart was very restless. Consort Dong Shu was Prince Ding's consort mother, and if one won consort Dong Shu's favor, what if strings were anyhow pulled together? Fortunately from today's event, it was the first household that encountered a mishap. Thinking of that, Shen Yu's footsteps were lighter and relaxed. It was Shen Dongling whose hands Wan Yiniang was holding, who looked thoughtfully at the courtyard and followed back in. The huge western courtyard was emptied in the flash of a moment that even Aji also followed Shen Shen's guards back to the Shen family army. Emperor Wenwei suddenly summoned them to the palace and naturally confined the Shen family army. Fortunately Mo Qing was still present, mainly because Mo Qing was still not in the name list of the Shen family army's register. In the room, Jing Jie, Gu Yu, Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang all stood behind Shen Miao while Mo Qing stood at attention by the door with a serious expression. Even though Shen Dongling said that perhaps Emperor Wenwei was continue rewarding Shen Xin, everyone knew that it was not possible. Shen Miao sat in front of the table with a tight frown, but this made Mo Qing heart a little comforted. He was initially worried that Shen Miao would be nervous and helpless after knowing of the matter, and would be confused as to what to do, but now he was seeing that even though Shen Miao had a dark look on, she was not nervous at all. Shen Miao looked at the personal letter in front of her. The Shen family was eliminated by Fu Shuyi in one swoop, and at that time she also tried to block, but Fu Shuyi stated the individual count of the Shen family's offenses in front of entire court of officials and made her speechless. Even though she knew that everything was false, with the evidence of these falsifications, it rendered those refusals powerless. On that day in the Golden Throne Hall, every single moment was like a chisel that cut deep into her heart. That condemnation report of the Shen family was in accordance to the time period and said on a daily basis. Now that it is the 69th year of Ming-Chi, and she was reborn on the 68th year of Ming-Chi, in the thing that Shen Yuan gave Fu Shuyi, the offense must definitely be something that happened before the 68th year of Ming-Chi. What were the charges of the Shen family before the 68th year of Ming-Chi? Shen Miao closed her eyes and some footage appeared in her mind. She was wearing the imperial robes of the empress, and even the entire head of phoenix hairpins could not cover her sad condition. The entire court of officials was aroused, Pei Lang was indifferent and Fu Shuyi furiously threw the report at her face. There was a civil official reading. In the 68th year of Ming-Chi, the Shen family's officers defied the emperor's command, secretly released the traitorous bandits and lied to the monarch. Secretly released the traitorous bandits, lied to the monarch. Shen Miao suddenly opened her eyes. She suddenly remembered that in the 68th year of Ming-Chi, there was indeed a matter that happened. Shen Xin resisted the Shirongs and won 3 city moats, and Emperor Wenwei commanded that everyone in the city was to be killed without pardon. To a general, massacring a city was the most brutal form of contribution. And in the city of Shirong, other than the soldiers, most of the people were elderly, womenfolk and children. These elderly and weak womenfolk and children were as innocent as the commoners of Ming-Chi, and the ones at fault were only the soldiers of Shirong. Shen Xin was not one who loved to kill, so secretly he kept the lives of those womenfolk and children. Other than the Shen family's army, no one else knew of the matter, and moreover everyone in the Shen family army was brought up by Shen Xin, so there was no reason to betray Shen Xin. Among them, there must be some spies from Shen Yuan. Perhaps very early on, Shen Yuan had buried a few chess pieces in the Shen family's army. It was because after the crown prince was disposed that all the offenses of the Shen family were laid bare, so this lying to the monarch offense was not that important. However, to Fu Shuyi, who was always composed, to bring this up before the time was ripe, could only mean that Fu Shuyi had already felt the danger in the current situation, and the Shen family had become a variable. In this lifetime, because she and Fu Shuyi were not entangled, he did not hold Emperor Wenwei back and kept the Shen family for a few years, thus the imperial family eyes finally landed on the Shen family, this piece of fat meat. Therefore the evidence that Shen Yuan gave to Fu Shuyi should be that Shen Xin's offense of not acting according to Emperor Wenhui's command of massacre. The matter could be said to be big or small. It was just that in this current situation the imperial family was bent on recalling the Shen family's military power, so how would they let go of this opportunity? This matter became much trickier. Shen Miao clenched her fists and slowly calmed down her emotions. Currently it was not the worst situation. Even though the imperial family had the intention to deal with the Shen family, they only wanted to reclaim the military power. The Fu family was very cunning and would not touch the Shen family, as it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction with other aristocratic families. What did one have to do at this time? The few people in the room all saw the uncertain look in Shen Miao's expression and were puzzled in their heart. But then they saw that Shen Miao suddenly stood up and said, "I want to take a trip out of the residence." Ah, Gu Yu was surprised. Young lady, it will be unavoidable for others to talk about it if one were to leave the residence at such a time. How about the family have met with misfortune and one is frustrated, thus one head out to a friend's house for some relief. Shen Miao's gaze turned cold. Leave. Mo Qing naturally had no objection with Shen Miao's decision. Moreover, he was committed in heart and soul to Shen Miao, and knew that she had her own reasoning. Thus upon seeing Shen Miao ask such, his heart was much more settled and only said, "This subordinate will go and arrange." Seeing Mo Qing like this, Jing Jie and Gu Yu no longer spoke, and let Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang remain in the residence to wait for news as they went out with Shen Miao. Naturally Shen Miao's actions attracted the discussion of the residence's people, and when one came to inquire, it was only said that she went out to look for Feng and Ning. Feng and Ning was considered Shen Miao's friend, and since the Shen family's first household had a mishap, it was naturally for Shen Miao to go to Feng and Ning's to complain. Thus no one obstructed. After leaving the doors of the residence, Mo Qing led the carriage towards the direction of the Feng residence. When going through a small alley and confirming that there was no one following, Shen Miao then said, "Go to Su residence." Su residence. Gu Yu was surprised for a moment. Which Su residence? The Count of Pingnan family, Su Yu residence. Mo Qing, who was outside, was very familiar with the roads of the Ding capital, and knew clearly which nobles' residence were located where. There was no need to ask for directions as he turned the horse around and headed to another direction. Jing Jie and Gu Yu wanted to ask but dared not, as they knew that Shen Miao naturally had her own idea. But even them servants knew that in the court, the Shen family surmised to have an enemy, the Marquis of Linan's Xie family and the Count of Pingnan's Su family were ants on the same boat. Thus naturally the Su family and the Shen family were incompatible like fire and water. The Shen family suffered a misfortune, so why would that side come to help? But, most likely it was not asking the other for help. Jing Jie and Gu Yu had uneasy thoughts. In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng was in the room and there was someone else sitting down at the moment. The person was clad in a purple gold glamorous robe and had a lazy and casual smile on the face. It was instead Su Mingfeng who had a look of anxiousness. What is going on? Why did you request for commander? It is too boring in the Ding capital, so one will go to the northern Qing to play. Xie Jingxing said. Play. Su Mingfeng looked at him and anger surfaced on his usually elegant and calm face. Do you know what kind of place the northern Zhang is? Others do not even dare to confront the Shangnu, and you want to go there to play. Seeing that Xie Jingxing did not even put his words to heart, Su Mingfeng tone slowed down. I know your father brought Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu into officialdom and you are upset, but one did not need to use such an approach to vent it out. This is not a trifling matter, even though your martial arts skills are exceptionally strong, but the northern Zhang terrain is complex and you have never been there. Jingxing, do not go. Su Mingfeng. Xie Jingxing found it funny. His Majesty had already given me the approval. Do you think I can still not go? Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment and a desperate look suddenly appeared on his face. Once the emperor opened his golden mouth and spoke those jaded words, there was no reason to go back on them. With the approval of the request for commander in one's hands, there was no room for any change. Even if Xie Jingxing later changed his mind, he could not go. Seeing Su Mingfeng like this, Xie Jingxing said, "You are cursing for an accident to befall me." Scoundrel. Su Mingfeng cursed and was enraged. "Why did you not discuss the matter with me? Discussing it with you would have been of any use." Xie Jingxing did not even care as he took a cup at the side and poured tea to drink. "To me there is no difference." Su Mingfeng was fuming at one end, and was also helpless at the other. He knew that Xie Jingxing had the temperament of a maverick, and when he decided on something, even 9 bulls would not pull him back. Even though they were close childhood friends, now it seems that he was the only one who was fired up. Xie Jingxin did not tell him anything, and it could be said that this was just notifying only. For this instance, this was only a notification and the request for commander was approved, and once the time came, one would need to set off. For what reason must you go to that nuisance Northern Zhong? Su Mingfeng walked back and forth in the room. Do you not want to live? Do you know that if you win, it is naturally good, but if you lose, those 2 younger brothers of yours will be the first to clap their hands in joy. Su Mingfeng furiously slammed his hands in front of Xie Jingxing and said, "Are you rest assured to let them stay in the capital? Not scared that your father will say anything?" Speaking of that, he suddenly paused and looked at Xie Jingxing. "Does your father know of this matter?" Xie Jingxing shook his head. "See," Su Mingfeng said, "you are so headstrong. Marquis Xie would definitely be furious when he knows about the matter, and at that time those 2 younger brothers of yours will say more things, and there is still that yin yang that is hidden so deeply in the residence. When you return from the Northern Zhong, who knows in what kind of situation the residence will be. Xie Jingxing, you really feel at ease." Su Mingfeng treated Xie Jingxing as a real friend, and all these words were of concern for him. Xie Jingxing smiled but looked as though he did not want to mention those matters. "When I leave the capital, you need to help me watch over the princess residence." In the Ding capital, other than the Su family, Xie Jingxing had the most contact with Princess Rongxin of the princess residence. This trip to Northern Zhong would at least take a year and a half, and no one would know how long it would take to return at worst. When Princess Rongxin know of this, she would definitely be upset for a period of time. Su Mingfeng wanted to enumerate Xie Jingxing a few more sentences, but seeing Xie Jingxing's serious expression, he could not say anything more. One only heard Xie Jingxing speaking again. "Within 2 years, it is best for the Su family to avoid the tip of the spearhead. Do not enter officialdom and just claim illness." Oh, Su Mingfeng felt strange. What does this got to do with me? Is not it said that it is alright even though one enter officialdom, but deal less with the military horses? Just do what one tell you to do. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at him and stood up. "I'm leaving." "Hey," Su Mingfeng said, you just leave like this? Why exactly did you come today?" "Farewell." Xie Jingxing shrugged but suddenly heard a putong at the door. Su Mingfeng was shocked and opened the door, and a rounded dumpling rolled in. That dumpling was born rounded and chubby. When Su Mingfeng raised him up, he patted the dust off his clothes before speaking. "Ming Lang, what are you doing here?" That chubby round dumpling was not other but the second young master of the Su family, Su Ming Lang. When he saw that there was someone else in the room and that person was Xie Jingxing, he first shrank in fear and hid behind Su Mingfeng. "Eldest brother, older sister Shen is here." What? Su Mingfeng did not understand what was going on. When he saw his personal servant ran from the door and said panting, "Young master, there is a young lady at the residence door looking for you." When those words were spoken, Su Mingfeng froze for a moment. He then looked towards Xie Jingxing and he gave him a smile but yet not a smile. Su Mingfeng lightly coughed. "Nonsense. Where did I know a young lady?" "It is true," that servant said quickly. "It is said that she is the 5th lady, D-born of the formidable general's residence, and she is here to have an important discussion with you." 5th lady, D-born of the formidable general's residence. Su Mingfeng was repeating the words to sort the name out, when Su Minglang at the side jumped out. "It is older sister Shen Miao." "Eldest brother, it is older sister Shen Miao who is here to look for you." Shen Miao. Su Mingfeng was stunned silly but Xie Jingxing frowned. Not to mention the Xie family, the Shen family and the Su family did not have any dealings. As for privately, Su Mingfeng did not have any friendship with Shen Miao. Shen Miao suddenly came over making Su Mingfeng confused. He asked Xie Jingxing, "Could it be to look for you?" "Older sister Shen Miao is definitely here to look for me." Su Minglang held his face joyously. "Eldest brother, let us go and see older sister Shen Miao." This, Su Mingfeng hesitated. "Go." Xie Jingxing suddenly spoke and his gaze seemed profound. "Make it in your room." When Shen Miao brought Mo Qing into Su Mingfeng's room, she happened to see Su Minglang being brought out by a servant. The snow-fair glutinous rice dumpling was struggling to get out of the servant's hands, but at the end his efforts were futile. Since he saw her, his eyes brightened and waved his small short hands excitedly. "Shen, older sister." Shen Miao stopped beside him and a rare smile appeared on her face as she stroked his head. "Why are you here?" "Eldest brother did not let me enter." Su Minglang was in tears. "Shen, older sister, are you here to see me?" The servant at the side coughed lightly and smiled apologetically at Shen Miao. "Apologies to young lady Shen, young master is waiting for you inside." And that covered up Su Minglang's words. Su Minglang was clearly dissatisfied and looked at Shen Miao with full cheeks. Shen Miao laughed. "I am here to speak to your eldest brother on some matters. The next time, I will look for you and bring some sweet cakes for you to eat." Hearing that, Su Minglang immediately became happy and no longer struggled. He carefully told Shen Miao not to forget the promise before leaving happily with the servant. Mo Qing, who was following at the back, was somewhat surprised. Shen Miao had all along been one who was not patient or kind to strangers, but has a very good temperament with Su Minglang. If one did not know, one would think that Su Minglang was her son. Mo Qing immediately pushed down such absurd thoughts. Not to mention that there was not much difference between Shen Miao's and Su Minglang's age. Shen Miao was still a little girl, so how could she be a mother? When Shen Miao pushed open the doors and entered, there was only Su Mingfeng alone sitting in front of a small table. Seeing Shen Miao entering and bringing Mo Qing, he first paused but did not obstruct and let Shen Miao enter the room. The servant at the door quickly closed the door. Mo Qing stood in front of the door without moving, in case anything happened. Shen Miao walked straight to Su Mingfeng and sat down in front of him. Her entire actions looked very natural, as if this was her own residence and there was no issue. But this was her first time in this residence, and before this, she did not have anything to do with Su Mingfeng. To be so undaunted to a stranger made Su Mingfeng not help but cast a sidelong glance. Shen Miao was also sizing Su Mingfeng up. In all fairness, Su Mingfeng was a clean-cut handsome youth. It was just that due to standing by the side of Xie Jingxing, a person who lit up others' eyes, most of the radiance was covered up. In fact, Shen Miao knew that Su Mingfeng was not an ordinary child of an official and really had abilities. Unfortunately, at the end the entire Su family was destroyed due to the matter of sale of the military horses. Su Mingfeng also lost his life in that disaster, and at the end, the corpses of the Su father and son were personally collected by Xie Jingxing. The close relationship between the Su and Xie families was evident in that. Precisely because of that, the Su family had no contact with the Shen family at all. Su Mingfeng was somewhat uncomfortable with how Shen Miao was looking and lightly coughed. "Young lady Shen, one did not know for what reason does one come to one's residence. My parents and eldest brother were summoned into the palace by His Majesty. Does young master Su know why?" Shen Miao asked. Su Mingfeng was somewhat baffled. The matter of the Shen family had spread to the entire Ding capital early in the morning, and every official family knew of the danger, and since they were officials in court, once there were any changes of wind and grass movement, it could be a big event. But how did the Shen family's mishaps got to do with his Su family? I do not know, Su Mingfeng replied. He really did not know the purpose of why Shen Xin was summoned to the palace, and everyone guessed that it was Emperor Wen Wei that wanted to fix the Shen family, but no one knew what were the charges. When my father was at the northwestern region, His Majesty ordered the massacre of the city, but my father did not obey and withdrew instead. Shen Miao said, so one think that His Majesty would use the offense of deceiving the monarch and disobey military orders to punish my father. Su Mingfeng jumped in shock. It was not because of the charges that Shen Miao said, but it was how easy Shen Miao told the matter to him. This matter could be considered a leverage in anyone's hands, and it was not too late to cover it up, but Shen Miao actually told him so straightforwardly. Even if Su Mingfeng was intelligent since childhood, he did not know how to continue the conversation, and could only laugh dryly twice and said half-heartedly, oh, then what can be done? So I wish for the Su heir to help, Shen Miao said. Su Mingfeng was once again stunned. He thought it through and could not think of any relations with Shen Miao, or what kind of relations the Shen family and the Su family had for the Su family to lend a helping hand. At the situation where he was baffled, Su Mingfeng secretly glanced towards the folding screen. Young Lady Shen is joking. He quickly recovered his gaze and looked at Shen Miao before smiling gently and politely. Just what can this one do to help? Young Lady Shen most likely overestimated this one. Actually, forgive this one for speaking rudely. This matter is complicated, and if one were to casually help, one fear that one will invite trouble for oneself. I cannot find any reasons to act dangerously and be a good-hearted person. Su Mingfeng said those words very skillfully. It was very polite but mercilessly rejected Shen Miao's request. Su Mingfeng himself also saw clearly that Shen Miao standing in front of him had a straightforward character, and he abandoned his usual roundabout and tactful words and straightforward stated, no way. Shen Miao however lightly smiled upon hearing this. When she smiled, her eyes were especially clear and there seems to be some naivety. But it was only in the twinkling of an eye before that smile cooled down as she said, Su heir, even though you have yet to enter officialdom, but your esteemed father is still in command of the military horses. Su Mingfeng slightly frowned, correct. Did your esteemed father spoke to Su heir that there seems to be a problem in the army horses? Shen Miao said. This time Su Mingfeng's brow knitted even tighter as he stared closely at Shen Miao. Why does young lady Shen say such words? Shen Miao smiled gently. I heard that there are a few minor problems in the military horses recently. Several horses were ill and there is no cure. Su Mingfeng gripped his cup tighter. Shen Miao words were not false. These days Su Yu was busy and having a headache on this matter, but other than speaking about it secretly to a few subordinates and him, no one knew about it. Moreover, it was not possible for people outside of the military horse department to inform Shen Miao, as if the matter spread out and Emperor Wen Wei put the blame down, everyone would be fired and it would be even worse. But, how did Shen Miao know about it? Su Mingfeng heard his dry voice, young lady Shen. Where did you hear these untrue words? Untrue words. Shen Miao sighed and there was a light smile in her eyes. She got nearer to Su Mingfeng and whispered, could it be that Su heir is not afraid that this horse illness will eventually become a horse plague? Su Mingfeng's pupil enlarged. Horse plague. With Count Ping Nan's cautious character and also a lifetime of experience with military horses, how could one not suspect that? Shen Miao pretended to be surprised. Could it be that it was not told to Su heir? Su Mingfeng bit his teeth and did not speak. Su Yu did not tell him. Naturally Su Yu told him that the medication was ineffective with the horse illness, and it was a foreshadow of a horse plague. A single military horse would require a lot of money to raise, and once a horse plague erupts, there will be large casualties in the military horses, and money was not only impacted. If there were not enough horses in the battlefield, then it was not possible for the army to fight. And when the blame flows down, the punishment would range from light, losing the official hat, to heavy, one may not even protect the head on the shoulders. Not only that, this horse illness came strangely, and even after consulting numerous veterinarians, there was no way out. Recently they have separated the sick horses away, but there were still a number of horses that intermittently died. If at the end it was not controlled and really became a horse plague, one feared that it would be a catastrophe. Young lady Shen, what opinion do you have? Su Mingfeng spoke roughly, and when he was speaking, he could not help but glance towards the folding screen. Instead of being anxious, Shen Miao picked up an empty cup on the table and poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. When Su Mingfeng saw this, he originally wanted to say something, but after thinking for a moment, he swallowed it down and opened his ears to hear. I have a way to resolve your horse difficulties, Shen Miao said. Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment. Is that remark real? One is luckily acquainted with a veterinarian who has superior skills. One heard that he had treated the exact horse illness, and the army horse's matter can be resolved if he is found. Su Mingfeng did not speak. Shen Miao picked up the cup again to take a sip before speaking lightly. Mending the pen when the sheep is lost is not considered too late. Su heir, when the horse illness spread out widely and could not be concealed, the ones who will be suffering are not only the horses. Su Mingfeng bit his teeth and looked towards Shen Miao. For young lady Shen to especially come over to deliver such a good strategy, one feared that there are still more words to be spoken. His eyes flashed. Perhaps one think that my Su family can provide a good strategy to help the Shen family. Please do speak. Very frank and straightforward, Shen Miao praised. Su Mingfeng laughed bitterly. How is it that he was frank and straightforward? It was clearly because Shen Miao was cunning. Previously he had already said that the Su family had no obligation to get into the muddy water and help Shen Xin, but Shen Miao directly provided the conditions for a transaction. Since she brought out the Su family most worrisome and latest matter of the army horses, one had to say that Shen Miao really know how to catch others at their soft underbelly. The matter have not been spread out, and even Su Yu and he only spoke about it privately, so he did not know how did Shen Miao knew. No matter what, after the conditions for the transaction was thrown out, he simply cannot refuse. No wonder Shen Miao did not even fawn and spoke directly. She simply had a card up her hands. Since it is a trade, no one took advantage of the other. I know that the Count of Pingnan knows a number of people in court, and as compared to my parents who are based in the northwestern region all year, the Count of Pingnan's influences are much bigger. I want to request the Count of Pingnan's and all of his colleagues' help to unite and submit reports on my father. Submit reports. Su Mingfeng frowned. All to intercede for General Shen. Shen Miao shook her head. No, all to fault my father. Su Mingfeng was shocked. One think that the Count of Pingnan will not be willing to enter this muddy water. Shen Miao slightly smiled. So how the Count of Pingnan can be persuaded will be left to Su heir. But Su heir must not tell the Count of Pingnan of the matter of the army horses or mention about me. Else, the entire deal will be dissolved. Su Mingfeng could not understand. He looked up. The young lady in front of him still had the appearance of a little girl, with warm and clean brows and a naivety when she smiled, but when she did not smile, the coldness in her eyes was awe-inspiring. And that kind of pressure to another was something that even Su Yu had not even given to Su Mingfeng before. I cannot stay for long and will have to trouble Su heir to send someone to my residence upon the decision. When the matter is successful, I will naturally provide the location of the veterinarian. She stood up and slightly bowed to Su Mingfeng before saying, many thanks. Su Mingfeng quickly got up and said, definitely. Shen Miao took a glance at the folding screen and walked out of the house with Mo Qing. After Shen Miao had left, Su Mingfeng then released a sigh of relief and someone walked out from behind of the folding screen. Who was it other than Xie Jingxing? You have heard it all. Su Mingfeng said, one cannot make out this young lady of the Shen family more than anyone else. Xie Jingxing raised his brows and did not speak. Su Mingfeng's gaze landed on the table and the teacup that Shen Miao drank from was still there. The rim of the cup was still slightly wet. Speaking of which, that was the cup you drank from, Su Mingfeng said, you. Xie Jingxing impolitely and ruthlessly kicked him. Ouch, Su Mingfeng screamed out, whatever for do you kick me? I just now wanted to warn her but she drank so fast. What can I do? Su Mingfeng sized Xie Jingxing. Speaking of which, the person at the disadvantage is also others and not you, why do you care about it? Xie Jingxing ignored him and sat down in front of the table before questioning seriously, the matter of the military horses that she spoke about is true. Hearing that, Su Mingfeng's face became ugly and under Xie Jingxing's sharp look, he said with a severe tone, correct. Why did you hide it from me? Xie Jingxing asked pressingly. Su Mingfeng shook his head and said wryly, the matter was only privately discussed between my father and me and I did not even tell others, much less my father. This is a matter in which one's official hat can drop easily, so who will speak of it lightly? I initially wanted to tell you in these days. But how did young lady Shen know of the matter? Could it be that they also have some familiar people in the military horses? But the people in the military horses that is involved in the matter would not in any way speak about it. Xie Jingxing glanced at Su Mingfeng. Although Su Mingfeng was considered a person brimming with talent, he has been protected rigorously by the Su family since young and did not experience any big winds or storm. Speaking of which, there was an endless stream of cards in Shen Miao's hands and each time it was beyond his expectations. Xie Jingxing gave Shen Miao a retreat strategy, but did not think that Shen Miao would not even use his strategy at all. By aligning with the Su and other families to condemn Shen Xin, it was the very opposite strategy and could actually solve Shen Xin's immediate predicament. However, the emperor's mind was unpredictable, so even if this time Shen Xin was spared, the Shen family army's military might will still remain strong, and one day would be regarded as an eyesore. One could hide once but could not hide a lifetime. It is just that. Did Shen Miao really not thought of this layer? Xie Jingxing did not think so. Seeing Xie Jingxing being quiet, and that his usual cynical look on his face was replaced by a pondering frown, Su Mingfeng became nervous. He was aware that even though this good friend looked casual, he had a better understanding than anyone on the matters of court. Su Mingfeng questioned, is there any problem? Xie Jingxing shook his head, just what do you think about it? From the horse illness to become a horse plague, it is indeed very probable. Moreover, the matter is so serious, and father is in charge of the management of the military horses. Once anything occurs, the Su family will have to bear the brunt of it. Su Mingfeng said, if young lady Shen did not lie to me, I think it is worth a try. Even though it is a bit difficult to persuade father, but I will do my best. After pausing, Su Mingfeng looked towards Xie Jingxing, what do you think about this deal? Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised, the biggest winner of this transaction is not you, but you will not be at a disadvantage. He looked at Su Mingfeng, do as she says. Su Mingfeng lowered his head and said with some hesitation, but to impeach Shen Xin in alliance, she is not afraid that she will outsmart herself. Do not you realize? Xie Jingxing said with a smile but not a smile, she could feel out the emperor's mind clearly than you. Su Mingfeng did not speak but saw Xie Jingxing standing up. Su Mingfeng was stunned, where are you going? The request for commander. Xie Jingxing went back to that previous lazy appearance, one must let the Marquis of Linen take a look at it. Outside the Su residence's door, Shen Miao put on her bamboo hat and asked Mo Qing beside her, just now in Su Mingfeng's room, did you feel the presence of someone else? Mo Qing was startled, one did not feel the presence of another, but what did young lady discover? Shen Miao shook her head. Mo Qing's martial arts skills were superior, and even he could not sense another person in the room so there should be no one else. But, Shen Miao felt strange in her heart. Then why did Su Mingfeng kept looking towards the folding screen? Even though she did not have any martial arts skills, she had a high degree of observation, and it was more than enough to deal with a young and immature Su Mingfeng. Now thinking about it, the two teacups on the table were somewhat strange. Shen Miao tilted her head and threw away all the messy thoughts to the back of her head. No matter if there was anyone behind the screen or not, or what kind of person it was, the words that were to be said to Su Mingfeng were said, and she had an understanding of what kind of person Su Mingfeng was, so the matter would be successful. After getting back on the horse carriage, Gu Yu asked, young lady, will first young master Su help master inferin? Jing Jie and Gu Yu were outside and did not know what did Shen Miao said to Su Mingfeng, and only though that Shen Miao went to Su Mingfeng for help. However, since the relation between the Su and Shen families were as such, they were unable to feel assured. Shen Miao nodded, will. In the previous lifetime the Su family was beheaded for trading military horses, and even though the heavenly family could not tolerate such an aristocratic family, on the surface they would feign a complete job of tolerance. Other than having the evidence of trading military horses, there was also a recorded offense which was at the beginning of Mingqi's 69th year. The military horses under Count Ping Nan's management became sick, and there was a small wave of horse plague. It was only later on when the Count of Ping Nan found a veterinarian from the countryside to control the epidemic. None other than the confidants in the military horses knew of the matter. It was not spread so everyone did not know about it. It was afterwards when the Count of Ping Nan's residence was confiscated that the matter was uncovered. At that time Shen Miao was the empress and read carefully through the file of the Count of Ping Nan's offenses and knew where that veterinarian lived. In fact, even if Shen Miao did not look for Su Mingfeng, after not long when the little wave of horse plague spread out, Su Yu would still be able to locate that veterinarian and the epidemic would be controlled. The reason why Shen Miao did not want to let Su Minglang tell Su Yu about this matter was to take advantage of the time difference. Su Mingfeng had to use other reasons to request Su Yu to submit the report, and she can make use of this condition. This was just as good. But Shen Miao's expression darkened. Before Shen Yuan died he had provided the evidence to Fu Shuyi and this was inevitably not complete. Fu Shuyi actually started to deal with the Shen family now, and this made Shen Miao feel worried. The her right now still did not have enough cards on hand to deal with Fu Shuyi head on. The time was not right and there was no opportunity yet, so it really touched on Xie Jingxing's words, retreat. But, how to retreat was still a problem. By giving way in the face of a superior force and retreating in order to advance. How would one arrange everything else after retreating? That was the question she was worried about. Because one could not stay out for too long in case it arouses suspicions, Shen Miao quickly returned back to the Shen residence. In the Shen residence, everyone saw her return and thought that Shen Miao came back after complaining to Feng and Ning. Since there were no signs of Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan returning, and most likely Shen Gui and Shen Wan also said other stuff, so the rest of the people in the Shen family had an expression of watching a good show. The first household's people were accustomed of being seen as the enemy by the other Shen's households, so Shen Miao did not even bother to look at them and went back to the western courtyard. Jing Jie and Gu Yu thought that Shen Miao would have a heavy mind tonight, and would most probably sit in front of the table like the night before, but who knew that Shen Miao changed and went to bed early, prompting the few maids to look at one another and get more worried about Shen Miao. Shen Miao lay on the bed and looked at the 4 sachets that were hanging at the carved corners, and slowly closed her eyes. What she could do was done. Now the only thing left was only to wait. Wait for the Su family to gather the other officials to submit a memorandum and wait for Emperor Wen Hui's suspicious heart to erupt. In the royal palace there is the Shu Fang's palace, which was different from the other magnificent palaces since it was considered simple and plain. Even the decorations were only some flowers and some paintings. Consort Dongshu was sitting on a soft couch listening to a tune. The one plucking the tune was a young lady with a round face. She was not considered beautiful, but the tune was rather lively. Consort Dongshu was smiling as she listened. Consort Dongshu was not considered very beautiful, and in a place where countless numbers and variations of beauties were located, she was considered normal. Even though she was considered beautiful, but she did not have a temper, thus was the most obscure of the 4 consorts. By her side, there sat a young male who was dressed in a noble robes, looking handsome and with an air of a cool temperament. However, the smile on his face seemed a bit warm on the surface. He said to Consort Dongshu, "This song is played well." This person was not other but Consort Dongshu's son, the 9th prince, Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Consort Dongshu smiled and looked at Fu Shuyi before waving her hands, and the person playing the music suddenly paused. Consort Dongshu smiled. "Well played, go get some rewards." A flash of happiness flashed on the face of the young lady playing the music. She then carried her chin out as she withdrew. Everyone in the Mingqi palace know that the servants in Consort Dongshu's palace had the most freedom, because Consort Dongshu was a kind person and treated the servants warmly. Just like in this instance, one was only plucked out from the group and still could get a generous reward. All withdraw. Consort Dongshu glanced at the other palace's people and they retreated in order when they hear this. In a short moment only Consort Dongshu and her son were left in the palace hall. Consort mother's methods of teaching servants are getting better. Fu Shuyi laughed. Conferring a favor is better than starting a feud. Consort Dongshu smiled. Consort mother has told you many times already. Yes, yes, yes. Fu Shuyi sighed. Unfortunately with this son's current position, it is easier to start a feud than conferring favor. Hearing that, Consort Dongshu's smile slightly faded as she asked, "These days your emperor father is worried about the matter of the formidable great general. At your end, is there certainty?" Consort Dongshu had all the while not cared about Fu Shuyi's matters, as the inner palace is forbidden to meddle in court matters. Moreover, Emperor Wen Wei had 9 sons, and each one was difficult to deal with. It was better to conceal one's shame than to publicize them. Thus now at an unclear period, Consort Dongshu was not afraid to be a consort who lost favor. Emperor father originally had the matter on mind, so naturally would not let it go easily. Fu Shuyi said, "I have submitted the evidences up, and luckily they were aligned with Emperor father's intention, thus it would only be smooth sailing." "I know that you have a mind of your own," Consort Dongshu lightly said, "but little 9, now the situation is tense so you must be more careful. Do not earn credit, let them fight and it would not be late to take action when they get tired from fighting. This son will listen to consort mother's teachings." Fu Shuyi quickly said. Consort Dongshu smiled and suddenly thought of something. "The last time when Shen Furan brought Shen Miao into the palace, you told me to be sure not to let Shen Miao hear our conversation. What was that about?" "The last time when Luo Shuiyan and daughter entered the palace, Fu Shuyi urged repeatedly not to let Shen Miao be present at that time. Thus Consort Dongshu let Tong Yao bring Shen Miao out." "What kind of person does consort mother make of the 5th young lady of the Shen family?" Fu Shuyi asked. "Her appearance is good and will be a beauty in the future. But her temperament is too gentle, most probably easy to be bullied by others." Consort Dongshu looked at Fu Shuyi. "Previously one heard that she was in love with you, but it seemed that there are untruths in the rumors. Even though she is not smart and intelligent, it was not to the point of being an idiot." Fu Shuyi smiled gently. Consort mother is such a critical person but is unable to say any of her bad points. Consort Dongshu was stunned for a moment. On the surface she looked broad-minded and harmonious, but was a very picky person inside. This was because Fu Shuyi was currently at the age to look for a Furan, and he was ideal himself, thus there were many noble families who wanted their daughters to marry in. There were many famous ladies from all the families but Consort Dongshu could pick them out, and felt that others were not worthy to be matched with her son. And at the moment with this remark, even if one did not praise Shen Miao, there were no words of despise, thus if one carefully think about it, there was some preference for Shen Miao. Among the young ladies of the official families, it was the first time Consort Dongshu gave such an evaluation to a person. So with Fu Shuyi reminder, Consort Dongshu was also shocked. It was obviously just an ordinary young girl, so how could one be unable to find something bad to say? But other than being stiff, there was really nothing wrong. No bad points, no ambitions, calm eyes like a woman. Consort Dongshu's heart jumped in shock. This in herself, or one could say her disguised self, was not exactly the same. One think that consort mother can also see it. Fu Shuyi smiled. This young lady Shen is a master in concealment. Consort Dongshu looked at Fu Shuyi puzzled. You are saying she is acting? At such a young age, not to say if one can act, even temper cannot be contained. Consort mother. A strange light flashed in Fu Shuyi's eyes. I have seen her making a fool of herself in public, seen her appearance of not knowing shame and showing adoration, seen the murder's air when she shot 3 arrows to Gentleman Kai that he could not come down the stage, and now you even saw her blank and stiff appearance. Does consort mother think that with this many appearances, which one is truly her? Consort Dongshu's hand holding the teacup tightened. For a person to have thousands of appearances, and each one be so lifelike as if each one was all one's character, this concealment was just too scary. The most scary part was that she has only reached marriageable age not too long ago. Fu Shuyi lowered his head. He did not mention that he had also seen that during the palace banquet when Shen Miao was looking at him, her eyes were unable to suppress the look of hatred. That kind of deep-rooted hatred was not the kind of hatred that a young girl would feel when love became hate. That kind of hatred was as if one's soul was trembling in anger, and could not wait to tear him apart. There were many areas of suspicion. Consort mother, the Shen family is a variable even if they remained. Now the country cannot be changed anymore. Fu Shuyi suppressed his voice. Young lady Shen may not be as simple as we thought. The roots must be dug out to eliminate the grass. It is the best if it ends before it starts. So this time the formidable great general will not escape from disaster. Consort Dongshu asked. That is not so. Fu Shuyi smiled. The Shen family is the head of the influential aristocratic families and by getting rid of the Shen family now, would only cause more variables. But after recalling the power from the Shen family, they will gradually decline and when the time is right, one only need to eliminate with one stroke. What if there are any changes in between? Consort Dongshu looked at him. Perhaps the Shen family still have other hidden cards. What if they were to safely go through it? One fear that you will be implicated if they found out it was you who submit the report. Fu Shuyi shook his head and it was obviously still a kind smile but his eyes were ruthless. The charge of lying to a monarch is huge. No matter how remarkable abilities one possesses, one would not be able to let the Shen family return safely. It is just that, he said lightly, this is originally me probing them out. Probing. Consort Dongshu was somewhat doubtful. Fu Shuyi looked at his fingertips. That is right. Previously Shen Yuan mentioned to him to pay attention to Shen Miao, and Fu Shuyi did not pay it to mind. Later a series of things happened, including the extermination of the entire household of Prince Yu of the first rank, and Shen Yuan's death. All that made him realize that Shen Yuan's words might be true. Shen Miao was an unmarried female and no matter what, she would not be able to handle such big matters. There was only one possibility, that was there was someone behind Shen Miao. Fu Shuyi could not help but be on guard against the person with such abilities behind her. This time the Shen family fell into misfortune and Shen Miao was left alone, and that was what he proposed to Emperor Wenwei. But Fu Shuyi's motive was to see what this person, who had hidden so deeply, and that fifth young lady Shen, who played him in her palms, would use what solution to break out of the predicament. And who exactly was helping her. But no matter what method was used, it was not possible for Shen Xin to retreat safely. Fu Shuyi squeezed his palm. The fat meat was already in one's mouth, there was no reason for one to spit it out. The Shen family was destined to perish in the history books of Mingqi. There was no doubt about it. Tonight in the residence of the Marquis of Linen it was indeed not peaceful. In the most inside courtyard, Xie Jingxing had just took off his outer robes in the room, when the door was pushed open with a bang. A servant was fearfully standing at the door, fearing that it would implicate him as he hanged his head low and nervously said, "Young master. This lowly one cannot stop." The Marquis of Linen stood at the door and was angry when he heard that. "Stop. You tried to stop me, I am your father. Since when did the master of the residence of Marquis of Linen changed? Xie Jingxing, you stand properly." Xie Jingxing casually glanced at Xie Ding and threw his robe lazily on the couch and sat down on the chair. He leaned back and had an appearance of a hedonistic son. What noble reason brings the Marquis over at such a late hour tonight? It was as if treating a stranger. Naturally, Xie Ding became so angry that he could flip a horse. It was however Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao, who were following behind Xie Ding, who had looks of indignation but had happiness flickering in their eyes. Xie Chongchao said, "Eldest brother, father treat you with all his heart and energy. How could you say such things to father? It is really not filial or respectful. Mind your own business." Xie Jingxing spit out the 4 words. On the outside, the elegant and noble little marquis would be like an army ruffian when facing the 3 of them. This made the scholarly general Xie Ding feel helpless. "You brat." Xie Ding did not pay attention to Xie Chongchao's instantaneous green face and said angrily, "What sort of request for commander did you write?" With a slam, he threw the paper onto Xie Jingxing's face. Xie Jingxing took a look at the paper and raised his eyebrows. If the marquis is not happy then let his majesty write another one then. One come over in the middle of the night just for this. Xie Jingxing, what exactly do you want to do? Xie Ding flew into a rage. Do you know what kind of place Northern Zhang is? Requesting for commander is not a plaything. You have never directed the Xie family army and I have never taught you before. Do you know how to use them? When those words were spoken, a flash of darkness appeared in Xie Chongchao's and Xie Chongwu's eyes. The Xie family army was the most valuable asset in the Marquis of Linan's residence, more valuable than the wealth and glory of Marquis of Linan's residence. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao also had martial arts skills, but Xie Ding had no intention of letting both brothers to manage the Xie family army and kept training Xie Jingxing as a successor. So even when Xie Ding bring both brothers into officialdom, once Xie Jingxing used the Xie family army as his own, no matter if Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu fought for their entire lives, they would not be able to reach the height of Xie Jingxing. So what about that? Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up to a smile and his eyes that swept across had some evil intentions. As one use it more, it would become easier to use. No, Xie Ding refused flatly. Tomorrow you will follow me to court and tell his majesty clearly. This request for commander cannot be accepted. Marquis, Xie Jingxing tilted his head sideways and spoke to him as if he was looking at a joke. The request for commander was requested by me and now to go back on it to his majesty. If the marquis wished to see my head fall, just say it straightforwardly. Why learn from others how to go the roundabout way? When he said that, he looked at Xie Chongchao and brother in a smile but not a smile. It was obviously saying that Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao did not have good intentions. Both of their faces stiffened and Xie Chongchao said, "Eldest brother, father is saying this with good intentions. That Northern Yang's terrain is complicated. If something goes wrong, not only your own safety will be compromised, even father will be punished and the entire Xie family army will be shamed. You cannot just think of yourself and not care of the Xie family's future." The implication of the words was that this expedition of Xie Jingxing was completely due to his ambition, and that he did not know how high heavens were, and that he was completely shameless to want to build a successful career without knowing his worth. When those words were said, even Xie Ding could not help but frown. Younger brothers need not be worried. Xie Jingxing retorted, this older brother will wait for you to enter officialdom and achieve great accomplishments with unlimited prospects. At that time one will rely on you both to protect the Xie family. The marquis will also be very happy. Now that Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were just about to enter officialdom, the mention about them achieving great accomplishments with their abilities, it was insinuating about a far-off date in the future. Xie Jingxing was mocking them of their qualifications, and how they only depended on the Xie family relations to climb. Xie Chongchao was fuming and was about to speak when Xie Ding roared, enough. Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu immediately kept quiet, and it was Xie Jingxing who showed some impatience. Has the marquis finished speaking? If so, please quickly leave, I want to sleep. Jingxing, Xie Ding suddenly said tiredly, after so many years, you still hate me like this. That you could not wait to use your life to leave the marquis residence. Xie Ding was currently not like when he was young, but was still regarded as a handsome middle-aged man. Even though he is a general but he was different from Shen Xin's coarse and forthright manners, and it was as if he had a gentleman's elegance. When Xie Ding was young, he had a scholarly general nickname and was considered handsome. Most of the Xie family had inherited Xie Ding's appearance, even Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were considered handsome but when comparing with Xie Jingxing, there would be a big difference. Princess Yu Qing was gentle and elegant while Xie Ding was a nobleman like a piece of jade when he was young, but spawned Xie Jingxing whose temperament was stronger than his appearance. He trifled without respect, arrogant and dissolute, as if no one in the world could control or manage him. He seemed like nothing was interesting to him, and so proud that nothing was worth regarding in his eyes. This kind of looks and temperament if found on history books, could be regarded as a legendary romantic persona. But it also made others feel helpless, just like Xie Ding felt in that moment. Xie Ding's temples were already showing silver. Jingxing, you still hate me. When these words were spoken, Xie Ding's voice was somewhat quivering. He was endlessly enraged with Xie Jingxing, but at the moment it was like a father surrendering helplessly to a son. Hate what? Hate that at the beginning he let Madame Fang into the doors, and let that scheming woman have an opportunity to take advantage. Hate that he let Princess Yu Qing die due to accumulation of hate, and let Xie Jingxing's life be like that of stranger in the household. It was obvious that it was his wrong first, but still acted like one is head over heels and no longer remarry. But even though he had that head over heels attitude, he was not willing to kill that Madame Fang. Was treating Xie Jingxing with all kinds of love, a futile attempt to atone. Mistakes had been born and the person was no longer around, so how could a sin be cleared in redemption? Xie Jingxing swept a glance at him and his eyes became very sharp. However, even if this general who was able to rebuke heavens and earth exposed his weakness, he would never be moved. He had never hated Xie Ding, just disdained. Moreover, Xie Jingxing said, the Marquis is thinking too much. How would I have idle time to do so? Where did I have the idle time to hate you? These words were just too hurtful. When Xie Ding heard them, he unconsciously took 2 steps back and clutched his heart with a heartbreaking look. It was Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao who were more and more happy. The deeper Xie Jingxing hurt Xie Ding, the more Xie Ding will be disappointed with Xie Jingxing, and it was only like this that then there would be a possibility for both brothers to replace Xie Jingxing's position completely. Like that, Xie Ding said troubled, then you set off then. His voice was very low, I will explain clearly to the Xie family army. Those people will go through it with you. Take the armor in the residence and the heart-protecting shield. It seemed that Xie Ding had aged 10 over years in a single night as he looked at Xie Jingxing, you. Take care. Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu supported Xie Ding out, and just before leaving Xie Chongchao still smiled maliciously at Xie Jingxing, this younger brother will wish eldest brother to defeat the enemy and return triumphant. But he looked forward to see how Xie Jingxing were to die in the battlefield. After they left and the doors were closed, under the light of the flame, a black-clad person had appeared since an unknown time. The black-clad person said, Master, Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu. Forget it, Xie Jingxing said, if they are dead now, the Marquis of Linen will not let me leave. The Xie family's army will only listen to the Marquis of Linen and naturally will not listen to Master's command. The black-clad person said, what does Master plan to do? Just an insignificant Xie family's army. Who will bother? Xie Jingxing was somewhat impatient. How is the arrangement of the princess residence? Replying Master, the people are placed in the dark to protect Her Highness Princess Rongxin. Does Master not bid farewell to Princess Rongxin? No need. Xie Jingxing waved his hands, this will do. The black-clad person complied and turned around to withdraw. At the fire of the dark room, those red lips and face flickered and showed a little warm. Without the purple gold robe and with only a jade-white middle wear, the youth's eyelashes seemed very long, as if the flames were creating a handsome painting. Hate. He looked down and lightly smiled. Everyone under heavens will hate me. There was never a shortage of new and fresh things in the Ding capital. Whenever there was any movement, it would be spread all over the skies the next day. If it implicate whichever famous person, naturally one would talk about it for 3 days and nights. When talking about such things, some were joking but some genuinely spoke undeservedly about the people involved. In today's excitement, there were people talking about the formidable great General Shen that no one could compare in terms of limelight. Tamed the pirates, fought the Xiongnu and went on expedition all year in the northwestern region. Did not claim credit, not proud, impressive list of military exploits and protecting the country. All these were talking about the military lineage of the Shen family. Ever since old General Shen, the Shen family relied on meritorious services and won prestige among the people in Mingqi. Unfortunately, among the old General Shen's 3 sons, only the eldest, Shen Xin, inherited his mantle and continued to take the military official route. It was fortunate that like his father, Shen Xin lived up to the name of the formidable great General Shen, and even Shen Xin's son, Shen Chu, was also a brave general in the battlefield. When fighting a tiger, one relied on blood brothers, when fighting a war, one relied on father and sons. Shen Xin was not temperamental in the army and when in battle would be at the forefront, and getting together with the military lineage tigers Luo Shuiyan became a legend for a generation. The commoners in Mingqi respected Shen Xin in their heart, and if anything was not good, it would be that Shen Xin's daughter did not inherit any outstanding attributes and was an idiot. However, even if his daughter was an idiot, when one mentioned Shen Xin, the commoners would still favor and support. But now with an offensive lying to the monarch, the commoners were dumbfounded. It was not a small fight nor was it a family issue. It was lying to a monarch, and that was a serious offense that could easily make one's family be confiscated. Early in the morning, the officials in the court surrounded the Shen residence, saying to search for evidence. The commoners only knew that Shen Xin had a lying to the monarch offense, but did not know what kind of offense, or how did he lie to the emperor. How would such a good person like the General Shen lie to the monarch? Correct, last time my child was being naughty and shocked Shen Furen's horse, but not only Shen Furen did not place any blame, she still apologized with a gift. They are such good people. Could it be that His Majesty be mistaken? Hey, what mistaken? One heard that this is a thing that is cast in stone. There is even evidence. Someone said softly, even though one did not know why, one heard that it was His Highness Prince Ding that personally brought down General Shen. His Highness Prince Ding. Yes, think about it, His Highness Prince Ding will definitely not falsify it. One cannot say for sure, but it might be because 5th young Shen lady once admired His Highness Prince Ding and was humiliated, so in order to vent for his daughter, General Shen did something apologetic to His Majesty. Ah, speaking as such then this is possible. It is a pity for the entire family of the General Shen that was made miserable by that daughter. The commoners' discussions were not soft, even though Shen Miao was standing at the residence's door, she could hear them clearly. The people of the residence were all standing at the doors of the residence, so that the court soldiers could enter to search. Shen Yu feigned fear and hid behind Chen Ruchu before looking sympathetically at Shen Miao, 5th younger sister, how could these people talk about you? What eldest beau did had no relation to you? Shen Miao coldly looked at those fierce soldiers and smiled when she heard all this. The first time she was truly blind and was labeled as the idiot who fell in love with Prince Ding, and that name was really extremely disgusting. Seeing Shen Miao not speaking, Shen Yu thought that she had no words to retort, and in an instant her eyes were proud, but she stood there without saying anything. After old Shen Furen determined that Shen Xin would not implicate her, she then settled her heart and put on an attitude of a matriarch and angrily scolded, how did the oldest one do such a thing and turn back on the monarch and our Shen family's generations of loyalty? If the general was here, this would be a total loss of reputation and face, he would not even look at the oldest one, devastating the reputation of the Shen family. When Shen Miao heard that, her heart was moved and she looked at old Shen Furen, what is grandmother saying? Father is also a member of the Shen family and the Shen family is connected to father as one. How could one not bother about father now? When father was bestowed rewards from His Majesty, grandmother said that for the Shen family to gain such a son, it is the good fortune of the Shen family. Words spoken were like spilt water, grandmother had forgotten about them again. When the crowd of commoners heard this, their eyes quickly looked towards old Shen Furen. Old Shen Furen did not say such aggravating stuff like right now, when the formidable great general military exploits were outstanding and when His Majesty gave bestowments. Originally a family, so all glory and loss should be shared. How was that this old Shen Furen was one that could share fortune, but not hardship? Once seeing others going through a misfortune, she could not wait to draw the relationship cleanly. When old Shen Furen realized that the gaze of the people was hostile, she became angry but did not know how to continue her words, and could only look at Chen Ruchu. Shen Gui and Shen Wan went to court, and the only one who could hold the fort was Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu smiled, 5th daughter, how could old Furen mean what you said? Old Furen is only angry. You also know that our Shen family has always been living honestly, and how would one lie to the monarch? If the late old general was aware of it, he would also blame your father. After your father did such a thing, how would the Shen family carry on in the future? When old Shen Furen saw Chen Ruchu helping, her steps got firm and found Chen Ruchu more pleasing to her eyes. She nodded. Correct. Your father made a mistake and still do not allow others to speak about it. Shen Dongling and Wan Yinyang stood at the side. Naturally they had no power to speak anything and could only watch on quietly, not speaking. Shen Miao said, so speaking as such, can it be that grandmother want to draw a clear line and expel my father out of the family before letting the matter drop? As soon as she heard that, Chen Ruchu's heart dropped but she did not have time to stop to think. When she saw old Shen Furen's eyes brightened as she spoke with indignation, such an unscrupulous descendant naturally should be expelled from the Shen family. Grandmother is really that heartless. My father is current still behind bars and grandmother did not even help. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. Seeing Shen Miao lowered head and weak appearance, old Shen Furen suddenly felt happy. Previously one was pressured by the eldest household and everything was not smooth, thus the uncomfortable feeling in one's heart was swept away at the moment. The happier she was the more her voice had a tone of righteousness. The Shen family have been virtuous and loyal for generations, and this old one will rather carry the reputation of heartless and make a decision of old master. This kind of person cannot enter our Shen family's ancestors' hall. From today onwards, Shen Shen's family is expelled from the Shen family. Old Shen Furen said it very carefreely but did not see the discoloration of Chen Ruchu's face. Even though it was natural to draw the relationship clearly, but for old Shen Furen to be that clear was not a smart move. When such gestures fall into everyone's eyes, they are not fools and would not stand on the side of the Shen residents. Thinking of that, Chen Ruchu smiled to Shen Miao and said, Fifth daughter, old Furen did not mean that. She is only infuriated by eldest brother, thus spoke like this. Fifth daughter, after a few days old Furen will not be angry and it would not be like this. Shen Yu did not understand why her own mother said such things. Was not it good to let old Shen Furen chase Shen Miao out? Now that Shen Shen and the rest were carrying the charges of lying to the monarch, even if the death sentence was avoided due to their meritorious service over the years, punishment could not be escaped, thus one would be in extreme dire straits. To chase this entire family in dire straits out, perhaps they might not even have a place of their own, and this was indeed a happy thought for her. Third Shen Furen need not say more. Shen Miao said loudly, since old Furen value the Shen family's social status that greatly, that she does not attach any importance to relationships then what more can I say? Since it is as such then why not just part like this, stay vastly apart and do as one like, so as to not damage the social status of the Shen family. Her words were sarcastic, it is difficult to move out in such a short time. Wait till the officials have completed their searching, I will naturally pack up and move out when father and mother returns. One will not defile the Shen family any one bit. She said it with anger, like a proud young girl that was forced to a point of resentment, but if one were to listen carefully, there was no way to turn around her words. Shen Shen and wife were people who loved their daughter, so if they knew that during the time when they entered the palace, their daughter was almost forced by the Shen family out of the doors, one feared that ultimately there would be a list of debts to be settled. Suddenly there was an uproar among the commoners, as they did not think that they would see such a good show here. It was just that old Shen Furen's attitude were very unpleasant and on the contrary, the fifth young lady Shen who was known as an idiot was pleasant and attractive but was forced to such a position. Thus they could not help but sympathize with her, and lean towards her side. Chen Ruchu was secretly shocked and looked at Shen Miao quietly, as it was too late to say anything else. To quarrel like this in front of so many commoners, less than half a day the entire Ding capital would be aware of this news. Even though by drawing clearly the line between the Shen family and Shen Shen was to the benefit of the Shen family, but there was a feeling of faint anxiety in Chen Rushu's heart. Shen Miao had been leading everyone by their noses, whether it was old Shen Furen saying about kicking Shen Shen out of the residence, or how now everyone was sympathizing and siding with her. But why did Shen Miao do that? And now to think of it, it looked like Shen Miao was using old Shen Furen words for Shen Shen to get rid of the Shen family. Chen Ruchu could not help but think of the matter of the eldest household separating from the family. Naturally old Shen Furen was not willing to let the eldest household take away the fortune, but once Shen Shen and wife make the decision, it would not be easy to change it. At that time they were about to look at other residents. Who knew that such a matter would happen? One thought that it would not be possible to separate from the family, but did not expect that at this moment the matter would be raised up. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, one would not be able to go back on it in the future. Old Shen Furen was not happy that Chen Ruchu was helping Shen Miao, and afterwards when she saw that Shen Miao was discriminating and spoke of the Shen family as worthless, she was then happy. She gave a cold scoff and brought her personal maids into the courtyard, not caring of the sentiment of the commoners. Chen Ruchu hesitated for a moment before bringing Shen Yu in. Wan Yinyang wanted to also follow in, but saw Shen Dongling letting go of her hand and walking up. Fifth younger sister, Shen Dongling called her. This seemed to be the first time Shen Dongling called her. Shen Miao eyes were hanging down as she faintly replied, third older sister. Fifth younger sister need not worry. Shen Dongling looked soft and weak but her smile was soft. Eldest Bo will definitely be alright. Eldest Bo is not a person who lies to the monarch, thus the truth of the matter will eventually come out. Shen Miao's expression was unchanged, thanking third older sister. Shen Dongling then smiled and turned around to walk to Wan Yinyang pulling her towards the door. Young lady, Jing Jie came over to ask, what is third young lady's intention? The ruckus that Shen Miao created had showed the broken relationship in the Shen residence. But Shen Dongling really came at the right, not fearing that old Shen Furen will place the blame on her. Shen Miao did not speak and watched the retreating figure and shook her head thoughtfully. After walking through the door and seeing that there was no one around, Wan Yinyang said softly, Ling Er, what is with you just now? Why did you even dare to butter up fifth young lady? If old Furen saw it, she will definitely tell your father. Shen Gui did not see eye to eye with the first household, and it would be weird if Shen Gui was happy after knowing that Shen Dongling quickly went up to please the first household. Rest assured Yinyang. Shen Dongling smiled, they are not able to beat fifth young sister. What? Wan Yinyang was stunned. Shen Dongling pursed her lips and pulled Wan Yinyang forward, do not ask and return back. Such a big event befell on the Shen family that even the commoners were alerted, so naturally the court was filled with angry and atmosphere at the moment. In the palace great hall, Emperor Wenwei was sitting on the throne and his face was so dark that it could drip blood. Looking at all the officials in court, he threw the memorandum on hand to the nearest high-ranked official with a paw. When that memorandum smacked the official's face, he did not dare to speak a single word and immediately went down on his knees. Shen Shen and wife, including Shen Chu, had not left the palace after entering and no one outside knew what was going on, but the officials were well aware that Shen Shen and wife were arrested by Emperor Wenwei. As for the reason why they were arrested, it was something that requires no additional thinking. There were some issues with them and thus the emperor wanted to handle them. All the officials well understood such a simple logic and would generally kept silent. But Emperor Wenhui's expression was strange. Count of Pingnan, speak about it. Emperor Wenwei specifically called him out. Count of Pingnan, Su Yu, was very smart on his feet and other officials quickly turned their attention onto him. Su Yu thought about the conversation he had yesterday night with Su Mingfeng, and no longer hesitated to pull a memorandum from his sleeves, and went up to pass it to the gong by the emperor's side for him to present it to Emperor Wenwei. Replying, Your Majesty, this officially also find that the formidable great general had acted boldly and did not respect the imperial family, thus request Your Majesty to punish Shen Qin heavily, executing 9 degrees of relatives. It was still alright for the officials who were close with Su Yu to hear about executing 9 levels of relatives, but those officials that did not have any relations with Su Yu were in total shock. All along, Count Nan Bo's action had been gentle and was regarded as a good old man. Who knew that once he spoke, he wanted Shen Qin's life and his spoken words are just too heavy. Emperor Wen Hui's hands that were holding the memorandum quivered, and his eyes were staring straight at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded his head and had an impassionate appearance. Reporting to Your Majesty. At the other end, the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding, who had been silent said, Shen Qin have to conduct himself with dignity when using military powers, and to dare to resist the orders of Your Majesty outside, one fear that he long had a treasonous heart. This official also agree with Su Daren's words of executing 9 degrees of relatives. Everyone's gaze were at Xie Ding and Su Yu. Everyone knew that the Su and Xie family's relationship was deep, and that these two families' relations were very thin with the Shen family. Now that Shen Qin was in a mishap, since the Su and Xie families were ants on the same rope, they would definitely go over and kick a few times for satisfaction. Emperor Wen Hui's eyes were uncertain. Originally when Fu Shuyi sent over these evidences, he was extremely satisfied. His eyes were already on the Shen family, this piece of fatty meat, but was unable to find any opportunity. With Fu Shuyi's evidence, no matter what, at least one would be able to easily reclaim the military power from the Shen family. Who knew that this morning, when this matter was mentioned, the officials actually recommended to severely punish Shen Qin. Shen Qin was often in battle at the northwestern region, and did not have deep friendship with the officials in court. Emperor Wen Wei had long expected that there would be many people who did not like Shen Qin, but did not expect that it would be this much. Those who were pleading for leniency for Shen Qin were practically only a few. The emperor's heart was always filled with suspicion, thus if there were many officials who spoke up for Shen Qin, Emperor Wen Wei would suspect that Shen Qin was close with the officials secretly. But if there were more people impeaching Shen Qin, then Emperor Wen Wei would be rest assured with Shen Qin, as an official with a treasonous heart would not make so many enemies for oneself. If those officials' impeachment made Emperor Wen Wei have some hesitation, then the Count of Ping Nans and Marquis of Lin Nan's executing 9 degrees of relatives made Emperor Wen Wei suspicious. The Shen, Su and Xie families were thorns in Emperor Wen Hui's heart. Not mentioning about how these officials were, but it was only the reputation and military power these big families had, that made Emperor Wen Wei unable to sleep soundly. How would one allow another to sleep soundly at the couch beside them? Emperor Wen Wei would not let families that had the ability to threaten the imperial power exist. The Su and Xie families were twisted together like a rope, and fortunately the Shen family was incompatible with both families like fire and water, else Emperor Wen Hui's heart would suffer greatly. If one were to really follow what the Su and Xie families' words meant, then in the entire land of Mingqi, there would not be any forces to contend with the Su and Xie families. By letting the Su and Xie families grow, it would only unstabilize his dragon seat. For the first time, Emperor Wen Wei felt that it is hard to get off after riding a tiger. He only wanted to reclaim part of the military power, and still retain the Shen family to check and balance the Su and Xie families, but now, there was no one who was willing to speak for Shen Qin. Emperor Wen Wei only felt pain and a headache. He slowly asked back, executing 9 degrees of relatives. Usually with this kind of question, the officials could see that His Majesty's expression was not correct, but one did not know what went on in Xie Ding's head as he actually raised his neck and said, yes. Emperor Wen Wei closed his eyes and when he looked at Xie Ding again, it was as if he could see his wolf-like ambition under his skin. Su Yu was somewhat worried but there was not a slightest trace of it on the surface, and still had an appearance as if Xie Ding's words were very reasonable. Finally a lower-ranked general stepped out, although this time General Shen was headstrong and rash, the offense is not as heavy as death. Since one had made contributions for the court earlier, one can atone for the offenses by meritorious acts. Your Majesty is benevolent, and one hoped that by remembering the Shen family's army constant battles to protect the country, the sentencing would be lenient. This lower-ranked general had not bad relations with Shen Qin, and most likely saw that the current situation was unfavorable to Shen Qin, and finally could not tolerate and stood up for Shen Qin. Emperor Wen Wei had been waiting for someone to say that, but one did not know that Shen Qin's relationship skills were that bad, that no one was willing to speak for him. Once this low-ranked general spoke, Emperor Wen Hui's brows stretched out, beloved officials' words are right. Even though General Shi is guilty now, previously he had made numerous meritorious contributions, thus by saying about executing 9 degrees of relatives, would be that Gen do not care about old affections. Your Majesty must absolutely not. Su Yu quickly knelt down on the ground, General Shen even dared to lie to a monarch, one did not know what he will do in the future. Xie Ding quickly said, Your Majesty, it is precisely so. Please think twice. The more both of them said as such, the more suspicions Emperor Wen Wei had. He did not look at the both of them but at that lower-ranked general, and faced the entire court of civil and military officers. When the old General Shen was alive, he had accompanied the late emperor through life and death. For generations the Shen family has been loyal and the formidable great General Shen Qin is incomparably brave and fierce. He had returned back at the end of the year defeating the Shirong, and this can be considered as atonement for the offenses. Gen is not a despot monarch that will be executing 9 degrees of relatives. Shen Qin's family is innocent in this. Your Majesty is wise. That low-ranked general quickly knelt down. Emperor Wen Wei waved his hands. It is just that Shen Qin had done that offense, Gen still have to punish him. Pass the order down and retrieve the military tally of the Shen family army, and deduct Shen Qin's salary for a year. The Shen family's army would be transferred to another person to command. As for the rest, they will be integrated into the Guilin army. Everyone sucked in a cold air and their eyes were all strange. If one say that Emperor Wen Wei was cruel, he did not take or harm any lives in the Shen family. But if one say that Emperor Wen Wei was warm, he retrieved the military tally right from the start. The military tally could command 3 armies and for a general, once the military tally was lost, it meant like a soldier losing one's life on the battlefield. However, the front of the Shen family's army were just a few unrelated soldiers, and the real Shen family's army was integrated into the Guilin army, meaning that all the troops that Shen Qin had painstakingly trained now belonged to the imperial family. The officials were distressed. No wonder Emperor Wen Wei said it so generously, as he already held the other's lifeblood in his hands. Even though Shen Qin escaped, this formidable great general is now an empty shell and not a deterrent force anymore. Leaving the reputation of the Shen family was only to balance the rest of the other aristocratic family's power. After Emperor Wen Wei finished speaking, he waved his hands board before, end of court. And with his remark, it would not be long before Shen Qin and wife, including Shen Chu, would be released from the palace. Only at that time Shen Qin and wife would be facing the deprivation of their military power, and one would not know if they could come out of it. Emperor Wen Wei brushed his sleeves and left, leaving the officials to look at each other in dismay. No one had expected that this large-scale event would be dealt in such a simple way. One could say that this had become a matter of removing the commanding position, so would Shen Qin be angry and start cursing. Su Yu patted the dust on his knees, and when he stood up, he saw Xie Ding tidying up his clothes. He walked closer to Xie Ding and softly said, "What is with you just now? Why did you suddenly speak?" Although Su Mingfeng had spoken to Su Yu and he had promised to submit an impeachment, but at the end he did not want to involve his good friend in this muddy water. The Xie family was facing a more complicated situation than them, and if it implicated the Xie family, Su Yu would blame himself to death. That was why Su Yu informed his colleagues of the matter, but did not tell Xie Ding. One did not expect that Xie Ding actually went according to his words, and almost angered Emperor Wenwei. Xie Ding shook his head. "When you spoke, I knew what kind of idea you were thinking about. Since you wanted to help Shenshin, then I will help, but this is solely for you." Xie Ding was an old fox that had played in court for so many years, compared to Shenshin who only knew about fighting battles. Xie Ding knew the inner workings of the court better. He could see that Su Yu was using an alternate strategy to help Shenshin, so he went along with it with an added fire in. Hearing that, Su Yu was somewhat frustrated. He felt that his good friend temperament was like the same as Xie Ding's son, Xie Jingxing. Thinking of Xie Jingxing, Su Yu was surprised for a moment. That is right. I heard from Mingfeng that Jingxing had requested for commander. Is this matter true? Mingfeng also no. Xie Ding shook his head and sighed. Yes, it is true. Is Jingxing crazy? Su Yu said unfathomable. The northern Zhong is not a joking place. Old Xie, are you really assured? Does me being assured or not matter? Xie Ding was very helpless. When was I able to manage the decisions that he had made before? Now I can only hope that he will be safe. This is the consequence of the sin I had created, so I am paying for it now. Actually, it is also not your fault. Su Yu's heart was a little sour when he heard it. One wrong step leads to all steps wrong. These years Xie Ding had been tortured due to the matter that happened years ago. His conscience was not calm and his son was not close. One would feel sad as a bystander, so Xie Ding himself must be even more upset. He diverted the topic, heard that this time the memorandum that indicated Shenshin's offenses was submitted by the ninth prince, Prince Ding, but why did one not see him today? It seemed that His Majesty sent him to inspect the Ministry of Works. Xie Ding frowned. One did not know what he will think when he find out about the matter today. What could one think? Su Yu laughed coldly. The thing that one wanted is in the bag, so it does not matter if those few heads stay or not. Seeing Su Yu like this for the first time, Xie Ding was somewhat surprised and asked, "That is right, you have not said why did you suddenly help Shenshin? When did you start to have a friendship with the Shen family?" Su Yu saw that they had walked far away and there was no one around, then he whispered to Xie Ding, "How is it me? It is my son, Mingfeng. He spoke to me at night that His Majesty is only using the Shen family as an opening, and once the matter with the Shen family is over, it would inevitably be followed by my Su family." What happened in court was quickly spreading throughout the residence. Emperor Wenwei retained Shenshin's family life, but in terms of responsibility he has withered. It made the commoners lament that the imperial family was kind. Not only that, by seeing how Emperor Wenwei treated Shenshin so leniently, everyone all speculated that the prestige of Shenshin had not diminished, and that the imperial family valued them greatly in their heart, thus their future is not as bleak as one thought before. The amateurs were watching the bustle, but the experts were watching the way it was done. The commoners did not understand, but as officials, they could clearly see that without military power, the Shen family was like a toothless tiger, only looked good without substance and the prestige had long passed. In the Shen residence, Shen Gui and Shen Wan were talking about the matter, and as to how Shenshin ended up like this, even though it was not a severe punishment as they thought, by him losing the military power was something that made both of them satisfied. This was because it meant that Shenshin's reputation and prestige had become significantly lower than them. In the western courtyard, when Jing Jie told the news to Shen Miao, she just finished her lunch. Young lady, Jing Jie looked at Shen Miao's leisurely appearance and her mind was determined as she asked, "Young lady is not at all worried, is it because even if one does not have military power, it was not as bad as what outside was saying?" Shen Miao wiped her mouth on the handkerchief, "Do not be afraid. What is yours cannot run away, and what is not yours cannot be stolen or snatched." The day that Shenshin returned from the palace, Shen Miao personally went to pick him up outside the palace gates. Naturally there were other people in the Shen family that were somewhat unsatisfied of this outcome, especially old Shen Furen who had thought that this time Shenshin had fallen onto misfortune, and did not think that Shenshin's life would remain. However, after hearing from Shen Gui that his military tally was confiscated, old Shen Furen was happy again. A Shenshin without military power would at least not be comparable to Shen Gui and Shen Wan in terms of career prospects. Old Shen Furen was short-sighted and did not think that currently the entire Shen family was of one body, and from the outside when one looked at the Shen family, they would naturally see Shenshin first. Now that Shenshin has fallen, how would the Shen family be able to maintain their usual might? However, most likely, old Shen Furen did not care about it. In her heart, Shen Gui and Shen Wan who she gave birth to, were many times stronger than Shenshin. If the old general was not biased those years ago, how would Shenshin enjoy such fruits today? Since Shenshin was approaching dire straits, one could take advantage of it and banish the Shenshin's family branch out of the Shen family. It is just that how the family would be divided was also an ingenious way. The old Shen Furen had her mindset of dividing the family, and Shen Miao did not even take it to mind. Matters had come to such a point and finally she had to walk on the path that she previously thought about. It is a grave matter that the emperor has taken away the military power since without it, the Shen family is indeed inadequate. If one were to continue staying here, with the numerous enemies of the Shen family, they would eventually force them into a desperate situation. Retreating was still required. For no reason, Shen Miao thought about the words that Xie Jingxing said that day. This retreat word was indeed the only way out for Shenshin, and Xie Jingxing could just pick out the key point with a glance. The carriage stopped at the corner of the palace walls, lest to be seen. Those political discontent colleagues of Shenshin would definitely throw stones at him, and those people who came to watch the commotion would not be at the palace gates. Shen Miao was clearer than anyone else what kind of people the Fu family was. They would put on a broad-minded attitude, but would take actions in the dark to ensure the other suffered. Shenshin was famed for his fighting prowess, but now had his military tally confiscated and thrown out of the palace. This was a scene that a lot of people would like to watch. Shen Miao had suffered a number of losses in her previous lifetime, and even at the face of Ming Qi's lack of prestige, she could still endure humiliation but could not stand her family being treated as such. Thus she stopped the horse carriage here, so as to pick Shenshin and the rest back. Just as she was thinking, she heard Mo Qing calling out in a low voice, "Stop." A burst of wind flew in, and Shen Miao's eyes were blurred for a moment as someone parted the carriage's curtain, and all of a sudden there was an extra person in the fairly spacious carriage. Gu Yu was so frightened that she exclaimed in shock, but her mouth was covered by Jing Jie. Mo Qing's somewhat panicked voice sounded, "Young lady." Shen Miao looked at the person opposite. In the horse carriage, there was a youth clad in a crimson red official uniform, moving peach blossoms eyes and slightly parted lips. It was a serious and upright uniform but looked especially beautiful and noble on him, that one simply could not move their eyes away from him. "Mo Qing, withdraw," Shen Miao softly reproved. But, Mo Qing's voice beside the horse carriage tightened. That person's movements were too fast, he simply could not stop him in time, and it was absolutely not acceptable to let a stranger be in a horse carriage with Shen Miao. You cannot beat him, Shen Miao calmly said before looking at Jing Jie and Gu Yu. Both of you also go out and keep guard by the carriage. Jing Jie and Gu Yu had seen Xie Jingxing before, and knew that he had some friendly relations with Shen Miao, but they were confused as to what extent the friendship was. One could not say it was close, since both of them obviously opposed each other with equal harshness. One also could not say it was like enemies, as how would Shen Miao treat an enemy so peacefully? However, after a few experiences, Jing Jie and Gu Yu had expected that Xie Jingxing would not harm Shen Miao, and for Shen Miao to allow Xie Jingxing to stay in the carriage, it had confirmed this point. Thus Jing Jie and Gu Yu did not say anything, and alighted from the horse carriage as instructed. In a moment, there was only Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao in the horse carriage. One heard that yesterday in court, the Marquis of Lin spoke out to help. Many thanks to little Marquis, Shen Miao said. Xie Ding helped Su Yu to impeach Shen Xin. On the surface it was an impeachment, but in fact it provided a way out for Shen Xin. It is no bother if others were unable to see it, but Shen Miao believed that such a profound thinking old fox like Xie Jingxing would not be unable to see it. Sure enough, when her half-true and half-false words were spoken, Xie Jingxing's lips raised and he leaned back lazily with his arms slightly loose. It is the Marquis of Lin An's own intention and had nothing to do with me. Oh, Shen Miao looked at him and gently smiled. Was not the reason for little Marquis to come uninvited to my horse carriage, to hear a thanks from me. She deliberately emphasized on my horse carriage, indicating that she was annoyed by all the times that Xie Jingxing came uninvited. Xie Jingxing stared at her. You intend to let Shen Xin retreat to the Luo family and guard the northwestern region. Shen Miao's heart jumped and looked at Xie Jingxing without speaking. She had thought like this. Xie Jingxing had pointed out a route of retreat, but she just did not want to make such a passive exit. She had not yet reached the end of the Ming Qi's game of chess, so how could she be willing to lose such a decisive opportunity? Naturally it was not all right for her ambition and her vengeance to be suppressed before it begun. It did not matter if the military power was confiscated, as Shen Xin was most valued not for the military tally, like the Fu family believed, but for the ability to lead troops and conduct military operations. If one could raise a Shen family's army, it meant that one could raise another Shen family's army. At the moment before the military power was confiscated, Shen Yuan's people had already infiltrated into the Shen family's army, and those were also Fu Shuyi's people. It would be too tiring to bring along such an army that had people who would shoot cold arrows at one's back. Unless one led another clean and pure army. By starting over, there was not any Shen family's military power, but in Luo Shuiyan's maiden family, the Luo family still had it. It is just that the Luo family's troops were not as comparable in combat strength as the Shen family's, and in terms of defending the frontier, their tactics were not refined and did not attract others' attention. It was because of this that Shen Miao targeted the Luo family. She wanted to turn the Luo family into another branch of the Shen family's army as a hidden card in her sleeves, a card that no one knew about. The Fu family all along worried that Shen Xin would rebel, so she would rebel for the Fu family to see. It was just that this kind of hidden thoughts were actually uncovered by Xie Jingxing's sharp gaze. There was a moment of panic in her mind, and there was a trace of discomposure on Shen Miao's face. If Xie Jingxing knew her thoughts, then would this person, who had been described in Mingqi history books with colorful language and with attention to details, help her, lodge an accusation on her or kill her? But perhaps there would not be such opportunity. What kind of person Shen Miao was? She went through such a difficult time in her past life, so even if she was shocked for a short time, she would be able to quickly suppress the feelings. She thought that since Xie Jingxing would be going on an expedition to the northern Zhang, and if the journey was the same as last lifetime, then Xie Jingxing will die. He would die with 1,000 arrows piercing into his heart. The dateline of 10 days would soon come, and fate was like a hand that could produce clouds and rain. Thus, no matter how clairvoyant he was or treacherous his brain was, he would not be able to escape that outcome. Shen Miao looked towards Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was truly good-looking. In the previous life when Shen Miao was living in the palace, she had seen a number of talented and good-looking youths, but at that time her mind was fully on Fu Shuyi and did not have the kind of mood. Xie Jingxing's oblique flying handsome long brows, tall nose, thin lips slightly hooking up and the smile looked slightly evil. His handsomeness was somewhat overbearing and was clearly callous, but he unexpectedly had a pair of bright peach-shaped eyes. When looking at others, they were passionate and resembled ruthlessness but had the delusion of a touch of gentleness. It is just that under the appearance of despising worldly conventions, only the individual would know how black one's heart was. Xie Jingxing was currently still a youth and had a handsome and heroic spirit, but today he was wearing a dark red official uniform which made him appear more mature. Fu Ming once read the Ming Qi's Xie family history and lamented that he was a highly talented youth, a character through the ages that met a premature death. It could be seen how high an evaluation Ming Qi history books had of Xie Jingxing. When Shen Miao really noticed Xie Jingxing, she was already the empress and saw him from afar in the palace banquet. She vaguely thought that he was a very good-looking young male, but Fu Shuyi's attitude towards him was not very warm. The current Xie Jingxing was a refined young man, but who could have thought that this youth smiling so beautifully would lose his life in the battlefield not long from now? Shen Miao's gaze slightly filled with pity. After rebirth, she was not a kind-hearted person, but because of Fu Ming's and Wan Yu's praises, one had a little more appreciation. Her pair of changing eyes, sometimes vigilant and sometimes sympathetic eyes, made Xie Jingxing feel unfathomable. Suddenly he thought of the first time in Guang Wentang when he saw Shen Miao. She was also looking at him with a look of pity. Thus Xie Jingxing asked what she was thinking about. You pity me? Shen Miao secretly thought that this person was practically more observant than her, but a gentle smile appeared on her face. What qualifications do I have to pity others? Xie Jingxing calmly replied with an N, seemingly finding her words logical. But suddenly he stretched out his hands and lifted the carriage's curtain. This was a remote place that no one would come over. By lifting the corner of the curtain, one was able to see the high palace walls. Shen Miao's gaze could not help but be somewhat far-reaching. She had lived in the deep palace for so many years and after rebirth, she still could not escape from this fate. But she did not regret it as the purpose of living for one who could not survive was naturally to take one's revenge. Shen Miao was looking very carefully as if each piece of the palace wall was engraved in her eyes. Xie Jingxing saw this and his lips raised. You want to live inside? Shen Miao was slightly stunned. I can help you if you want to stay in it. Xie Jingxing opened his mouth but his tone was inexplicably strange, and his smile seemed to be hiding something even deeper. At that time, how will you thank me? If little Marquis can torch down this entire place on fire, perhaps I will be grateful to you. Shen Miao said. Xie Jingxing unexpectedly raised his eyebrows. I thought you wanted to be a nobility. I want to be a nobility. Shen Miao turned her head and looked at his sarcastic laughter, but not the kind of nobility that you speak of. A more respected noble than a nobility. You want to be the empress. Empress. Shen Miao's eyes were slightly distracted. She had also put on the court robes with the phoenix hairpins on her hair, and in the coronation of the emperor and empress, it was very impressive as the officials all bowed down, and the common people cheered and she had mothered the nation. At that time, she thought she had all the things she had wanted. But now it seemed that the higher one climbed, the more painful the fall was and the empress title was just a mere name. It is easy to be an empress. Xie Jingxing said lightly, but an emperor is difficult. Mingqi was in an unstable situation as all 9 princes had their advantages and disadvantages, that even the position of the crown prince was unstable. Who knew what the future would look like, and whose hands will that position land on? The big noble families married their daughters to the princes, not to be a brave gambler but to bet on a future. The rich and noble dangerously gambled as greed was a human instinct. When successful, one becomes a king, but when defeated, one becomes a bandit. When a female chose wrongly, naturally they would also follow along. Xie Jingxing spoke casually. Who are you choosing? This was asking her which prince she was optimistic about, which one she wanted to marry to, which one she would be supporting. Which one little marquis view as having a future? Shen Miao asked in reply. Examining on appearance, no one has any future. Xie Jingxing's words were terrifying to listen to. What will you do? Then look for one with a future. Then what do you think of me? Xie Jingxing raised his brows and asked. His words most probably were to ridicule Shen Miao, thus he did not speak them seriously. Little marquis also has no future. Shen Miao looked at him seriously. Xie Jingxing was choked on Shen Miao's words for a while, and even though he was not provoked to anger, he was somewhat displeased. He had thought that he had seen females admiring him and males with fear of him, but Shen Miao neither admired nor feared him, and actually scratched herself off an A against a tiger's head. Was it that he had been too amiable to Shen Miao, that she thought that he was a person with a good temper? What actually does little marquis want to say? Please leave quickly when finished. Shen Miao had already bluntly evicted him. It is not good to be misunderstood by others. Misunderstanding. Xie Jingxing's eyes had some laughter as he deliberately said softly, what misunderstanding? A letter being frivolous to an innocent young girl. Shen Miao did not even blink and answered angrily. She was able to see that with regards of the established standards of rules and regulations, Xie Jingxing was shameless. Even though Xie Jingxing had seen a bevy of young females, he was choked on Shen Miao's words and was somewhat dizzy. He coughed twice, sat up straight and no longer teased Shen Miao. Retreat back to the northwestern region, the sooner, the better. The longer it is dragged on, the more disadvantage it is to Shen. Shen Miao looked up at him, as she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would remind her with such a sentence. At least she did not wish to oppose this kind of person like Xie Jingxing, and it was already very good that he showed no hostility to her. Many thanks. Xie Jingxing said, it will be best if Shen can leave the Ding capital before I leave. Shen Miao was somewhat frustrated, that is if it is successful. Not everyone had Xie Jingxing's ability. Shen Miao had always felt that Xie Jingxing relied on his background, but not fully on the Marquis of Linan's residence, but on something even higher than the Marquis of Linan's residence. But in Mingqi, a power higher than the Marquis of Linan, was the imperial family, but the imperial family and Xie Jingxing were currently on opposite sides. Shen Miao could not guess. Xie Jingxing paused before suddenly pulling the carriage's curtain aside and stepped out. He came in quickly and also left quickly. Shen Miao did not have time to react when she heard someone outside calling, Furin, master, eldest young master. Shen Miao parted the carriage's curtain and saw Shen and wife with Shen Chu walking over from the corner of the city gate, and they were also surprised for a moment when they saw Jing Jie and Gu Yu. Shen Miao looked around and did not see any traces of Xie Jingxing before thinking that this person was very vigilant, and had such a high level of skills that one could appear and disappear unpredictably. He could even be a grandmaster thief. When Luo Shuiyan saw Jing Jie, she quickly walked over and just nice saw Shen Miao coming out of the carriage. After a few days of not meeting, Shen and wife and also Shen Chu were very haggard. Shen Miao had seen the imperial family's means before. Sometimes before a decision was made on how to dispose of others, imprisonment was a torture to a person's will. Shen's family were all military people and had strong determination, but to purposely leave Shen Miao in the residence, it was inevitable to make one think more of it. Luo Shuiyan took a few more steps to hold Shen Miao's hand and size her up. Zhao Zhao, did anyone make things difficult for you these days? Shen Miao shook her head. Luo Shuiyan then released a sigh of relief. Shen Chu asked, why did younger sister not stay in the residence and come over here? One heard that father and mother will be returning to the residence today and feared that there would be no carriage, thus came to pick up. Shen Miao said with a smile. Shen's lips moved as he wanted to say something but at the end did not say it out. He knew that there were a number of people who were watching the commotion, and Shen Miao's action was to shun others' eyes and ears, and was truly very considerate. But one had to protect one's wife and children. With the confiscation of the military tally, how could one not feel oppressed? He went up the horse carriage silently and Luo Shuiyan did not want Shen Miao to be worried so she pulled Shen Miao in. Jing Jie and the rest sat in the carriage behind and in the horse carriage in front, only Shen Miao's family were inside. Mother, what did His Majesty say? Shen Miao asked. Luo Shuiyan hesitated before smiling, nothing much. It is just a misunderstanding. Shen Miao replied, to have the military tally taken away, how could it be a misunderstanding? Shen Chu was surprised for a moment and unconsciously looked at Shen. The angriest person about the military tally being taken away was Shen. He also did not know what went wrong, and the only possibility was that there was a problem in the Shen family's army, else who would have known about the massacre order. Actually the confiscation of the military tally is nothing. Luo Shuiyan tried to calm Shen Miao down, as she was afraid to make Shen Miao feel unsafe. Without the military tally, one can still do battle. Your father is still a general and we will be the same as before. Shen Miao frowned as Shen and Shen Chu looked at her worried. Previously Shen Miao was somewhat arrogant, and that was because she had a formidable general as a backer. Without that backing, it was common that a precious and pampered young lady would not be able to handle it. Fight what battle? Shen Miao softly said, bringing the front section to batter or bring the cooking soldiers to fight. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu were dumbfounded for a moment. These days they were accustomed to Shen Miao's gentle and submissive appearance, and were somewhat incredulous when hearing such sharp questions from her. Shen's face however turned to iron. The pride of a general could not be trampled by anyone. Emperor Wenwei retained his life but gave him a deep shame. This was more difficult to bear than taking his life. Of course one will still be able to fight battles. It is just that His Majesty would need to assign a lieutenant general to overview matters. Giving out military commands but still have to see others face, commanding 3 armies but also a paper general. Just a general by name, it is nothing but an empty shell. Shen Miao looked up with a pair of extremely clear eyes, as if one was talking about the most common family topics. However, who had seen such an aggressive Shen Miao before? Perhaps Shen Chu had seen her like this before, but Shen and Luo Shuiyan absolutely had not. Moreover, she directly spoke about matters of the court. Shen clenched his fist but still said comfortingly, Zhao Zhao, father will proof oneself and the Shen family's army will eventually return to father's hands again. Zhao Zhao, there will not be any change in your identity. Shen's entire life was spoken through by military exploits. He believed that in Mingqi, other than Xie Ding, there was no one braver than him. A treasured sword did not fear of being hidden, there would definitely be a day where he would be unsheathed again. But one need to wait for how long? Until that time, the Shen family's army has already integrated to the Yuling army, would they be loyal to father? Moreover there are spies in the army that father raised, how would one promise there will none in the future? When those words were spoken, Luo Shuiyan's face got serious as she asked, Zhao Zhao, who told you those words? Shen Miao know about Shen Shen's military tally being confiscated, and also know that the Shen family army was integrated into the Yuling army, because these are things that everyone knew of, but the matter of spies in the Shen family's army was definitely not heard from outside. The person who told Shen Miao of the matter at least had an understanding of the matters of court. Lu Shuiyan was afraid that Shen Miao would be used by others. Shen Miao shook her head. I am not a fool, I may not really do not know about things that others do not tell me. Shen Chu said, younger sister is very intelligent. On the matter of the Prince Yu of the first rank, Shen Chu had seen Shen Miao's abilities. He knew that Shen Miao's view was not like an unmarried young female, and saw things differently but very clear. It was rare that Shen Chu would say that, so Shen Shen frowned as he asked, Zhao Zhao, what are you trying to say? The Shen family's army no longer belonged to us and one should not want the Shen army. How about giving it up? Shen Miao's words were shocking. Zhao Zhao. Luo Shuiyan stopped her but suddenly felt that her tone was too harsh and quickly softened it down. The Shen family's army was raised by your father's hands and there are innumerable confidants inside. To mention about giving it up is like turning back on one's own in the battlefield. This is not possible. Then what does father plan to do? Shen Miao retorted back with a question, to bear patiently and endure silently till perhaps there is an opportunity, but if others continue to suppress when one is down, then there would not be any advantage at all. Shen Shen stared at Shen Miao like he had never seen this daughter of his, and there was a little pensive look on his face as he asked, what does Zhao Zhao think we should do? When the east is not bright, the west will be. Shen Miao's eyes were especially bright. Father is able to manage the Shen family's army well, so why is it not possible to manage another army? Shen Shen was first surprised before laughing out and caressing Shen Miao's head, as if the sentence Shen Miao spoke made him open up. He said, truly a young girl who has yet grown up. Under these skies, how would there be so many armies for one to manage? When he said that, at the end there was a faint sadness in the words. The Shen family's army was like a child that Shen Shen raised by his hands, thus how could one speak about the pain when a child was snatched away? Shen Miao finally smiled, then, how about the Luo family? Shen Shen's smile came to a sudden stop, and Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu thought of something at the same time when their eyes immediately fell on Shen Miao. Shen Miao leisurely said, is not there still a scattered force in grandparents' hands? Even though it cannot be compared to the previous Shen family's army but the number is not small, thus if one were to slowly train them up, it might necessarily become the next Shen family's army. Luo Shuiyan's maiden family was a military lineage, but it was a gradually declining one. It was not false to say that there were troops in their hands but afterwards, Shen Shen was stationed in the northwestern region, thus those soldiers in the Shaochun city unarmed themselves and headed back to the fields. Even though they had the title of soldiers, they only took army provisions and did not do any work. After so many years of that, they were no difference between them and commoners. How can this be possible? The Shen family had been loyal to the monarch and loved the country for so many years, it was already an instinct to service the monarch, thus Shen Miao's words were considered outrageous. To raise one's own army at a place where the emperor did not know about. Luo Shuiyan said, Zhao Zhao, this is not a topic to play with. She did not know how to explain to Shen Miao the imperial family's taboo on a general who had their own army. How would Shen Miao, a little young lady, understand anything? But it was Shen Chu, who said had very little, that now spoke, younger sister wants to use the Luo family's army to replace the Shen family's army. It is not considered as replacing. Shen Miao lightly smiled, it is just that father is after all a general, thus one cannot be just alone without any subordinates. Naturally followers are required and since it is so, then what is the difference between the Shen family's army and the Luo family's army? By having the Luo family's army, one would have one additional self-protection amulet. Is not this good? Perhaps she had somewhat twisted those words into self-preservation so that it was that shocking to listen to them, and Luo Shuiyan felt that Shen Miao's words were somewhat outrageous but when she looked up, she saw Shen Shen frowning as if he was seriously thinking about Shen Miao's words and felt a headache coming. Shen Shen looked at Shen Miao and deliberately went along with Shen Miao's words, Zhao Zhao's words are good to listen, but the Luo family's army is located far in the Shaochun city. How are we going there? Then that would depend on father's resolution. Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him, perhaps father can try to tell his majesty one wish to go to the northwestern region and voluntarily head to the Shaochun city and defend. Setting off in the next few days. The three of them were stunned. The Shaochun city was a small town on the northwestern region, and was 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers away from the Ding capital. If Shen Shen really requested for that, everyone would think that this formidable great general was downhearted due to the confiscation of the military tally, and thus wanted to be stationed at such a small area. As for the prestige of the formidable great general, it would be slowly submerged in history. Shen Shen's tiger eyes were staring, this is retreating. No. There were always talents appearing in each generation, and it was ideal to conceal one's strengths and bide one's time, but Shen Shen was not young. He was already 40 years of age and if he was not used, then there would not be any opportunity to return, even if one was able to successfully manage the group of Luo family's people, he still could only stay at the border. The not realization of one's lofty aspirations of a hero past prime, was most probably the most tragic thing in the world. It is a fine military strategy of advancing by retreating. What is father afraid of? Shen Miao did not back down, and faced them with a pair of tranquil and calm eyes. For the first time her eyes became provocative, fear that one will be unable to rise after a stumble. Fear that one will keep retreating after the first time, till there is nowhere else to retreat. Or is it fear that the era has passed and one is unable to break clear of all troubles and hardships? Just a few questions made Shen Shen heart tighten up, and not only Shen Shen but Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu were also dumbfounded. Shen Shen looked at Shen Miao and he suddenly discovered that this delicate-looking daughter seemed to have inherited the tenacity and arrogance in his bones. Then again, Shen Miao chuckled, within 2 years, His Majesty will definitely call father back to the capital. The day one returned to the capital, it will be the time when one soars up. 111 to 116. The lights in the western courtyard of the Shen residence were all lit throughout the night. Shen Gui and Shen Wan wanted to inquire about it, and made their own cronies to keep a watch outside the courtyard doors that not even a mosquito could enter. But to be able to inquire about what was said inside, it was easier said than done. In the room, Shen Chu poured a cup of tea for Shen Miao and said, younger sister speak slowly. With regards to military affairs, the Shen family had Shen Shen, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu, and Shen Miao was never involved in such matters at all. Young ladies that grew up in the faraway from battle Ding capital, and perhaps even the large families in the Ding capital would not be able to understand the structure, as matters of military affairs were often indistinguishable treacherous and would not be as simple as how it looked on the surface. Even most officials could not tell the difference apart, much less Shen Miao. But even if Shen Miao speak of it, everything that she said was so logical, that Shen Shen and wife could not help but cast sidelong glances at one another. Cast away the Shen family's army and revive the Luo family's army. Luo Shuiyan said, but the Shen family's army are all elites and the Luo family's army. Speaking of her own father's army, Luo Shuiyan was somewhat sad, how can it compare with the Shen family's army? Even though the Luo family's army are scattered, the most important value is its cleanliness. Shen Miao said, there are already traitors in Father Shen family's army, and to bring this kind of army into battle, how would one know if one would be stabbed at the back with a knife? When the words were spoken, all three became silent. To have someone who went through life and death and was raised from a soldier to be a traitor was indeed something that everyone did not wish to see. Shen Shen said, I have also thought about what Zhao Zhao had said. Shen Chu and Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Shen at the same time. At this moment Shen Shen had gotten rid of the suspicious expression, and looked at Shen Miao with some appreciation in his gaze, and indecision will invariably lead to trouble. But previously Zhao Zhao mentioned in the horse carriage, that within 2 years I will definitely be recalled back to the capital. What is that about? Exactly. Shen Chu turned his head over and looked at Shen Miao. How does younger sister know that his majesty would recall father back to the capital within 2 years? No one could guess an emperor's mind, and for Shen Miao to say such words, there seemed to be some meaning to it. Luo Shuiyan started to get anxious as she was thinking in the long term. Those people who could guess clearly the emperor's mind would definitely be Emperor Wen Hui's people. Could it be that Prince Ding and Shen Miao matters that had been spread all around were true? Lu Shuiyan was worried that Shen Miao was involved in the muddy waters of the fight for the heir apparent and was used as a chess piece. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. Within 2 years, Emperor Wen Wei would need to recall Shen Shen back to the capital. This was because of Ming Qi's tribute presentation to the emperor. There was the Qin country on the north, and Great Liang on the west, hence like this, Ming Qi's position in the middle was very precarious. At that time, the Emperor Wen Hui's health was not good, the crown prince was lying sick in bed, Prince Zhou and Prince Li were badly bruised from fighting one another, and Fu Shuyi was secretly and gradually spreading his net. As a loyal general, Shen Shen would definitely be used by Emperor Wen Wei to deter the enemies. Just like the last lifetime, even though at that time the imperial family was suppressing the Shen family's army, they still left a final string, and the last drop of oil was squeezed out of Shen Shen by the royal family. It is just that these words could not be said to the outside world, thus when facing those gazes, Shen Miao gently smiled, I only dreamt of a very realistic dream. In the dream, within 2 years, father will be able to stage a comeback, and the reputation of the formidable great general will not be sullied. In fact these words were somewhat perfunctory, but Shen Miao said them warmly with a pair of clear eyes. Even if one did not believe them, their heart would have softened. Whether or not one will be recalled back to the capital, it was something that no one could say clearly. Be it a year or 2, or even 3 or 4, at the moment the best route was to retreat to the northwestern region. Not only for the sake of a comeback, but because the fight for the heir apparent was currently very intense, thus if the Shen family remained in the Ding capital, even if there was no military power, it is inevitable one would still be involved. This was the logic behind drawing back wisely in the face of overwhelming odds. Prior to succeeding in one's career, the first thing was to protect one's family. That was what Shen Shen wanted. He looked at Shen Miao and smiled. Since Zhao Zhao said that it is a dream, then that dream will definitely come true. Father trust you. There was no intention to delve into the reason behind. The 3 words father trust you almost made Shen Miao tear up. At the beginning she was bent on marrying Fu Shuyi. Shen Shen did his best to obstruct, but at the end she used death to threaten and Shen Shen finally gave in. The proud general who always gave orders showed a slumped and helpless look as he said, since it is the husband you choose, father trust you. And so that pushed the Shen family into the path to extinction. Shen Miao closed her eyes to make the scenes of the tragic past disappear. She said, if father really believed what I said, then please submit a request to his majesty to go and guard the Shaochun city tomorrow. Tomorrow, Luo Shuiyan was surprised. Why the rush? It must be done in a rush, so his majesty would think that father is dissatisfied that the military tally was confiscated from him, and it was done in a fit of anger. Then he would not think more of it. Shen Miao explained. Shen Chu wanted to say something but Shen Shen made a brief order, then it will be done as such. Shen Shen, Luo Shuiyan was somewhat anxious. After all, this matter was such a major thing. Although Shen Miao had spoken some truth, but to make such a decision hurriedly, it was indeed too hasty. Shen Shen shook his head. You and me have been in the battlefield for so many years, and yet could not see as clearly as Zhao Zhao. He looked at Shen Miao and his gaze became a little more complex, but at the end he reached his hands out and rubbed Shen Miao's head. If Zhao Zhao was a male, only a few people could be comparable. Shen Miao quietly looked at him. Today all the things she had said were what an unmarried daughter would not be able to think about. What kind of person Shen Shen was. Even though he was a rough person, it did not mean that he did not have brains, and one feared that he had seen many dubious points. It is just that Shen Shen did not reveal this, and even if it was revealed, Shen Miao would not tell Shen Shen the secret of her rebirth. Perhaps this was an unconditional trust between loved ones. Just like her previous lifetime, Shen Shen always stood by her side. The Shen family will be fine. Shen Miao pledged. Tomorrow morning, father will submit a memorandum. Shen Shen smiled and stood up as he pulled Luo Shuiyan up. It is better for Furen to rest early. Luo Shuiyan actually wanted to say something, but when she saw Shen Shen's expression, she kept quiet. She had followed Shen Shen for so many years, and naturally knew Shen Shen's confidence was always soaring, and have not seen him in such a solemn appearance. He was supposed to be a hero admired by everyone, but was now deprived of military power and about to guard a small territory. No one was more upset than Shen Shen at this moment of time. For the first time she yielded, and supported Shen Shen, all right. It was Shen Chu who stayed behind and kept murmuring as he looked at Shen Miao. He finally could not stand it and said, younger sister, do you want father to rebel? In the Shen family, Shen Chu was the one who was the most clear of Shen Miao's vicious tendencies. Prince Yu of the first rank coveted her, and she did not left a living soul in the Prince Yu's residence. The Jing family schemed against her and now ended up dead without an intact corpse. The emperor took away the military tally from the Shen family, with Shen Miao's actions of seemingly retreat, truly just for self-protection. The wealth of the monarch, the worry of an emperor. Shen Miao smiled lightly. The Shen family has all the while been loyal to the monarch and love the country, so how can such a thing happen? It is better for eldest brother not to think too much. If there are ears in the wall and others heard about it, one fear that both you and me will have troubles. Shen Chu paused before speaking. That is the best. Younger sister must not do foolish things. He then turned around and walked out of the room. Shen Miao slowly sat down. To rebel. She really wanted that, but how to rebel without leaving a bad name was an important thing. The current top priority was naturally to avoid a calamity. But when one returned back, one would definitely give a big gift to the Fu family. One only hoped that the Fu family could swallow it down. The matter of Shen Shen being deprived of military power only bustled for a day before it was covered by new rumors the second day. There were always new happenings in Mingqi, thus this scene was not something new. However, the rumors that were circulating in the marketplace on the second day were still about Shen Shen. One heard that on the second day after Shen Shen's military tally was confiscated, he had submitted a memorandum to Emperor Wen Wei in front of all the civil and military officials, and proposed to bring the remaining front section and the scattered Shen family's guards and move to the Shaochun city to guard. The once outstanding and glorious great general actually wanted to guard a small city. Others all felt that it was something unimaginable, and thought that Shen Shen was nursing a grievance. To take the initiative to submit a memorandum when nursing a grievance meant that he felt unhappy with Emperor Wen Hui's punishment and made a decision in a rage. The storyteller in the restaurant talked about the matter very clearly and logically, saying that Emperor Wen Hui's expression immediately changed and threw that memorandum onto Shen Qin's face, but Shen Qin still stubbornly demanded to retreat to the Shaochun city. How would a monarch be able to tolerate a person who acted out rashly? Even if one had great contributions, it was all useless. Since he wanted to retreat to the Shaochun city, then good, he will stand guard there. So the news that the formidable great general will leave the capital tomorrow and head to the Shaochun city was known to the entire Ding capital. Almost everyone in the restaurant were talking about the matter. Some felt that Shen Qin did the correct thing, since the formidable great general no longer was in command of the forces, and would be nursing a grievance if one still stayed in the Ding capital, thus it would be better to go far away, to avoid being disgusted by the situation. Some felt that Shen Qin was held too high up, and did not know the complexity of things. It was he who first lied to the monarch, had luckily safeguarded his life, and now even dared to make such a face to Emperor Wen Wei. If Emperor Wen Wei was not kind and if it was other monarch, one feared that there would be an even heavier punishment awaiting. In Kuehulu, Ji Yushu was holding his chin as he looked at Gao Yang, say, what is Shen Qin's meaning behind leaving the Ding capital and not caring about the Shen family's army? If it is so, then it is really somewhat courageous and not the reckless conduct of a military crude. Gao Yan sighed. After all, there is not anyone who can make a quick retreat before a crisis. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Gao Yang then spoke to Xie Jingxing, who was being quiet at the side. Why are you not speaking? Xie Jingxing was interrupted and looked back at both of them. The Shen family moved too fast. Fast. Ji Yushu did not understand. Xie Jingxing played with the cups in his hands, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He pointed out a road to Shen Miao to let the Shen family have a retreat route, but did not think that the Shen family's actions would turn out to be so fast. It was only yesterday that the military tally was stripped away, and today a request was put up in court to withdraw and maintain guard. Shen Qin was a steady person, thus Shen Miao must have definitely said something to Shen Qin for him to make such a choice in such a short period of time. On the surface, Emperor Wen Wei let Shen Qin pack up and leave tomorrow from the capital to embarrass him, but one did not know that his own thoughts were actually seen through by the little girl in the Shen family. If one was to be aware of it, not sure what kind of taste would there be in his heart. Xie Jingxing had a feeling that Shen Miao perhaps would occupy a great important role in the game of Mingqi, but to him, who would be soon leaving the capital, it was of no importance. Yushu will follow me and leave the capital, he said. Gao Yang, the remaining things will be handled by you. Ji Yushu rubbed his nose and revealed a big of excitement. Good. Third Xie older brother, the chefs that make snacks here really make them just too horrible to eat. Third older brother's chef is still the best, one will not need to go hungry. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, you have eaten everywhere in the Ding capital, which day did you go hungry? After finishing, he put on a solemn look and said to Xie Jingxing, do not worry, leave the matters here to me. Xie Jingxing nodded his head. Those news naturally had spread out to other places. The Shen family was a big family in the Ding capital, and there were many colleagues that kept contact with them. There were even some who came because of Shen Qin's prestige, and some of those officials just came to fawn. But when a wall was about to collapse, everyone would give it a push. When the tree falls, monkeys would scatter, and no sooner when a person left, the tea would cool down. This time Shen Qin was considered to be demoted and leaving the capital, so other than the few families that had really good relations with Shen Qin and came to bid farewell, there was no one else. Shen Miao took a trip to Guangwentang. Since one was to leave the capital, naturally one could no longer attend Guangwentang. Some time ago, because of Shen Miao's change of temperament, most of the students in Guangwentang were somewhat afraid of her, but now because the military power of the Shen family was confiscated, some unscrupulous person started to ridicule her. It was just that Shen Miao walked past them without even turning, as if she did not hear them at all, making those aristocratic children feel bored. When Feng and Nin saw her, she started crying as she grabbed onto her sleeves. What to do? Shen Miao, once you leave, when will you return? Shen Miao was somewhat helpless with Feng and Ning's tears. To be fair, in her previous life because she was stupid, all the noble females of the Ding capital were not willing to be associated with her, thus she was cold-hearted in this lifetime and deliberately did not make any moves to gain anyone's likes. One could say that this Feng and Ning accidentally became her only friend. Even though she had an arrogant character, her heart was not bad, and sometimes when Shen Miao looked at her, she would think of Wan Yu. She comforted, will be returning not very long later. Liar. Feng and Ning cried, I heard father saying that this time General Shen had angered his majesty. And if his majesty is currently angry, how could one return quickly? Shen Miao, you must write me letters, one did not know if I would have been married when you return. Shen Miao almost laughed out, but upon seeing Feng and Ning's red crying eyes, she did not. She knew clearer than anyone else the Feng families and Feng and Ning's ending. Even though 2 years later the Feng family would not yet collapse, she said to Feng and Ning as she patted her shoulder, nothing will happen. I will get to see you when you marry. Feng and Ning seemed to want to say something, but saw Pei Lang coming in while carrying a book. Pei Lang was wearing green and stood on the stage. When his eyes landed on Shen Miao, he paused before saying, Shen Miao, take a walk with me. If Shen Miao were to leave Guangwentang, she ought to say her goodbyes to the teacher, Pei Lang. Everyone did not find anything wrong with this, thus Feng and Ning unwillingly released Shen Miao's sleeves and let Shen Miao follow Pei Lang out of the class. Pei Lang brought Shen Miao to a triangle courtyard in Guangwentang. The teachers in Guangwentang stayed in the academy's residence, and this was Pei Lang's own courtyard that no one would enter. He pushed the door and entered the nearest study. Shen Miao followed behind before closing the doors. You are leaving. This time Pei Lang did not speak in a roundabout manner like usual, and questioned in a straightforward manner. Shen Miao nodded her head. Pei Lang's expression changed and he hesitated before speaking. Lu Ying's matter. Young lady Lu Ying has been settled down. Shen Miao interrupted his words. She is living well in the embroidery workshop. Her double-sided embroidery is originally outstanding, thus she could become an embroidery master who is valued for her skill. Perhaps she will be able to gain a few apprentices. Pei Lang's expression gradually relaxed. Shen Qin and family were about to leave the capital, so he feared that Lu Ying's matter was not dealt yet. He was relaxed but saw that Shen Miao was staring at his eyes when she spoke. Then how about the matter that teacher Pei is considering? Pei Lang was startled. The matter that Shen Miao mentioned was naturally about him being a spy by Fu Shuyi's side. That day at Kuehulu, Pei Lang had already showed his attitude on the matter, but as to how the plan was to be carried out, one would need to think about it further. Hearing that, Pei Lang frowned. What do you want to say? 2 years, Shen Miao said. Within 2 years I will definitely return back to the capital. By that time, teacher Pei must become His Highness Prince Ding's advisor, and become the most relied upon. Pei Lang smiled but there was some anger in that smile. Shen Miao, are you not valuing me too highly? I am only just a poor scholar and have nothing. Even if one was lucky to be associated with His Highness Prince Ding, how would one be the most relied upon? Teacher need not be unduly humble. Teacher is a fine steed, naturally there will be a scout who could appreciate. Shen Miao smiled gently. If one is not a fine steed, in order to let the scout appreciate, one must view oneself as a fine steed. Her voice was lowered as she provokingly looked at Pei Lang. If teacher is unable to do it, why did not you guess how I would tell Lu Ying the story of prefectural magistrate Pei, and would also mention that the mastermind of all of it was teacher? Does teacher Pei think that young lady Lu Ying will be so touched that tears will fall? You. Pei Lang was exasperated. Shen Miao's remark was clearly a threat, indicating that if he did not become Fu Shuyi's right-hand man, the entire matter will be told to Lu Ying. Lu Ying still had resentment over that matter from years ago, and if she was told of how it was arranged, Lu Ying might even return to Bao Shanglu in a fit of anger. Pei Lang said, I have never seen such a vicious and cunning female like you. The young female in front did not have an attitude of a junior when talking to a senior, and did not honor the teacher or respect his teaching. Pei Lang even had the delusion that Shen Miao was always suppressing him every time. She provoked and threatened, and it also contained some kind of inexplicable grievances that put Pei Lang in tough straits. Who could have thought that this gentle and delicate-looking little female would have a heart scarier and harder than a married woman who lived deep in a household? Teacher is joking. The ways of the world are difficult. One is just struggling to survive. Shen Miao laughed modestly, as if she was a disciple who was accepting a teacher's admonishment, but wordlessly took out a thing from her sleeves and reached over to Pei Lang's sleeves before handing it over to him. Pei Lang was stunned for a moment as those soft fingertips touched his wrist, but after a light moment the sensation disappeared, as if it was the wing of a butterfly. In a curious coincidence, Pei Lang actually had an impulse to stay that way, but it was only for a moment, and when he woke up, he felt a letter-like thing before looking at Shen Miao puzzled. If teacher is free, naturally one can go over to young lady Lu Ying's embroidery workshop to take a peek. In addition, there are also some other things inside. Hope that teacher will do accordingly within 2 years. Pei Lang's body stiffened, but he did not get angry and laughed instead. Shen Miao, you want me to be your puppet? A scholar has the lofty and unyielding character of a scholar, and teacher is of a great erudition and scholarship that this student respect. If it was other scholars, then this student would not use such a method. Shen Miao raised her head up and looked at Pei Lang somewhat angrily, but there was a smile on the corner of her lips. But does teacher have any choice in the matter? It is all right for teacher to refuse, but even if there are 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers, I will naturally have a way to tell a story to Lu Ying. She smiled gently, but her words were sharp. The fire in Pei Lang's heart started burning and he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. In front of Shen Miao, he did not have any of the dignity of a teacher at all. Every time he wanted to get angry, he would not be able to do so when he saw Shen Miao's complacent appearance. Pei Lang even wondered what kind of debt he owed Shen Miao in his past life, that Shen Miao was collecting now. He suppressed the humiliation in his heart and said, just doing what this indicate, one will meet your requirement. I believe in teacher's ability. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. That letter, it contained everything that Fu Shuyi had been doing for these few years. He looked like he had no ambition on the surface, but he had been recruiting a number of talented scholars. As to what kind of methods were used to unearth these intelligent people, no one was clearer of them than Shen Miao. Pei Lang was not an ordinary person, thus he only need to show a little of his talent and naturally he would be able to get into Fu Shuyi's radar. And to gain Fu Shuyi's attention, one would require a step-by-step strategy. In that letter, Shen Miao did not indicate what Pei Lang should do, but only indicated the moment of opportunity for Pei Lang to get closer to Fu Shuyi. As to how one could gain his trust, it would depend on Pei Lang himself. This was the greatest confidence Shen Miao could give to Pei Lang. In the previous lifetime Fu Shuyi and Pei Lang were people on the same boat, but now she was the first to have talent scouted this fine steed, and had left a footprint on this talent. One must also let Fu Shuyi have a taste of being betrayed by the people closest to him. She swept a look at Pei Lang and her heart suddenly felt some worries. Since things had been briefed, she did not want to speak more with Pei Lang, so she turned around to leave. Shen Miao. It was Pei Lang who stopped her and he hesitated for a moment before he finally spit out 2 words. Take care. Shen Miao was somewhat surprised but only said faintly, many thanks. She then left after that. Only Pei Lang was left standing and his gaze was complicatedly fixed on Shen Miao's back. When Shen Miao left Pei Lang's courtyard, she saw a soft white dumpling standing in the garden outside the academy, and upon seeing her, that pair of eyes brightened as it ran over and cried in surprise, older sister Shen. Su Minglang rolled over like a dumpling. Shen Miao. In fact, Su Minglang had passed his 10th birthday. One did not know if the Su family raised him too well, that he was different from his matured but still young older brother, as Su Minglang looked even more childlike than a 5 or 6-year-old. He ran a few steps and was out of breath, so Shen Miao walked to him and held his chubby hands. What is the matter? Older sister Shen, you are leaving. Su Minglang whimpered for a while. I will wait for you here obediently till you return, all right. Shen Miao froze. After everyone knew that Shen would be heading to the Shaochun city, the first words were either when you will return or is it that you will not be returning. Everyone always feel that this time once Shen leave, perhaps he would be staying in the Shaochun city forever. Su Minglang's first words was to wait for her return, as if he was assured that Shen Miao would certainly return back to the Ding capital. Shen Miao felt interested and tapped on his head before deliberately teasing him. Who say that I will return? Perhaps I will not come back. Would not. Su Minglang looked up and made a solemn bow. Older sister will definitely return. Shen Miao looked at him from the side of her head. When Su Minglang spoke those words, his eyes were firm and there was no trace of doubt, so she asked, why are you so sure? Older brother Xie said that you will definitely return before 2 years. Su Minglang said excitingly. Older brother Xie. Shen Miao's mind turned. Xie Jingxing. Even though father and eldest brother all think that once older sister and family leave, one would not know when will you return. Father also say that this time General Shen had angered his majesty, and one fear that his majesty would never recall General Shen this lifetime. Su Minglang was a child whose words carried no harm, and he did not pay attention if his words would hurt Shen Miao, and only said as he wished. But when older brother Xie came to visit eldest brother, he said to eldest brother that General Shen will inevitably return to the capital within 2 years. Shen Miao felt some horror in her heart of how Xie Jingxing could actually guess so accurately what was in her mind. Even though Xie older brother is very bad, he bullies me, also bullies my eldest brother and also bullies my father, but everything he says will become true. It was the first time Su Minglang spoke so nimbly, as if to prove something. He continued, he said that you will return, so you will definitely return. Older sister Shen, you will return, right? After he finished speaking, he was looking at her with eyes filled with hope. All of a sudden Shen Miao thought about Fu Ming and her heart softened as she smiled. He said correctly. I will return. That is great. Su Minglang jumped up and pulled his index finger out before saying each word. Then I will wait here for older sister's return. When older sister returns, I will treat older sister to candied hawthorn, dough figurine, steamed sugar cake. Shen Miao could not help but laugh again. Being with Su Minglang seemed to sweep away all the dark and hazy emotions instantly. It was as if time became carefree and without worries. She said, you just have to listen to your father's words. It is just that these words you said to me today about me returning, you must never tell another person about it. If others heard these words, when it spreads out and gets told to Emperor Wenwei, one might be able to discover tiny traces. In this word, it was all right for one person to know of her mind, but it would not be good if there were many. Su Minglang saw Shen Miao's solemn face and immediately spoke obediently, understand. I only said it to older sister and will not tell to others. Then he softly said to Shen Miao, older sister Shen, you also must not tell older brother Xie about these words because I eavesdropped them. If older brother Xie know that I eavesdropped him, he will beat me up again. In the second young master Su's eyes, the graceful and noble little Marquis Xie was an out-and-out black-hearted bandit. Shen Miao agreed, all right, would not tell. The Shen's household started packing up their luggage overnight, and what made others slap the table and shout with praise was that before leaving, they unexpectedly forced old Shen Furen to separate the family in front of the Shen family elders. That day when Shen and wife were summoned to the palace, the dispute that Shen Miao had with old Shen Furen at the residence door got into Shen's ears and naturally he was unable to restrain his anger. This opportunity of hitting someone when they were down was used very well, and he did not even bother to save any face for the other. Luo Shuiyan hated that her eyes were blinded initially, and treated this entire family of dirty people sincerely. Even though Shen's military power was seized, he was still daring. When he was obstinate, 9 bulls would not be able to pull him back. The clan leader was unable to rush over, but there were clan members present. At his deathbed, the old General Shen hoped that the entire family would live in harmony, but at the end it still collapsed and fell apart. Old Shen Furen brought out the skills she had when she was a songstress to claim more than half of old General Shen's assets and lands. Shen Miao did not obstruct this because for so many years they had not been easy to manage, and those shops and lands were no longer as satisfactory as before, and on the contrary they will be a drag to leave them by one side. Moreover, they would soon be heading to the Shaochun city, thus these things were useless. Shen did not have a lack of money as the emperor would usually bestow heaps of it to him. Old Shen Furen had initially thought that in the accounting books of the common fund, Shen's money has long been cleaned out, and did not think that at the end, Shen Miao found from somewhere another accounting book no one knew. Inside, it clearly indicated all the money that Shen had supplemented over the years to the public fund. In front of the clan members, this could not be denied and in any case, old Shen Furen had to vomit that out. Shen Miao thought of it simple, no matter how much could be gotten back, even if Shen and Luo Shuiyan had no regards for these mere worldly possessions, it was good to nauseate old Shen Furen. Old Shen Furen was really so nauseated that she fell ill, while Chen Ruchu was furious in her heart. Now that Ren Wanyun did not care about this matters, she was the one managing the household and there was just not enough money. With the return of a portion of it back to Shen, if the future was not as smooth as before, one feared that old Shen Furen would take it out on her. Shen Yu was also angry with them. These days she watched as Chen Ruchu became utterly exhausted due to the matter of money. Shen Yu was previously raised with an arrogant and holier-than-thou temperament but now that had changed. Previously, she despised money matters, but now also wanted to fight for it. It was not good to say anything in front of the clan member, thus she looked at Shen Miao and pretended to be worried. One did not know when 5th younger sister will be back this time. One heard that there is a shortage of suppliers at that Shaochun city, and it will bad if one was not able to eat or use good stuffs. It is better to bring more money along. The words spoken had some ridicule insinuating that Shen Miao was going to a place of suffering, but Shen Miao only laughed gently. Correct, but the prices in the Ding capital are very high, thus in the future without His Majesty's rewards, second older sister must not spend so extravagantly like in the past. Her gaze landed on the bracelet on Shen Yu's wrist and smiled. After all, father will not be here to gift you a bracelet in the future. Shen Yu was surprised for a moment, and looked at the bracelet on her wrist before her face flushed red. This was not other bracelet but one that Shen was bestowed. Year after year Shen would fill the common fund with the bestowments, and Shen Yu would pick out some jewelry. Who knew that when she said those words, Shen Miao would be so straightforward to say that the bracelet that she was wearing was one of Shen things. This was slapping her face in public. But this bracelet was very valuable, and Shen Yu was not willing to take it off and return it to her. Shen Miao seemed to have seen her thoughts and said with a gentle smile, older sister better not return the bracelet back, since there is no logic to recover things that were gifted. One did not know if in the future there will be such a fine bracelet. This time even Shen Wan, who was standing by the side quietly, started to have his to turn ugly. Shen Miao's words meant that Shen Wan was unable to get such good rewards based on his own abilities. Shen Wan's career in his entire lifetime would never reach to the level of what Shen had. He made a long face and coldly glared at Shen Miao before saying to Chen Ruchu and Shen Yu, go back. Then he left without looking at Shen Miao again. Since Shen would be leaving the capital and his military power was confiscated, all those fake brotherly affections and pretenses were no longer required to be kept up. Shen Wan would never look at people without any value. Shen Gui was also somewhat pleased as he bowed to Shen, eldest brother, this younger brother will retreat first. His appearance of brushing his sleeves and leave was somewhat arrogant. Wan Yiniang saw this and quickly pulled Shen Dongling to follow along, behaving like she had been for over 10 years, and not because of the changes in Kai Yuan. Shen Gui was one that was unable to remain calm, since he climbed up in his career by fawning and flattering others. In terms of talent and learnings, he was incomparable to his son, Shen Yuan. In terms of temperament, he was incomparable to Shen Wan's tenacity, and Shen Gui was also even heartless and lacked a sense of justice. Once he tasted a little sweetness, he would forget the pain he suffered and thus, he was not enough to be feared. It was Shen Chu that got angry. What kind of people are they? Shen Miao smiled gently but did not answer. Temporarily putting Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu aside and speaking of Shen Gui's branch, within 2 years, Shen Yuanbo would die due to smallpox, and since Shen Gui was already drugged by Ren Wanyun's medication, he would definitely not be able to have any more offspring in this lifetime. Even if he had money or women, there would not be anyone to inherit it. There were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no sons was the worst. At that time old Shen Furen would urge both sons to quickly spread out their branches, so did Chen Ruchu think that she could just sit back and relax. A wicked person would be harassed by another. Leave this mess to the Shen family and let them clean themselves up. When the matter of Shen moving out to guard the Shaochun city reached the ears of Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, Emperor Wenwei had already approved it. At such a time, Fu Shuyi naturally could not say anything more. The more one speak the more doubtful it will make others feel. It is just that to him, it was strange for Shen to suddenly use this tactic. He had understood clearly that for so many years even though Shen looked like a rough military person on the surface, he was not one who was impulsive. Even if he was discontented with the confiscation of the military tally, he would not submit a memorandum the next day to leave the capital. Involuntary Fu Shuyi started to recall the words that Shen Yuan had warned him of. Your Highness must not underestimate this official's 5th younger sister in the residence. It was just that Fu Shuyi did not pay much attention to such a sentence at that time. Now one did not know that at this time, this drifted up in his mind. For Shen to suddenly make such a decision, could it be that Shen Miao fueled it behind the scene? But she was such a spoilt young lady that was raised delicately, so why would she take the initiative to head out to such a cold place like the northwestern region? Fu Shuyi was sensitive to detect that something was wrong, but was unable to exactly point out what was wrong. He only felt that things should not have developed in such a manner. The advisor beside him asked, is your highness worried about that the matter of the formidable general had changed? But the Shen family army is dispersed and the military tally was retrieved back, so there is no more impact from the formidable great general. Your highness can rest assured to expand. Fu Shuyi recovered from his imagination and lightly agreed. Even though Shen had deviated from his plans, but at the end he was not the most important chess piece. He was an important piece at the beginning when Shen Miao was in love with him, since then he could use him, but one did not know what happened as that feeling of love scattered, making him lose the opportunity of pulling Shen into his boat. But it could also be regarded as a sigh of relief. If he really married Shen Miao, even if he gained the Shen family's military power, he would have been ridiculed by everyone. Fu Shuyi was extremely proud by nature, thus he would not allow for such a stain on him. Now that those conjectures will disperse as soon as Shen leave the capital. He said, go and recruit some more people these days. His advisor was startled before cupping his hands and complied. Fu Shuyi moved his gaze away. Since the game of vying for the world was just around the corner, it was imperative to attract more talents in the shortest possible time. Shen left the capital early the next morning. When they left the capital, it was early in the morning and the skies had not even brightened. Shen left in secret. First, it was that he did not want to put those close colleagues in a dilemma, because if they came to bid farewell, it was practically going against Emperor Wenwei. The mood of the emperor was always fickle, so it was not good to incur fury. Second was that the Shaochun city was 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers away from the Ding capital, thus by leaving early meant that one would arrive early. Even if horses were spurred at full speed, it would take more than 6 months to arrive. Even though the Shen family's army was confiscated and only the front section remained, there were a number of confidants that remained. Including Shen Chu's subordinates, including Mo Qing and Akai, one would not fear there would be any danger during the journey. The entire journey was rather smooth. Luo Shuiyan and Shen were initially worried that Shen Miao would not be able to take such a long journey, and feared that during the journey she would get sick. Who knew that Shen Miao did not even utter a single word of tiredness? Even Shen repeatedly praised, Zhao Zhao is really my daughter. Such a heart of steel, which other female in the Ding capital would have it? Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him but felt even more guilty towards Shen Miao. A perfectly pampered and delicate young lady had to follow them and suffer. Jing Jie pushed aside the carriage's curtain. Because it was her first trip far away, she was somewhat amazed and would point at the birds in the skies, and also point at the wild rabbits in the forest. Seeing Shen Miao's calm appearance, she asked curiously, why does young lady not find it refreshing? These things cannot be seen in the city. When it was put this way, Gu Yu also took a look at Shen Miao's expression and asked temptingly, young lady look as if one did not have a little nostalgia. Luo Shuiyan who was sitting in the carriage became stunned for a moment. To leave the place that one had stayed for over 10 years to a place that they had never heard before, any young lady at this time would display feelings of yearning for one's hometown, and be reluctant to part with it since the Shaochun city would definitely not be as prosperous as the Ding capital, and one would be a stranger in a strange land. But Shen Miao remained calm all the way since the beginning, and even looked somewhat lively at times. To leave one's native place especially against one's will, what about that was lively? Feeling Luo Shuiyan's gaze, Shen Miao was slightly surprised for a moment before smiling and looked at the passing scenery outside the horse carriage. Father, mother and eldest brother are all at my side, what is there to be nostalgic about? Even if one remain in the Ding capital, without any loved ones, it will not be considered as home. When the words were spoken, Luo Shuiyan's heart became sour. Thinking about seeing clearly the ugly faces of the entire Shen family in this last trip when they came back to the capital, she had thought that Shen Miao had lived well after leaving her with that family, but now it seemed to be a big joke. Perhaps Shen Miao did not view those people as family, else she would not have said these words. Thinking of this, Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao into her embrace and said conscience-stricken, correct, in the future Zhao Zhao will always be with father, mother and eldest brother. No one will dare to bully you. Shen Miao nestled in Luo Shuiyan's embrace and lowered her eyes, covering the trace of coldness in them. Leaving one's native place, starting a journey alone. In the last lifetime when she went to the Qin country to be a hostage, the mountains were as high and the rivers were as long, which place had she not walked alone? She brought her trustful maids and when several of them died in a foreign country, the scenery was just like today. It was already very vague but she could still clearly remember the feeling of that time. From the Ding capital to the Qin country, from the Qin country back to the Ding capital, both journeys were very bleak and desolate. It was pathetic that she completed a virtuous cause, for the common people under heavens, but did not know that in everyone's eyes, how ridiculous she was. Now she was not leaving alone and when she returned, she would definitely not be alone too. The mountain road was remote and unknowingly the skies turned dark. Because this was a mountain route and there was no tavern in the mountains, one could only stay in a family's farmhouse. It was fortunate that this farmer's family was hospitable and friendly. They had warmly received them, and even cooked up a number of dishes. Because of the need to hasten the journey, Shen and the rest did not dare to drink, fearing that mistakes would be made upon drinking and delay the departure the next day. It was however Shen Miao, not sure it was because one was in a good mood, or that the plum blossom wine was sweet and intoxicating, that she drank a few cups and her cheeks became the color of a peach. Why did Zhao Zhao drink this much? Luo Shuiyan initially did not pay any attention thus when she saw it, she could not help but be shocked. She watched as Shen Miao supported her face with her hand, and had a drowsy look on before quickly reach out to touch her head. Most likely lady is not aware of the power of this wine. The mistress of the farmer family laughed, this homemade plum blossom wine tastes sweet but the after effects are great. When our family's daughter drink in excess, she would also be drunk. However one only need to sleep the entire night and on the second day, one will not be dizzy so fur and need not worry. Luo Shuiyan then calmed down. Shen saw Shen Miao's drunk appearance and felt that it was funny, did not expect that there will be a day when younger sister will be drunk. Really interesting. This time when Shen came back, he saw a calm and quiet Shen Miao. She was so solemn and mature that sometimes, Shen would have the wrong illusion that Shen Miao was the older one. At times, he would miss the Shen Miao from before even though she was stubborn and rude, she still had the temperament what a young lady should have. Now seeing her look like this, Shen thought about the Shen Miao before and felt closer. Brat, Shen stepped onto Shen foot, your younger sister is already this drunk and you still make trouble. Shen quickly stuck his tongue out and pretended to ask for mercy. The entire family and that farmer's family were all bustling and noised cheerfully. Where was the disappointment and the helplessness of leaving one's native place? Shen Miao propped her chin with both hands and squinted at the scene in front. Even though this plum blossom wine was indeed intoxicating, she was still somewhat awake now. She was indeed very happy today. Everything went according to plan. One part was letting Shen move far from the Ding capital, that whirlpool of trouble, and the other was because in 1 year later there will be a smallpox epidemic in the Ding capital. Even though nothing happened to them in the last lifetime, but now she did not want to take any single risk with her family, so by being far from the Ding capital meant being far from danger. Even if one wanted revenge, one need to first protect the family. This lively meal was eaten for the entire night and they only dispersed when it was late. The passionate farmers had already arranged enough rooms for everyone, and originally Luo Shuiyan was to room together with Shen Miao, but Shen Miao made a fuss and insisted on staying in the room next to the farmer's courtyard wall, and also that she must sleep alone. That room was separated and far apart from others. If she was to stay in it, then she would be separated from Luo Shuiyan and the rest. At first Shen felt that it was not good as he feared that when there was danger, one would not be able to come to rescue, but one did not know what came onto Shen Miao, as she very strongly insisted to stay in that room. When the farmer's wife saw this, she laughed. Most likely, young lady want to look at the flowers on the wall and the scene of falling snow, which is especially beautiful. All females would like it. Furren need not to worry. Even though our place is small, there are no bandits, and if one really worry about young lady, it is all right to station a few more guards outside the door. Everyone then became aware that when one opened the window of the room by the wall, one would be able to see a large snow-white garden that has peach blossoms in bloom. With the moonlight shining with the swaying snowflakes, it was indeed a very beautiful scene. Shen Chu felt funny and was in a good mood as he pinched Shen Miao's nose. Delicate bundle. It is no wonder why you are called Zhao Zhao. Already drunk but still look for a place with a good scenery. Luo Shuiyan smacked Shen Chu's hands and said angrily, do not anyhow touch. She then looked at the somewhat confused drunk Shen Miao and shook her head, not willing to sleep with me and still want to sleep at such a far place. Fine, let Mo Qing, Kai and a few to build a tent and guard outside the night. Jing Jie and Gu Yu go help young lady to change before coming back out. This farmhouse was not like the residences in the Ding capital, as there were sleeping quarters and an outer residence. Jing Jie and Gu Yu will be sleeping the night at the outer residence. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin were not harsh people, thus they did not let Jing Jie and Gu Yu sleep on the floor and stay in Shen Miao's room at night. Thinking that this farm was not that big, with Kai, Mo Qing and the rest keeping watch outside, there would not be any problems. Jing Jie and Gu Yu helped Shen Miao change her clothes and wash up before leaving the room. Mo Qing, Kai and the rest had already set up the tent in the courtyard outside and took turns to stay in vigil. Jing Jie and Gu Yu went up to nag at them one round before leaving. In that room with an elegant scenery, only Shen Miao remained. Shen Miao, who had been helped by Jing Jie up to the couch, suddenly got up. The aftereffects of the plum blossom wine finally kicked in at this moment, and Shen Miao's clear eyes were suddenly in chaos. She stood up wobbling as she walked towards the windows, but she almost knocked against the table corner and fell on the floor. In the darkness, a pair of powerful arms supported her and one could vaguely smell the light aroma of another. A familiar voice sounded by her ear with a faint sense of banter, even throw one's body against another. Shen Miao took the opportunity to hold his waist so that she could stabilize herself, but did not know that her action made the latter's body stiffen. A moment later with a kai sound, a flame was lit as that person took a match from an unknown location and lit the oil lamp in the room. The windows of the farmer's house were carved from wood and paper was not even pasted on it, thus people outside would be able to see if the room was lit, but those people in the courtyard did not even discover any anomalies in the room. Under the fuzzy light, one was however able to see the other's facial features clearly. Snow-white fox fur coat, dark red brocade robes, red lips with white teeth, and a pair of dark peach blossom eyes with such a graceful bearing when walking at night. If it was not Xie Jingxing, who else could it be? Shen Miao was surprised for a moment before saying, Xie Jingxing. When she said that, her body felt heavy and she accidentally leaned against Xie Jingxing and was almost embracing him. Xie Jingxing frowned, such a huge stench of alcohol. How much did you drink? He sized Shen Miao out and said with antipathy, came to send you off with good intentions, but who knows, one saw a drunk. You are then drunk. Shen Miao immediately refuted. Enough. Recognize me and even retort back. It seems like one is not drunk. As Xie Jingxing spoke, he helped Shen Miao to the couch and brought the lamp closer. Under the light, Shen Miao was wearing a plain white middle clothes, and her hair was loose as she looked over ignorantly, vastly different from how she was on normal days, and actually have some appearance of a delicate and charming young girl. Xie Jingxing thought about it and finally could not hold back and pinched her face hard. Shen Miao glared at him. It was rare to see her in such childlike appearance, so Xie Jingxing felt that it was interesting, and was thinking that since Shen Miao was drunk and since there was a saying of speaking the truth after drinking, perhaps he could get some answer out of her. Who am I? Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao quickly answered. Know what kind of person Xie Jingxing is? Shen Miao stared at him and slowly frowned without speaking. Xie Jingxing felt strange with her looking at him like that, and wondered if this girl was scolding him in her heart. Who knew that Shen Miao suddenly smiled and said, a exciting and brilliant character. Xie Jingxing. He stared at Shen Miao to some extent and asked, are you faking drunk? Xie family's little Marquis Xie, a highly talented youth, a character through the ages, in the prime of one's life. The words behind gradually became softer, as if she could not remember them. Xie Jingxing was initially doubtful, but afterwards saw that Shen Miao did not seem to be acting and felt somewhat strange. His brows raised, one did not think that in your heart, you are that satisfied with me. He leaned closer and quipped, can it be that you admire me? Shen Miao reached her hands out, and pushed his head away. Xie Jingxing was somewhat speechless. If it was on normal days, it was very interesting to take liberties with Shen Miao. But now that she was so drunk that she even used character through the ages to evaluate him, it would be fun to tease her now. He said, initially wanted to see you a last time but you were drunk to this state. Forget it. From here on, goodbye. He wanted to leave after speaking, but who knew he then heard a thump sound as Shen Miao fell from the couch and onto the floor. Xie Jingxing first wanted to help Shen Miao up, but then stopped and folded his arms before standing at the side to watch Shen Miao struggle on the ground. After enjoying this for a while, he then said, should really let you look at this appearance of yours. Shen Miao drank till she was dizzy, and her body was weak, so how could she stand up? After flopping on the floor a long time, Xie Jingxing could finally not stand and helped her up mercifully to sit on the couch. He then heard Shen Miao speaking, Li Gonggong, Ben Gong want to see the fireworks. In the silence of the night, Shen Miao's words were exceptionally clear. Li Gonggong, Ben Gong want to see the fireworks. The charcoal burning in the room seemed to have frozen. Xie Jingxing's smile on his lips slowly went down, and his pair of peach blossoms eyes were no longer filled with breezy laughter. He slightly squatted down and lowered his gaze to be at the same level as Shen Miao's. It was a gentle move, but his eyes were however cold. What did you say? Shen Miao looked at him wide-eyed. Under the fusing light, her eyes were even clearer, and in those clear eyes, there was some intoxication, making the young and inexperienced young lady look somewhat like a woman. She delicately and arrogantly extended her hand as if to take a palace servant's hand and ordered, Li Gonggong, Ben Gong want to see the fireworks. Go and call the crown prince and princess over. Crown prince and princess. Xie Jingxing stared at Shen Miao. His appearance was picturesque. When he was smiling, it was as moving as spring flowers in autumn moon. When he was not smiling, it was as dangerous as a deep abyss, that one would feel being ridiculed when taken an additional glance. He looked at Shen Miao and suddenly chuckled. Even though there was a smile, there was no laughter in his eyes at all. He gently hooked Shen Miao's chin up, and this action of a lecher was done so elegantly and gently, that it could make one drown in that pair of dark eyes. He asked, Shen Miao, you want to be the empress? Shen Miao blinked and looked at him, that is originally mine. Yours. Ben Gong's. Xie Jingxing's two fingers tightened and Shen Miao felt pain on her chin, and started to frown in dissatisfaction. Little girl, so young yet have so much ambitions to be the empress. His tone was not clear but his gaze was dangerous. An ambitious lady is most beautiful, but you are not yet a lady. Shen Miao also looked at him. In the overflowing moonlight, shadows of snow and swaying plum blossoms, two persons facing one another, it was supposed to look like a scene of conjugal bliss, but a dangerous and ambiguous atmosphere was overwhelming it all. She was a young lady that was raised delicately. If she was an ordinary girl, she had nothing more to worry other than marrying a good husband. But she endured silently, made plans for every step of the way and schemed against the entire world. Even though one had guessed that she had ambitions, one could not help but be shocked upon hearing those words that she uttered when she was drunk. This young lady was covered with thistles and thorns, from an idiot to a person executing chess moves, from General's daughter to a young lady that lost influence. It was as if nothing had changed, from the gentle-looking but fierce eyes to the noble air and unyielding character. It was natural, a bearing as if one had been in a higher position for many years. One sentence Li Gong Gong, Ben Gong want to see the fireworks was spoken with drawn-out lingering emotions, just like bells in the silent night that rang in one's heart. Even if one was dreaming, her imposing manner was probably a bearing of what an empress should have. Now she was still a girl but after a few years, she will be covered in elegance and magnificence, and one feared that she would have the bearing to mother everything under heavens. Xie Jingxing slowly released the hand holding Shen Miao's chin and glanced at her with an unappeasable manner. After pausing, he was ready to get up and leave but heard Shen Miao muttering, Xiao Lizi, go and bring Ben Gong's cloak over. Ben Gong is cold. Suddenly Li Gong Gong had become Xiao Lizi. Xie Jingxing already complicated mood was scrambled even more by her words, that he suddenly became dumbfounded. He questioned, you ordered me. Cold. Shen Miao looked at him with grievances. Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and held it as he had a thought of seizing Shen Miao and beating her up, but finally took off his cloak and threw it to Shen Miao's body. Shen Miao was covered in his cloak and gave him a smile. Later, Ben Gong will bestow a few bolts of satin. She had a look of gracing one with boundless favor. Xie Jingxing looked at her blankly. Many thanks to your ladyship's favor. This official bids farewell. Finishing, he was about to leave but Shen Miao grabbed onto his sleeves. Shen Miao was simply too abnormal tonight. Xie Jingxing had never dreamed that Shen Miao would be like this when she was drunk. He initially thought that he could take advantage to tease her when she was drunk, but at the end it was as if he was bullied. The magnificent Xie family's little Marquis Xie was ordered around like an eunuch. Li Gong Gong, Xiao Lizi. Shen Miao tugged onto Xie Jingxing's sleeves to pull him down, and was only satisfied when Xie Jingxing squatted down and had leveled his eyes with hers. She released her hands and grabbed onto Xie Jingxing's collar. Xie Jingxing felt weird due to Shen Miao's actions and only heard Shen Miao murmuring to herself, in the previous dynasty there was a former princess that was widowed and started collecting handsome male companions. Since His Majesty do not treat me well, I will treat it as though my husband is dead and will find a male companion. When Xie Jingxing heard the front part, he was incapable of comprehension, and when he heard what was said behind those words, he became incredulous. He stared at Shen Miao. In your dreams, you are an unfavored empress. Not unfavored, it is husband who is dead. Shen Miao heard this and glared at him angrily. Xie Jingxing nodded his head and said lazily, curse husband to die when unfavored. You are definitely a malicious empress. But you look really good. Shen Miao suddenly spoke, a new handsome male companion. Xie Jingxing. That princess of the previous dynasty found a handsome male companion, and Ben Gong had seen the portrait and find that he is not as beautiful as you. Shen Miao continued, follow Ben Gong, and Ben Gong will ensure that in the next part of your life, you will not have worries of clothes or food. Xie Jingxing was already quaking at Shen Miao's words of handsome male companion, but became completely stunned when he heard the latter sentence. This was being treated as a male concubine. He was still stunned but saw the hands that were gripping his collar moved, and a soft thing pasted over and a cold little mouth tasted his lips, and continued licking till his whole mouth tasted like plum blossom wine. From now onwards, you are Ben Gong's person. Shen Miao let go and smiled at him with dignity. When Xie Jingxing recovered to his senses, he only had one thought. He wanted to strangle this female in front of him to death. But at this moment, a sudden whistle sounded from outside. That was the signal that was given by his people as Mo Qing and the rest had noticed movements. Xie Jingxing gritted his teeth and glanced at Shen Miao before he swept out of the room. Kai opened the door but saw that there was nothing inside. He scratched his head and said, there is no one. Probably made a mistake. Mo Qing frowned. Plum blossoms swayed in the snow, and there was some never-seen-before uneasiness on the handsome youth clad in dark red. The middle-aged man beside saw this and could not help but eventually ask, Master looked as though one feel ill at ease. Did something happen inside? It was just to say goodbye to the Shen young lady. How is it that it looked like his entire body was not all right? The red-clad youth's eyes were unclear. Tai Yi, I look like. Tai Yi did not understand. Like what? Never mind. He gritted his teeth and answered, leave. On the second morning when the day just broke out, Jing Jie and Gu Yu came to wait upon Shen Miao. When they entered they saw Shen Miao sleeping on the couch, and the quilt was gone with a fox fur coat covering her. Both of them were suddenly stupefied. Yesterday when they left, there was no fox fur coat, so where did this come from? Jing Jie woke Shen Miao up and after she woke up, Shen Miao looked at the fox fur coat at a loss. Even though the effect of the plum blossom wine was great but just like the farm's mistress said, there will not be any dizziness the next day. One's head was not dizzy but one was unable to recall anything that happened the night before. She could not even remember how she came to this room. Gu Yu held that snow-white fox fur coat and said, young lady, where does this fox fur coat come from? Shen Miao took the fox fur coat and shook her head. The chest for young ladies' coats are all here. Is it that young lady took it out when one was drunk yesterday night? Jing Zhen asked probingly, but why is it that it seemed that is one's first time seeing this fox fur coat? They actually did not think towards any other direction since Shen Miao was after all here last night, and there were guards on duty outside and nothing happened. It was just that this fox fur coat is strangely here. Shen Miao said, bring it out and ask the farmer if it is theirs. When they saw the farm's owner, the owner shook his head, our family do not have such a good fox fur. Lady must have mistaken. Shen Chu fished the fox fur over, this fox fur does not seem to be an ordinary thing. Younger sister, no matter where this comes from, it would be worth a lot. From the handiwork, it looked gorgeous but the cutting was not done very good, as one feel that it is too big for you to wear. Shen Miao took the fox fur coat, and her heart wondered as she could not remember when she had such a cloak before. But hearing Shen Chu mention that it was worth quite a bit of money, she naturally took it back and lied without changing her expression, speaking of which, it seemed that it was bought previously in the Ding capital. Jing Jie, keep it. Jing Jie was racking one's brain recalling when did Shen Miao bought this cloak but when she heard her say so, she did not continue pondering and immediately complied before keeping the cloak in the chest. Shen Miao shook her head, not caring where the cloak came from but in this trip to the Shaochun city, one feared there would be many places that will require money, and that now Shen was not like previously, if there was really a hard-pressed day, one could exchange this cloak for a lot of money to spend. Thinking of that, those messy conjectures became dispensable. Time as always went exceptionally fast. Looking at scenery with a different state of mind would also be different. Even though one had to go all the way to the Shaochun city, the route was bumpy and muddy and one would be fatigued with the journey. Shen Miao did not even mention a word of tiredness. Those of the front section of the Shen family's army that were implicated in Shen Shin's confidence that came along, all became closer with one another due to the shared joy and hardship on the road. Since leaving the capital at the second month, the start of spring, one finally arrived in the Shaochun city at the early days of the 8th month. The Shaochun city was located at the border of Mingqi and was indeed a very small city. If one were to speak about the highest ranked official in the city, it would be the guarding general Luo Sui. All the while, Luo Sui protected the Shaochun city's people to live and work in peace, but because this city and the Ding capital were far too apart, everyone knew that this job was not considered an ideal position. Moreover, after so many years, the Luo family armies was almost dispersed, and the Luo family had nothing more than just military glory in the Shaochun city. When the guards at the city gates saw Luo Shuiyan's Luo family placard, they were suddenly in awe and got someone to send the news to the Luo family. The Shaochun city was only that big, so when the Shen family brought such a large group of people into the city, the commoners immediately noticed and all came forward to inquire. When they heard that the Luo family's married daughter had brought her entire family over, in shortly it was bustling. Jing Jie quietly parted the carriage's curtains and looked out before saying to Shen Miao, "Young lady, this is the Shaochun city." Shen Miao took a glimpse outside. The Shaochun city was not as unbearable as like the noble young ladies had spoken about. Even though it was small, it was also lively. It was just that the sandy winds were greater, and because of the bigger sandy winds, the female complexion would normally become slightly darker, and not as delicate as like those females in the capital. Perhaps locals are more open-minded, or perhaps the people are very lively and active. They had an unruly appearance which made others feel full of vitality. There was no lack of things to buy at the stores by the street. As Jing Jie looked, she became happier and the apprehension that she previously had were swept away. "Young lady, there is not much difference between the Shaochun city and the Ding capital. Does Zhao Zhao like this place?" Luo Shuiyan asked uneasily. She was most afraid that Shen Miao was not used to this place. Luo Shuiyan grew up in the Shaochun city, so there was no problems for her. Shen Chu and Shen Xin were generals that experienced battles, so one need not say anything more. It was only her delicately raised daughter that need her to worry. Shen Miao smiled. "It is rather good here." Only with that Luo Shuiyan's heart settled down and smiled. "Let us go to your Weizu's house. Ever since you were aware of things, you have never seen her before. You still have 2 Juju, 3 older brothers and 1 older sister. They are all good people, so they will definitely like you." Luo Furan passed away very early and Luo Sui has been single for all these years. The Luo family has 3 siblings and Luo Shuiyan was the youngest sister. When Shen Miao was born, the Luo family traveled all the way to the capital to see her, but after that, because of the far distance between the Shaochun city and the capital, and since the other side cannot leave, Shen Miao and the Luo family had never met before. In the previous life, Shen Miao's impression of the Luo family was also vague, so when she heard Luo Shuiyan speak of them, she smiled. At the moment in front of the Luo family's residence's door, there was a crowd of people. There were commoners who came to watch the activity and also the Luo family's people. Luo Sui stood right at the front with 2 middle-aged couples behind him, and there were 3 youths and 1 young female behind the couples. Those youths had upright features and awe-inspiring presence. Even though they were young, they had the bearing of valiant generals. That young female's complexion was a healthy wheat color, her eyes were almond-shaped and had diamond-shaped lips that with one look, one could tell that she has a bold and aggressive character. She tugged the youth beside and asked, "Eldest brother, what do you say of the kind of person that Biao younger sister is?" The youth that she was pulling had a good temper and warmly said, "Of course she is not a bad person." "What not bad? Cannot you speak clearer?" The young female was unforgiving. "Only look pretty. You look at all those young ladies that came to our Shaochun city from the Ding capital, each one of them were beautiful but their character was so delicate that it made one feel hateful. Furthermore, the young lady who came to this city to visit said that she knew Biao younger sister." Her voice was lowered down but one was able to hear her crisp voice. One heard that Biao younger sister's reputation is not good. "Tanner." A strict voice interrupted the young female's words. It was Luo Sui who spoke and fiercely glared at the young female. "Tanner." The young lady quickly stood up straight and stuck her tongue out and no longer spoke. She did not speak, but the youngest youth, who seemed to be more lively, came over and pulled Tanner's hand. "Yay, grandfather is biased. This Biao younger sister has just come and he is already protecting her to this level. I want to see what kind of character this Biao younger sister is." Shen Xin was often at the northwestern region fighting battles and would often pass through the Shaochun city on the way, thus they would come over every year, so Shen Chu and the Luo family were acquainted. If one were to speak of what the Luo family was interested in, it would most probably be Shen Miao, who they had not seen since her birth. The vastness under heavens was big and also small. Occasionally there would also be officials that were demoted that would come over, so they were also aware of the Ding capital's rumors. In the course of time, what kind of person Shen Miao was, that idiotic daughter as the rumor said, it was spread all over in this Shaochun city. Knowing one by reputation was not as good as meeting the person. To finally have the opportunity to meet today, many commoners surrounded the area, and it seemed that majority of them wanted just to see how did Shen Miao actually look like. Just as this young female and youth were whispering, an entourage and a carriage slowly came over and the one letting was Shen Xin, with Shen Chu and the rest following while behind them was a troop of soldiers. "Father." Shen Xin dismounted and Shen Chu also quickly followed and ran over to Luo Sui with a smile. "Why Zhu?" Luo Sui's eyes gave the father and son a swipe before landing on the horse carriage. After all, when one see too often one will not relish it. What Luo Sui wanted to see the most was still his granddaughter. A slightly rounded Furan smiled and said warmly, "Xiaogu and Zhao Zhao should be in the horse carriage. One fear that they are very tired after such a long journey." When the voice sounded, one saw the curtain of the horse carriage opening and Jing Jie and Guyu supported Luo Shuiyan out, before Luo Shuiyan held her hand towards the carriage and brought a little young lady out. That young lady bent over and disembarked from the horse carriage. When she raised her head, a charming and pretty face was revealed and when she turned around she was already dragged to the front by Luo Shuiyan. "Zhao Zhao, we have returned home." That young female, by the name of Tanner, opened her mouth but did not speak. Shaochun city's sandy winds were large and dry, thus the female's complexion would be darker. It was rare to see a fair complexion, not to mention this fair young female. That young female had very delicate features and because of her snow-white complexion, she was like a painting. Black brows and eyes, small nose and red moist lips. But the thing that made others amazed was her bearing. Luo Shuiyan held her hands and she looked like a very delicate young lady. Under Luo Shuiyan's valiant and formidable air, she did not look at all weak but even seemed more dignified and noble, as if she was the leading character instead. The surrounding commoners and the Luo family's people were somewhat dumbfounded. When one saw another it was to see the other's bearing. Appearance was important but aptitude was the most important for women aside from beauty. This Shen family's young lady's bearing was much more impressive than her appearance. She took each step with Luo Shuiyan forward till they reached in front of Luo Sui. Luo Sui was tall and big and had deep features. As compared to Shen Shin's ruggedness, he appeared to be much more serious and unreasonable. He frowned as he stared at Shen Miao. With this kind of cold appearance, if those young ladies who were a little less courageous saw it, they would directly cry in fear. Shen Miao looked like a delicate young lady from the Ding capital, so everyone thought that she would certainly be frightened. Tanner and the youth beside had their lips hooked up as if watching a show. Shen Miao raised her head and looked face to face at Luo Sui. Her facial features were smooth and her body was soft, apparently not nervous because of Luo Sui's reaction. Her gaze was calm and she even slightly smiled like the attitude of a superior to a subordinate and startled Luo Sui for a moment. Like the attitude of a superior to a subordinate. The Luo family was like the city lord of the Xiaochun city, where would there be a superior? Luo Sui froze for a moment before suddenly laughing. His laughter made the surrounded nervous people surprised. Luo Sui patted Shen Miao's head and said with a loud warm energy, "Girl, why are you not greeting me?" "Why Zhu?" Shen Miao gently answered. Luo Shuiyan then was relieved. Luo Sui was different from Shen Xin. Shen Xin spoiled Shen Miao to heavens, but Luo Sui has been a stern father since forever. Even she was a bit afraid of Luo Sui when she was young. Now that Luo Sui was much older, he was not as dignified as before, but his habit of scaring young ladies was unchanged. One feared that he would scare Shen Miao, but fortunately Shen Miao's response was not that big, so Luo Shuiyan's was somewhat proud. Not only Shen Miao's attitude made Luo Shuiyan feel relieved, but at the same time it made the surrounding people surprised. The young ladies from the Ding capital seemed to only know how to weep endlessly and lead an extravagant life. Tanner said unconvincing to the youth beside, must be pretending not to be afraid. The oldest youth of them, who also had the best temper, was however looking at Shen Miao thoughtfully and did not speak. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao up to introduce her. Other than Luo Sui, there were two sons in the Luo family, which were Shen Miao's two Juju, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai. Luo Lianying's wife was Madame Yu, a gentle, soft and genuine female. She gave birth to two sons, Luo Ling and Lu Sa. Shen Miao's second Juju, Lu Liantai's wife was Madame Ma. Her maiden family did some business and she was astute and vigorous. She gave birth to a pair of sister and brother. The older sister was Luo Tan and the younger brother was Luo Qian. Luo Ling was Shen Miao's eldest Biao brother. He was currently 18 and had a gentle temper, exactly the same as Madame Yu. When one see him, he would politely and warmly greet. He was a very thoughtful person. Second Biao older brother, Luo Sa was 17 and also Luo Ling's blood sibling but had a fierce temper, coldly scoffing at Shen Miao before ridiculing, can the Ding capital city young lady withstand the wind and sand? Luo Lianying kicked him fiercely. That Luo Tan was 16 this year and seemed to be suspicious of Shen Miao, thus her attitude was not warm and more towards curious. Luo Tan's younger brother was the same age as Shen Miao and directly looked at Shen Miao to size her up. He had a rounded face and seemed to be picky. After greeting the entire Luo family and identified everyone, Luo Sui then let Luo Shuiyan bring them into the residence. The Luo residence was a place in which one big family lived and got along harmoniously. The Shen family was placed at the courtyard that Luo Shuiyan had before she was married. When the servants went to tidy up the rooms, everyone were at the main hall talking. After the initial bustling, serious matters were discussed. The Luo family and the Shen family were different. When the Shen family was in the Ding capital, because Shen Gui and Shen Wan took the route of a civil official, different from Shen Xin, naturally there were no discussion of the matters in court. Moreover, they were not of the same blood and separated by different bellies, so one would not bring out matters that were private. The Luo family was different. They were all one big family. Not only Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai could talk here, even the younger generation, Luo Ling and the rest, could also listen and even the female members could too. When Shen Xin entire family came, naturally one would want to listen. Yan'er, what are your future plans with this trip back to the Xiaochun city? Luo Sui asked. The letter that was sent previously to them had informed them of the matter of Shen Xin's military tally being confiscated and that he was moving out to the Xiaochun city to guard. It was just that at that time, it was difficult to discuss things when they were far apart, thus questions were asked now that they were here. Luo Shuiyan smiled and said, why father ask this? Since one have come to the Xiaochun city, naturally is to settle down here as well. About the matter of reviving the Luo family's army, both Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin did not know how to tell Luo Sui. With Luo Sui's old-fashioned character, one felt that it would take some time. Third younger sister. It was however Luo Lianying who spoke. He looked at Shen Xin and hesitated for a moment before asking, but for the Shen family's army to be confiscated like this, is there no room for redemption? They were military generals and could understand the significance of an army to a general. Shen Xin had been busily engaging in warfare for so many years, so how could it be easy for him to suddenly be an idle commoner? If it was them, they feared that it would be difficult to calm down from that outrage. Shen Xin cupped his hands, eldest brother, rather than reproach, it would be better to let nature take its course. This Xiaochun city is also quite good. I also want to live my life where Shuiyan grew up. Hearing that, Luo Sui looked at Shen Xin a few more times and the serious look on his face had eased up a bit. It is rare to see you have changed your temperament. Everyone were all clear of Shen Xin's straightforward and bustling temperament, so when he spoke so calmly, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Shen Miao looked at the Luo family's expression and suddenly asked, Grandfather, one heard that there are two Jew at the border of the Xiaochun city. With that remark, the surroundings suddenly turned silent. A moment later, Madame Ma reacted. She had a frank and straightforward character and said with a smile, Zhao Jiao need not be afraid. Those two Jew are all outside the city and dare not come in. Even if they come in, our Luo family's soldiers will chase them away. It has been safe and sound for so many years, thus it not something to fear about. Shen Chu also thought that Shen Miao was scared and softly comforted. Juniang is right, Zhao Jiao do not need to be afraid. Shen Miao's eyes dropped. The Xiaochun city was a small border town and naturally it would be harassed by nomads. The Eastern Tuju was one of them. These people were strong and had fast horses, so when they battle, they would be very ferocious. If they were to fight for real, the one at the disadvantage might be Mingqi. It was because the Xiaochun city was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and combined with the Luo family's reputation, these Tuju dared not advance and only harassed a little at the border. Every year from the 8th to 10th months, the Tuju will suffer from droughts and will come to the Xiaochun city to steal stuff. After some small fights, they would be chased away. The commoners were used to it and did not put it to heart. However, Shen Miao remembered that it was this year that a major event happened in the Xiaochun city. She nodded her head and inadvertently said, the Luo family's army is as brave as father's Shen family's army. In that case, when the Tuju attack the city, there will not be any problems resisting. Luo Sui's face stiffened, and Luo Lianying's and Luo Liantai's expressions became ugly and even a little embarrassed. Since there were no opponents, the Luo family could not afford to pay for such huge military expenditures, and coupled with the fact that the Emperor Wenwei in the Ding capital simply did not care about the Xiaochun city, thus there was no difference when the Luo family's army dispersed. The soldiers went home to farm and do business, and the remaining Luo family's army only required some scattered money. Other than going yearly to the border to deter the few Tuju, there was actually nothing to do. Comparing the Luo family's army and the Shen family's army was simply slapping the Luo family's faces. Luo Sa immediately became hostile and looked at Shen Miao with extreme anger. What is your meaning? Luo Ling quickly pulled him back and looked at Shen Miao gently. Second younger brother's words are too serious. Biao younger sister must not be as short-sighted as second younger brother. Those who come from the Ding capital are really not the same. Luo Tan's lips twitched. We have been staying here for so many years in peace, but when Biao younger sister come over, one fear this and that. Do not worry, the two Ju will not be able to enter the city. This has been going on for so many years. Shen Miao gently smiled. What happens when they enter the city? Luo Tan did not expect that Shen Miao would counterattack, and could not help but be surprised for a moment. Luo Sui, who was sitting at the highest seat, did not speak. The Luo family educate the next generation as such, by letting them fight, letting them debate, so that they are able to grope out more things. The elders would sit at the side and watch. Shen Miao's words just now were interesting, and since Luo Sui did not speak, it was not good for Luo Lianying and the rest to do it, so they could only look as the younger generation spoke. How could they possibly enter the city? Luo Tan was flustered and exasperated. All that those two Ju want are goods and tools. Once the 10th month is over, their drought will be over, so naturally they will not do anything. How is it easy since one would need to do battle after entering the city? Shen Miao's expression did not change as she lightly said, for 10 years, they only required food and tools. Is not this too easy to satisfy? Everyone was surprised for a moment. Luo Qian's age was similar to Shen Miao, so he asked curiously, little Biao young sister, what do you mean? If it was me, one would not be satisfied just with that. Shen Miao replied warmly, they have brave soldiers, strong horses and planes to retreat. All of these, as compared to the scattered soldiers in the Shaochun city and their humble weapons, are just too good to pass. Why not go and fight for it? If one did not fight before, it was only because one was not familiar with the Shaochun city's roots, but after feeling them for about over 10 years, a small city like this, even if one come once a year and only go to one place each time, a map can be drawn up. She tilted her head and gently smiled. When the two army confront one another, one side is fully prepared but did not take action. Is it because one was abiding to the rules in those years or had to abide to someone's rules? For a long time, no one in the room spoke. The two Ju had no wild schemes with the Shaochun city, and every time would only steal some stuff due to the lack of suppliers, thus everyone were used to it. Who knew that with Shen Miao's words today, it had awakened them to a side that they had never dreamed about. Correct. The two Ju had everything, and for people who had everything, why would they not have wild schemes to grab the Shaochun city in, and how would the people in the city be able to withstand it? Luo Sa's expression slowly changed as he looked at Shen Miao. Even though his tone of voice was still not good, as compared to the anger before, it had eased up a lot. Then what do you want to say? I find that the Luo family's army is not tightly assembled as the Shen family's army. Shen Miao said it politely. How is it not as tightly assembled as the Shen family's army? It was clearly a sheet of loose sand. Seeing the flash of pain in Luo Sui's expression, Shen Miao gently smiled. When one was young, one heard mother mentioning about Wei Zu's heroic days of leading the Luo family's army. Have Wei Zu ever thought of restoring the glory of the Luo family's army again? Restoring the glory of the Luo family's army. Everyone in the room sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan also looked at Shen Miao incredulously. Luo Qian and Luo Tan brightened before one's eyes. The younger generation were always looking towards the unlimited glorious scene, so when Shen Miao painted such a scene, it would make those youths and young ladies' hearts greatly satisfied. Luo Ling and Luo Sa were older and their appearance was not as eager, but one can still see a trace of hope in Luo Sa's eyes. Luo Sui looked at Shen Miao for a while before laughing suddenly. You little girl have a rather big ambition. It is rare to see the kind of place in the Ding capital that could raise such a hard character. Between his words, there were some sense of admiration and appreciation. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin immediately became proud. However, it was only for a short moment as Luo Sui signed and said with an unknown tone, Girl, it is just that the restoration of the Luo family's army's glory is not as easy as you speak about. Money is required for army provisions. How would the Luo family bear such a burden? To support an army but without any usage. Girl, do you want to squander all my Luo family's money into it? Thousands of days were required to train an army, but it would be only used for a moment. Those soldiers were trained using the country's treasury. As for the Luo family's army, who was far at the border, since Emperor Wenwei could then feel assured in his safety, it meant that the Luo family's army would not be allocated money. For the Luo family to be burdened of this military expense, but not knowing who they would be dealing with, or when they would be fighting with, was indeed a sad thing. The court is not willing to give the Luo family money, because the Luo family's army is not outstanding. If the Luo family's reputation was impressive and won battles, naturally to calm the forces in court, His Majesty would take the initiative to send money over. As for enemies, Shen Miao smiled slightly. There are the Qin country and the Great Liang far away, and near there is the two Ju and the Xiongnu. Mingqi never lacks of opponents, and with the military forces' dedication, naturally one will be sent to further battles. Wai Zu, what do you think? Not to mention what she said, this light smile and chat seemed to have shown her ability to broke the other's thoughts, and her gently smile and tilt of the head had so great ambitions. She was obviously a delicate young lady from a precious place, but made one feel that she was a female who had crawled from the lowest rung of society. Luo Sui suddenly got angry and stood up before casting off his sleeves and coldly speaking, no need to mention about restructuring the Luo family's army again. I do not agree. Shui Yan, bring them down to rest and not to bring up this matter again. Finishing, he did not even take a look at the rest of the people in the hall and left. Luo Sui's anger came unfathomably, and Luo Shuiyan was also very puzzled. Shen Chu stroked Shen Miao's head and stood firmly on Shen Miao's side. Younger sister is great. Luo Sa swept a look over and said softly to Luo Ling, this little Biao younger sister is not simple. Luo Ling laughed, perhaps. Luo Tan's lips twitched. What is so great about talking glibly? Even Ye was angered. Luo Qian shook his head as his eyes were staring dazzlingly at Shen Miao, who was talking to Shen Chu. Not only know how to talk glibly. Older sister is prettier than you. Luo Tan glared at him fiercely. The days in the Luo family passed like that. Shen Xin and Shen Chu were people who could not keep still, so they would head to the shabby training grounds outside the Luo residence. Naturally, they trained the front section of the remaining Shen family's army. The front section part of the army were those who did errands and minor stuff, thus they found it tough being trained like this, and Shen Xin also got angry as he trained. Luo Shuiyan was busy visiting friends and relatives around. The Shaochun city was the place she lived through her childhood and youth, thus she had a number of good friends around. She would every day bring Shen Miao out to visit old friends, and thus Shen Miao became acquainted with a number of friends. Initially, everyone conscientiously waited upon this delicate young lady from Mingqi. Food eaten was the most delicate, the threads used were the most delicate, snacks were of all different types, that even flora and fauna were pruned much more beautiful than before. Previously, those officials' daughter had a temper because they came from the Ding capital to the Shaochun city, thus everyone was afraid of not treating Shen Miao well due to some carelessness. Who knew that after staying for a period of time, they found their previous thoughts were superfluous. Shen Miao integrated into the Shaochun city properly and did not do anything that warranted special treatment. The Shaochun city occasionally would have hailstorm, and Shen Miao was not afraid and instead curious. Over time, the Luo family gradually put down their defensive heart towards this Biao younger sister. Among the four younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Ling and Luo Sa had started duties in the guards, and it would not be often that they could meet up. Luo Tan and Luo Qian were often at home and Luo Tan made friends with Shen Miao after she gave her a Western mirror. As for Luo Qian, he had a naturally lively personality, just like a grown-up Su Minglang and often requests Shen Miao to tell him stories of the Ding capital. Shen Miao need not think about Fu Shuyi's matters in the Shaochun city, thus her mind was much clearer and practically treated Luo Qian as a younger brother. This day, Luo Qian and Luo Tan came over to Shen Miao's courtyard again to look for her. The Shaochun city was not like the Ding capital. If one goes to the Ding capital, one could go out shopping. It would take months to visit all the shops in the large and small streets, but the Shaochun city was small and there would not be much to shop after a few days. Shen Miao stayed in the residence, and probably Luo Tan and Luo Qian found it boring and came over to chat with her. Luo Qian was eating the Zhongnan snacks that the chef had made as he spoke. Yesterday I went to the training grounds to watch Biao older brother train. Although those soldiers are not very good, there is still guard Mo beside older brother Chu. I could not pass besides a few strokes from him in a sparring. Can you ask older brother Chu to also give me some pointers? Shen Miao smiled. If you want to learn then directly tell eldest brother, he will certainly agree to it. Really, Luo Qian was an innocent youth and got happy in a moment. Strangely enough, the gentlemen and youths in the Ding capital were mostly arrogant, and yet a disproportionate number of scandals were created due to their lack of experience. The younger generation of the Luo family was different, like Luo Qian, honest and frank and had an innocent youthful charm, making others feel good. Biao younger sister. Luo Qian was very cordial to this pretty and gentle Biao younger sister, and has long seen her as one of his own, so he said, older brother Chu's martial arts skill really look good. Is he the first in the entire Ding capital and the best in Mingqi? Eldest brothers and second brothers' martial arts skills are the top here, but they still lost to older brother Chu. Luo Tan that had been flipping the picture book finally could not stand hearing this, and rolled her eyes at Luo Qian as she bit the orange in her mouth. Are you not silly to be so ignorant? Do not tell others you are from the Luo family, and do not tell others that I am your older sister. So embarrassing. Luo Tan and Luo Qian were two siblings who would argue all day long, and Shen Miao was already accustomed to it. Sure enough, when Luo Qian heard this he was unconvinced. How do you know I am ignorant? Are you saying that older brother Chu is not the first? Southern Xie, Northern Shen. Luo Tan said very slowly. Shen Miao was startled. Luo Tan triumphantly shook her head and said, everyone know that Mingqi have two great military families. First is Gugu's and Gufu's great general Shen's family, the second is the Marquis of Lin and Xie family. Older brother Chu is the Shen's family elite and one here that the Marquis of Lin and residence's Xie family has a little marquis that is surprisingly brilliant. Previously, Zhu Fu had the opportunity to meet that little marquis once, and said upon his return that he is one that does not belong to the pond and will definitely be a dragon that soars through the 9 heavens. Why Zhu Fu has seen little marquis Xie? Shen Miao asked hesitantly. Luo Qian also said, hey older sister, how come I do not know? You only know how to eat. How would you know? Luo Tan rolled her eyes at Luo Qian and continued speaking, heard that in the beginning he got a military order with the Marquis of Linen, and just nice saw the little Marquis Xie in the camp. After Zhu Fu saw that little Marquis Xie, he kept lamented for a bit. I wanted to inquire but Zhu Fu told me to stay far from him, as he said that the little Marquis Xie is a dangerous character that one must not mess with. Shen Miao frowned. Luo Sui actually saw Xie Jingxing before, and this was something that she did not know. However, that Luo Sui actually saw that Xie Jingxing was not simple, and before she could break free of her thoughts, she heard Luo Tan asking, youngest sister, speaking of which, you also grew up in the Ding capital so you must have seen that little Marquis Xie before. Shen Miao paused for a bit before nodding her head. How does he look like? Luo Tan grabbed onto Shen Miao's arm. Is he so incomparably handsome like an immortal as the rumors say, and that he is even more handsome than older brother Ling? The older brother Ling she was speaking about was naturally Luo Ling. Among the 3 sons of the Luo family, Luo Ling was gentle, Luo Sa was fierce, Luo Qian was lively and all of them had a handsome appearance. It is just that because Luo Ling was the most gentle, one would find that he was the most handsome one. Shen Miao said without reluctance, not as handsome as older brother Ling. Ah. Luo Tan released her hand and her eyes were filled with disappointment, but I heard others say that the little marquis is very good looking, and had a romantic character that if females were to take a glance at him, they would be drunk, and that there is no comparison with older brother Ling. Luo Qian looked at her with rejoice in her misfortune. The most important thing for men is naturally one's ability. What does it got to do with appearance? Besides, if little Marquis Xie really looked for a wife, he will definitely not look for you. Luo Qian was beaming as he looked at Shen Miao. Naturally one must look for a gentle, tender and vivid young lady like Biao youngest sister. Luo Tan and Luo Qian immediately started on a roll. Shen Miao held her forehead as she watched the siblings quarreling, and felt rather quite helpless in her heart. She did not expect that in the Shaochun city, Xie Jingxing would be that famous. Thinking now about that, Xie Jingxing had headed to northern Zhong, most likely he had already reached there. It was the first time he held the position of a marshal and deployed troops in the battlefield, and even though she knew that Xie Jingxing had abilities in troops deployment, she could not help but shrink when she thought about his outcome in the previous life. Dropping the matter, Shen Miao shook her head and chased away the inexplicable thoughts in her mind. Previously, she thought that Xie Jingxing excelled in using military formations, but after sparring with him, she then found out that his expertise laid in moving chess pieces in the dark. That kind of person's mind was so calm, intricate and certain. He could definitely turn misfortune to blessings. Time flew by quickly. Luo Tan and Luo Qian had been sitting at Shen Miao's side for the entire evening. The skies began to turn gloomy. Whenever it was in the 9th month in the Shaochun city, the grass outside the city would be dry, but it would often rain heavily in the city. It was a different kind of rain than the Ding capital experience, as the Shaochun city's rain had the scene of the windy sand, and it was often very aggressive and the dark clouds almost covered the entire sky, that in just a few short moments it was like it was night. Luo Tan looked at the skies. It is not good. One fear that there will be a hailstorm. Why is Gufu and the rest not back yet? Luo Qian also stood up and frowned. Even though the Luo family's army was dispersed, people were still needed for the city guards. On normal days, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai would work in the guard units, and after Shen Shen came, he also brought Shen Chu over to help. Once dinner time came, they would all return to the residence together for a meal, but to the time right now, they had yet to return. Shen Miao took a glance outside and suddenly thought about something, before her facial expression changed dramatically. Luo Tan saw that Shen Miao's expression was not right, and thought that she was afraid, and her heart felt a little weird. Biao youngest sister, are you afraid? A few days back there was a hailstorm, you were not even scared, so why are you now scared? Speaking till here, she patted Shen Miao's shoulder. Do not worry, we have been staying here for so many years and every year at this time, there will often be hailstorm. Do not need to be afraid. Shen Miao's mood did not improve because of Luo Tan's comforting words, but her expression became even uglier. As a result, even the careless Luo Qian also felt something was wrong and looked at Shen Miao puzzled. Why is Biao youngest sister that anxious? If it is worry about Gufu then it is all right. When his words just landed, one could hear someone outside calling. It was the servant of the Luo residence, and due to the quick run, he even tripped over. Youngest young master, young lady and Biao young lady, Furin request you to come to the hall quickly. Luo Tan was startled and her brows tightened. What had happened? The two Jew came over and robbed things again. Old master brought the two masters and General Shen to the plains. The two young masters are still in the residence and seeing that the skies are about to change, young lady better quickly head to the hall. Even though that servant was somewhat anxious, he had not forgotten his manners. Events like this happened often and it was a common event. Luo Tan bitterly stomped her feet. Those two Jews should die. Luo Qian said to Shen Miao, Biao youngest sister follow us in first. It is nothing of the matter. At this time, he still did not forget to comfort Shen Miao. Shen Miao nodded her head and when she reached the front hall of the Luo residence, there were a number of people gathered there. It was most likely that Madame Ma was afraid of scaring Shen Miao. She walked over to Shen Miao and held her hands. Zhao Zhao had never seen just big hails before. It is all right, we will be chatting in the hall. It has been so long and Zhao Zhao had never before told us about matters in the Ding capital. But she did not mention about the two Jews matter. Madame Yu was softer and also smiled. That is so, let us eat some roasted lamb tonight. Not sure if Zhao Zhao is used to the taste. The Shaochun city was adjacent to the grassland and when the two Jew were not robbing them, they would exchange their cows and goats for some daily necessities. The cows and lambs were strong thus when one got in a fresh lamb, one would slice their meat very thinly and prepare a hot pot to quickly cook these thin slices of meat. When it was cooked, one would dip it in a little sauce and it would taste heavenly. Luo Tan had previously wanted to let Shen Miao taste lamb, but she feared that Shen Miao would not be used to the taste. Fortunately this was brought up today. It was obvious that one did not want Shen Miao to be distracted and think of other stuff so Shen Miao smiled gently to Madame Yu. The Luo family always show their goodwill to the fullest extent. The two Jew would often nest deep in the grassland, thus in every chase the manpower of the Luo family's army would not be enough. All the able men of the Luo family need to be activated for such a chase, but this year Shen Xin and wife were around, thus it was better. Shen Xin, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu, Luo Lianying and Luo Lian Tai all went and even Luo Sui followed. Luo Ying and Luo Sa also wanted to go but since Shen Xin and the rest went, Luo Ling and Luo Sa stayed back at the Shaochun city. The skies outside had turned dark and Luo Tan bit her lips tightly, feeling frustrated. Every year there will be people coming to her own home to steal things, how would anyone feel happy about it? Most of the people in the hall were females and some servants. Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang quietly served the leftover snacks from the afternoon to Shen Miao so that she could eat some. The pot in the hall has been set up and the kitchens were cutting the lamb up. The aroma began to waft out from the thick soup in the pot but, at this moment no one felt happy. Luo Qian felt a bit hungry and seeing that there were still snacks by Shen Miao's side, he walked over and sat beside Shen Miao and picked up one snack to eat. Shen Miao looked at him unblinking. Luo Qian felt weird being looked by Shen Miao like so, and finally scratched his head and could not help but ask, Biao youngest sister, why are you looking at me? Are you scared? Both of them sat a little far away from Madame Yu and the rest, thus normal people would not be able to hear their voices. Shen Miao said, older brother Qian, for what reason did Wai Zhu not want to reorganize the Luo family's army? Luo Qian was startled. That day after hearing me speak, Wai Zhu got angry. One feared that it is not only because of the matter of not having enough money for the Luo family's army. Older brother Qian, can you tell me the reason? That day after hearing me speak, Wai Zhu got angry. One feared that it is not only because of the matter of not having enough money for the Luo family's army. Older brother Qian, can you tell me the reason? Luo Qian looked around and did not look at Shen Miao's eyes at all as he said, what other reason is there other than money? Biao youngest sister do not think too much, if there is no money, how to revive the Luo family's army? Shen Miao quietly looked at him. Her eyes were very moving and filled with clarity without any unnecessary feelings, but it was this frank expression that one was not able to resist, like lying in front of this pair of eyes was profane. Luo Qian was after all a lively youth and had a good relationship with Shen Miao thus he finally was defeated. Biao youngest sister, no one in our residence dare to speak about this matter. But you are one of our own so I will tell you, but you must not tell others after you know about it. If my father and mother knew that I told you about the matter, I would definitely need to endure some planks. Shen Miao nodded her head. Actually you are not the first one to bring up the matter about restructuring the Luo family's army. Shen Qian said, when the Luo family's army truly started to decline it was not long after youngest Gu was born. At that time the Luo family had already waned. Zhu Fu was frustrated with his ambition and since she saw him sullen all days, she proposed to revive the Luo family's army. Zhu Fu already had such intentions in his heart so when Zhu Mu said that, he immediately started preparing. But at that time there was a lack of funds and Zhu Mu also said what Biao youngest sister said that day, that when the troops are reputable and after winning a battle, His Majesty would take notice of such an army and naturally will send money over, so one would be able to solve the matters of money. Thus Zhu Fu did a request for commander to fight a battle in the frontier. Luo Qian sighed. Biao youngest sister should have guessed the result of it. Zhu Fu's was defeated and was almost treated as a joke. The Luo family's army was originally on a decline, and to be inflicted with such heavy losses, it was a stumble that one was unable to rise from. Most importantly was that when Zhu Fu brought the troops to battle, Zhu Mu was seriously ill and in order to let Zhu Fu feel assured, Zhu Mu did not let anyone in the family tell it to Zhu Fu. When Zhu Fu returned in defeat, Zhu Mu had already passed away. Zhu Fu had always felt that he had not completed the promise he made to Zhu Mu, that even if he were to leave the earth 100 years later, he will not be able to meet up with Zhu Mu. All these years, he had not reorganized the Luo family's army because he did not have the courage to face up to his past failure. Luo Qian put down the snacks in his hand and looked at Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister, I know you want to revive the prestige of the Luo family's army but we the Luo family people do not require to be famous. My mother said previously, it is better to cherish the people in front. Just like Zhu Fu, if time could be returned to before, he will definitely not fight that war and will choose to be by Zhu Mu's side. So in order to make Zhu Fu happy, even if the Luo family's army continued to be in a slump, it would not be any issue. Shen Miao looked at Luo Qian and in her heart she was a little surprised. She had not think that Luo Qian, which was such a careless person, would actually say such words. It was indeed not fake to say that the Luo family's people are righteous, warm and kind-hearted. But after knowing such an event from Luo Qian's mouth, one heart also somewhat sighed. The worst defeat of a great general with power and prestige was being overconfident or to had no confidence in the outcome. Shen Miao thought that it was not that Luo Sui could not take this defeat, but what he could not take was to have lost Luo Furen. Giving up his seriously ill wife and choosing contributions instead, and then the outcome gave him a big slap. No wonder when Shen Miao spoke those words that day, Luo Sui's face instantly changed. One feared that it had pinched up the most hidden pain in the general's heart. But even if one is in such a slump, will Wai Zhu be happy about it? Shen Miao suddenly spoke. Luo Qian turned his head and looked at her puzzled. Shen Miao gently smiled. If I love someone, and if he is a hero, one would hope that he will adorn his valuable sword, ride his fierce horse and lead the most valiant soldiers to achieve the highest meritorious awards that one would be the proudest. I will not be willing for him to suffer any grievance. The grievance is that Wai Zhu Fu is suffering. If Wai Zhu Mu knows about it, one do not know if she will feel pain. If it was me, my heart will ache. Luo Qian was confused and disoriented by Shen Miao's words. Not to say anything else, to talk about love in front of a man like him, made him feel a little aghast. Madame Ma kept saying that Shen Miao was a young lady from the Ding capital, and one had to take delicate care of her, as she would definitely have a shy character. But from seeing her today, how was there any shyness? She was even more frank than Luo Tan. Just as one were thinking, one heard the servant outside shouting, "Eldest young master and second young master has returned." Everyone looked towards the entrance of the hall and it was the two brothers, Luo Ling and Luo Sa. It was probably about to rain outside as the air was somewhat humid. Both of their clothes seemed to be stained with water, as Luo Ling and Luo Sa just returned from the guard's garrison and seemed to be busy. Madame Yu first instructed the servant to pour tea for both of them, and Luo Sa drank it up in one shot. Luo Tan had already ran over and asked Luo Ling, "Older brother Ling, how's outside?" Looking at the skies, it would be a hailstorm. Had already let the commoners go back to their houses to hide. Everything is prepared outside. Luo Ling replied with a smile. Second brother and me returned to guard overnight. Our roof is solid so one need not be afraid. What happened to father, Gu Fu, Ye and the rest? Luo Tan could not help but continue asking. Luo Sa's brows wrinkled, still not yet return. Luo Tan wanted to say something but Luo Ling saw Luo Qian and Shen Miao walking over and quickly said, "It is nothing. Most likely there are things to do tonight and can only return tomorrow." He changed the topic. Smells good. Are we eating roasted lamb? Biao younger sister have not yet eaten such things, not sure if you will get used to it. Shen Miao walked to Luo Ling. Luo Ling was 18 this year and his eyes were as handsome as Luo Lianying's but his character was as gentle and considerate as Madame Yu's. Comparing to Luo Sa's character, it was almost 1,000 miles apart. Shen Miao said, "Older brother Lin, how are the soldiers deployed in the guards?" Luo Ling was surprised for a moment as he did think that Shen Miao would ask that and replied, "All has been arranged properly." "How many people are guarding the city?" Shen Miao asked. This time Luo Sa's eyes landed on Shen Miao. When the younger generation were speaking, Madame Yu and Madame Ma would usually move far away. Luo Qian asked, "Why is Biao youngest sister asking about this?" "There will be a hailstone tonight, thus no one will be entering the city. East, 30, west, 30, including 10 in the north, there is a total of 70 people." Luo Ling patiently answered. "Is it normal for there to be this many people?" Shen Miao asked. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Ling said, "Normally there will be even more but they were transferred away by father, thus there are only little left at the city guards. But as there are no accidents in the city, 70 people are enough. Today's weather is not good, and younger brother is correct to say that there would not be people entering the city. The number of people that the Luo family's army could use were limited, thus if one were to pursue the two Ju, naturally one would need to bring able people along. Those remaining soldiers guarding the city appeared to be overextended. Of course the Shaochun city had been safe and sound for so many years, and the guards would only help to arrest fugitives or thieves and the like most of the times, and were largely of not good use." Luo Sa stared at Shen Miao for a while before suddenly speaking, "You are afraid the two Ju will attack." When the words were spoken, everyone froze for a moment. Luo Tan opened her mouth wide and Luo Qian questioned, "Second older brother, what are you talking about? Why would the two Ju attack?" Luo Sa sneered and stared at Shen Miao's eyes without blinking. Did not Biao youngest sister said it on that day, that the two Ju are ambitious and had strength, so why could they not attack? You are scared of this, right? Luo Sa's temper was aggressive and facing his sharp eyes, Shen Miao nodded her head, "Correct, what I fear is this." "How is it possible?" Luo Tan said, "Not to say that what you mention will not happen, but today father and Gu Fu had gone to the plains to pursue and attack the two Ju. How would the two Ju be distracted and attack the Shaochun city? Even if one was ambitious, then would not it be better to find another better timing? Not only the Ming Chi knows how to use moving the tiger away from the mountain tactic." Shen Miao said blandly, "Although the two Ju are nomads, they are not fools. After living with the Shaochun city citizens for so many years, do you think that they would not learn those weasel things? As long as the two Ju are not fools, they would have long learned it." Shen Miao's unnatural cold attitude made the few people present be a little surprised. After a moment of silence, Luo Ling spoke first, "Biao youngest sister, this is your conjecture or is it information that was heard somewhere else?" Shen Miao had been constantly thinking about the two Ju attacking and was extremely unusual today. Everyone noticed this and as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to see the difference from the norm. If it is a mere fear then it was one aspect, but if there were information elsewhere, then it would be another story. Intuition. Intuition. Luo Sa did not get angry but laughed, "Biao youngest sister, this is not the time to joke. Could it be that both older brothers, who had been in the city guards for so many years, cannot understand the logic of taking preventative measures in advance?" Shen Miao slightly held back and her eyes were controlled before she quickly became firm. She said, "If the two Ju really attack and one make preparations in advance then one would naturally be happy. If there is no attack and the Shaochun city is unharmed, it is also a good thing. Can it be that a bad thing must happen before preparations can be made? If one did not even know about this logic then it is no wonder the Luo family gradually declined." Luo Sa got furious in a short moment. Luo Tan and Luo Qian did not have a good expression on their face. It was Luo Ling who stared at Shen Miao for a while, and without a change in his expression spoke to her warmly as he cupped his hands. "Biao youngest sister said correctly. It is us that are stupid but there is a shortage of manpower at the city guards, and it has become the crux of the matter. Accordingly to Biao youngest sister's opinion, what is to be done?" On the surface these words were inquiring, but it was an insinuation for her to solve the thorny problem on hand, and also a test of her abilities. Shen Miao's heart smiled. This gentle Biao older brother did not seem to be that tolerant as he seemed on the surface. She said, "If it really come to this point, then it is not possible for manpower to increase without cause. Since the two Ju come prepared, naturally we are not their rivals. I am after all, just one of the weaker gender and do not know martial arts. Rather than take risk, why not defend oneself? Actually older brother Ling can gather more guards to the Luo residence's doors, and protect the Luo residence. If there are really problems then it would be able to withstand for a while." When her smooth and slippery words were spoken, everyone blanked out. She said that dispassionately, why was it that at such a time, she showed a helpless appearance? The few younger generation in the Luo family did not understand Shen Miao's intention. Luo Sa felt the most depressed and wanted to get angry when he looked at Shen Miao, but could not find any reason to be angry, thus he had to sit at the side with a furious face. Luo Ling looked meaningfully at Shen Miao and unexpectedly said, "Then follow according to what Biao youngest sister had said." Everyone sat back at the hall. No one knew why but because of Shen Miao's words, the atmosphere became somewhat rigid. Even Luo Qian and Luo Tan seemed to be nervous. Only Madame Ma and Madame Yu were completely ignorant, and were giving instructions to the kitchens. Until suddenly, when the skies completely became dark, one of Luo Ling's guards came from outside to seek audience. Luo Ling allowed him to come in, and that guard was filled with anxiety and said a few words to Luo Ling's ear. Luo Ling's face changed color as he suddenly looked over at Shen Miao. Shen Miao was drinking tea unhurriedly. At this time, the wind outside was blowing strongly while she was sitting at the corner of the hall, as she waited for the hot tea that Jing Jie handed over before slowly sipping it. It was as if she was an innocent and delicate young lady, who was waiting for the slices of mutton to be prepared by the kitchens for the meal later. Luo Ling's expression darkened. Luo Sa noticed that he was not right and followed Luo Ling's gaze to Shen Miao, and his expression also got somewhat serious as he asked what had happened. Luo Ling ignored him and also did not instruct the guards on any action, but instead got up and walked over to Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister, would like to have a word with you. Older brother Luo can say whatever words needed to be said here. Shen Miao set aside the teacup from her hands and smiled slightly at him. If something really happened, it cannot be hidden. When Luo Qian and Luo Tan saw the situation, they also walked over. This time the actions were rather big and Madame Ma and Madame Yu noticed. They thought that Shen Miao and Luo Ling had some dispute and at this time, they naturally would be biased towards the female. Madame Yu immediately went over and glanced at Luo Ling before shaking her head with disagreement. Linger, do not scare Zhao Zhao. Luo Sa heard this and laughed loudly. Who is scaring who? Eldest brother, what exactly happened? Luo Qian was the youngest and normally spoke whatever was on his mind, so he asked whatever doubts that were in his heart. Luo Ling looked at Shen Miao and Shen Miao smiled gently at him, as if she was crystal clear as to what he was going to say. That kind of confidence and calmness made Luo Ling slightly startled. After a moment he sighed and said in frustration and helplessness, the guards had come with news that the two Ju almost entered the city. What? Luo Tan exclaimed loudly and then seemed to be aware that her voice was a bit too loud, and quickly covered her mouth. When they spoke, the servants were further away and thus did not hear. The most taboo thing in this work was the morale of the troops. At this moment everyone was gathered here to hide from the hailstorm, but if others were to know that the two Ju people had entered, one feared that the morale of the troops would be affected. Even if Luo Ling and Luo Sa were not up in chaos, there would at least be panic. Madame Yu and Madame Ma were born in ordinary families and naturally had no natural abilities to protect themselves, so they blanked out when they heard the information. Madame Ma immediately said, Linger and Sa is it that now we need to first protect Zhao Zhao and the rest? How long can our Luo family withstand and when would your father and the rest return? No matter how smart or capable a woman was, in the face of such a situation, one would not be able to help but panic. Even the words were somewhat incomprehensible. Madame Yu still unconsciously said, why not go and hide first? Luo Tan's and Luo Qian's faces turned somewhat white. They had been living in the Shaochun city since birth, and even though they had heard stories of the battlefields from Luo Sui, they felt that those were things that were very far away from them. The two Ju had never entered the city before, and novels would not indicate or elaborate what happened to a city when they were attacked. Even when the Mingqi captured a city, there would be a massacre at times, much less with the cruelty of the two Ju. Biao youngest sister's words really came true. Luo Qian murmured. Madame Ma and Madame Yu were startled. Maiden Yu looked at Shen Miao. Zhao Zhao hit the target. Previously Biao younger sister mentioned that it was possible that the two Ju would attack the city. Luo Ling looked at her and an unknown feeling appeared in his eyes. One think that Biao youngest sister presumably have countermeasures and if one did not mind, please tell me is this is a time between life and death. Luo Ling had placed his bearing to the lowest. Perhaps the Luo family would not be like other families that put up heirs. But with Luo Ling's seniority and status, he did not need to put himself so low to consult with a little girl. When Luo Ling's behavior was seen by Madame Ma and the rest, they were very surprised. Luo Ling was the most outstanding of their younger generation, but now actually had to consult Shen Miao. Shen Miao said, older brother Ling also have not told me about the current situation. Luo Ling waved his hand to the guard who came over to report. The guard felt a bit surprised upon seeing Luo Ling asking an unfamiliar young lady but still replied honestly, replying to young lady, someone at the guard saw that the two Ju are gathering outside the city gates, the generals are not back yet and the city guards are short-staffed. At the end of it, he was so embarrassed he could not continue. Shen Miao ignored his embarrassment and asked, what is the number of troops? Are the two Ju scattered or uniformed? Luo Sa's gaze was still staring at Shen Miao. That guard thought for a moment before speaking, there are a lot of people. Even though they are scattered but there are horses neighing, so there would be backup. The few people present suck in a mouthful of cold air, and Luo Ling's and Luo Sa's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. At this moment the seriousness of the matter sunk in. Horses meant army and the army that could contend with the two Ju was currently fighting in the grasslands, so there was almost no real force in the Shaochun city, but at this time another two Ju's army had caught up. What Shen Miao said was true, make a declaration for the east and strike the west, and moving the tiger away from the mountain. These two Ju had eventually became cunning and even secretly developed another army. It was perhaps not as strong as the one Shen Qin was facing, but it was more than enough to wash the Shaochun city with blood. Madame Ma and Madame Yu realized that matters were not good and Madame Ma said, why not recall all the help that can be used, and protect these younger generation first. The Luo family's tradition since ancient times was to let the younger generation leave first during times of trouble and sacrifice the older generation, leaving hope with the younger generation. Luo Tan's eyes immediately turned red and tugged onto Madame Ma's sleeves. Mother, I do not want. If it does not work then just fight them to the end. Luo Qian gritted his teeth and was so angry that his eyes were spurting out fire. Our bones are flowing with the blood of generals, so one is not afraid of those two Ju. The very most, either the fish dies or the net splits. Qian Madame Ma angrily said, what nonsense are you saying? Do you want to die? If it does not work then eldest brother and me will cover your escape. It was Luo Sa that spoke and said seriously, there is still a horse carriage in the residence, flee from the back doors of the city, there is a mountain road that is hidden and would not be found. No, Shen Miao interrupted their conversation. Luo Sa looked at her, you have a way. Shen Miao shook her head. A trace of disappointment flashed on Luo Qian's and Luo Tan's faces. They did not know why, but they had always think that Shen Miao had great abilities. Even though she looked delicate and gentle and also had a tender appearance, but every time she speaks it was comforting, as if she had more knowledge and made others have a peace of mind. But to see that Shen Miao could not think about a method now, Luo Qian and Luo Tan felt some despair. Then do accordingly to what second younger brother had said. Luo Ling said, first send you all up on the horse carriage, and all the guards in the residence will follow you. Just leave second younger brother and me in the residence. We will head to the guards. This was to sacrifice the two brothers to gain additional time for the rest. Madame Yu's tears fell in a short moment as she held on Luo Ling's hands and almost fainted. How could both of you stay here? Madame Ma shook her head, we are a family, if we leave together. This deadlock was not going anywhere. Shen Miao shook her head again, no. Biao youngest sister, what exactly do you mean by no? Luo Qian could not help but ask. Shen Miao swept her eyes at everyone. In the Shaochun city, the one with the largest military force is the Luo family. The head of the city guards are also older brother Ling and older brother Sa. The two Ju are well aware of this, so if they really enter the city, in order to inspire morale, the first they will deal with is the Luo family. As long as the Luo family is wiped out, the folks in the Shaochun city would inevitably lose their fighting spirits and would have their hands tied waiting to be captured. Destroy the leader and the gang will collapse, so if I am the two Ju, even if all means are exhausted, one will deal with the Luo family first. It is simply impossible for the Luo family to retreat without any losses. To reveal such a terrible reality without any cover up at all, made Luo Tan tremble before looking at Luo Ling, eldest brother, is what she say true? Luo Ling stared at Shen Miao, correct. Luo Sa's anger suddenly burst out, this cannot, that also cannot. Since one cannot escape and the two Ju brought troops over, then may as well let the Luo family fight to the end. Think we are afraid of them? One did not need to be that anxious. Shen Miao suddenly spoke. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Luo Ling looked at Shen Miao and said softly, does Biao younger sister have an excellent idea? It is not considered as an excellent idea. Shen Miao's eyes were calm. She had a delicate, pretty and pleasant appearance since birth and in a crowd of people with anxious emotions, only she had a faint expression. It was only now that everyone found out that from the beginning till now, Shen Miao did not present any other emotions. The Shaochun city was a place at the border, and one would panic at the face of a sudden two Jews attack, but only Shen Miao, this free of worries and delicate young lady, was not surprised with it at all. The two Jew brought troops but delayed in entering, apparently hesitating, and with some apprehensions. I think that for so many years, even if the Luo family's army had been dispersed, the prestige still exists and would deter others 3/10. Their hearts are hesitating and they only try to probe, but dare not come forward. That means their commander is also unsure, thus one can make use of that. Madame Ma and Madame Yu did not understand Shen Miao's words, but seemed to think that Shen Miao spoke very reasonably, thus they did not utter a single word and quietly listened to her. Luo Sa frowned and questioned, how can it be used? To delay for time. Shen Miao replied lightly, my parents, Wai Zhu and Ju Jews are not ordinary people, and should have discovered that things are not right at their end, and when they discover this, they would quickly rush back to the Shaochun city. Before that happen, one will only need to delay the pace at this end. But how to delay? Luo Tan had an impatient character and could not help but ask, as you said, the two Jew are so smart, they would also know that time is running out, and would quickly attack. Just show them what they are scared about. Shen Miao smiled lightly, what they fear is nothing more than that the Luo family's army still have residual force, so just let them see the residual forces of the Luo family's army. Biao youngest sister, Luo Qian anxiously said, where are we going to get the Luo family's army? Shen Miao smiled gently, this will require everyone's cooperation. But before that, one did not know if both older brothers trust me. He looked towards Luo Ling and Luo Sa with an obvious gentle and humble attitude but a faint viciousness. Luo Ling looked at her seriously, I trust you. The outer side of the city walls of the Shaochun city was already very worn out, and a lot of earth and dust were accumulated over the years. Generations has passed, and enough the outer side of the